from Renaissance-style chateaux, grand country estates, architectural glass masterpieces.
These are the remarkable homes
Simply breathtaking.
and magnificent landmarks
One day, my son, all this will be yours.
at the very heart of Britain's spectacular history.
I have never seen one like this.
Join me
I need to get there with all speed. Onwards, driver.
and a host of celebrities
Oh, crikey.
with a passion for the past
Kaboom! Wish me luck.
as we travel the length and breadth of the nation,
It is between the walls.
and with unparalleled behind-the-scenes access.
From the highest heights
Now I'm through my blind panic.
to the deepest depths.
We'll uncover the secrets
my goodness.
still hidden within these breathtaking buildings.
These are the places that nobody else gets to see.
And explore the riches
How spectacular.
and treasures of one of our most loved institutions.
This is an amazing story. Come on, I want to know the end. I want to know the end.
Welcome to the secrets of the National Trust. Sitting high on a Derbyshire hillside is a house of extraordinary presence. With its extravagant glass facades and 6 imposing turrets, it stands as a marvel of Elizabethan Britain.
It was the vision of an extraordinary woman who returned to the site of her childhood home after an extraordinary life.
And with the owner's initials and coronet standing proud on top of each tower, nobody could ever be in doubt as to whom this house belonged.
The awe-inspiring Hardwick Hall was home to Elizabeth Talbot, Countess of Shrewsbury, or as she was more commonly known, Bess of Hardwick.
With sheer determination and 4 well-connected marriages, Bess rose from minor gentry to become one of the most important and powerful women in 16th century England, becoming a confidant of Queen Elizabeth I and jailer to Mary, Queen of Scots.
And this house was her calling card, proclaiming from the rooftops, "I've made it."
By exploring secret hidden stairways,
It is between the walls.
exclusive penthouse dining suites,
It's another palace of glass.
and ripping revelations from family biographers,
This is an amazing story. Come on, I want to know the end. I want to know the end.
Hardwick Hall is a story of female empowerment, politics, and a fight for the throne of England itself. Also coming up,
Can you give us a hand?
Miriam O'Reilly turns the wheel of Hardwick's history
It's extraordinary.
and discovers the best thing before sliced bread.
It actually smells of toasted caramel.
Peter Purvis is at Oxborough Hall uncovering a whiffy escape route.
It's actually underneath what would have been the loo.
Here we go.
And Jenny Bond heads down Ecton copper mines
This is what it's all about.
Wow!
to unearth how Bess's ancestors made a Big Bang fortune.
Kaboom!
But in Derbyshire, Hardwick Hall was built by the sheer willpower and determination of one woman who, despite 16th century limitations, proved to be the ultimate matriarch. To get the lowdown on Bess, I'm meeting the National Trust's Nigel Wright at the entrance to this magnificent house.
For a house that was built in the 1590s, Nigel, it looks so ridiculously modern.
It does. It was one of the first houses in the country that's symmetrical. And you can see from the front the amount of glass, which is one of the main features of this. Almost like the shard of its day, the amount of glass that was used.
Well, it's always been that saying, hasn't it? Hardwick Hall, more glass than wall.
Yes,
And was that some kind of demonstration of your status and what you could afford?
Status and wealth. Glass was one of the most expensive building materials you could use, and the biggest piece of glass you could make was about 2 inches high. So although it looks like a wall of glass, it's made up of thousands of tiny pieces of glass.
Before the luxury of glass, windows were often covered with wooden shutters. Bess of Hardwick allowed light to flood into her Elizabethan manor.
If you weren't sure that the person was wealthy because of all the glass they had, she puts her initials and her coat of arms and coronets on the top.
Yes, this was not the house of a shrinking violet. And her fourth husband was an earl, so she was a countess. So the coronet on top proclaims her status to all and sundry.
So it was basically a case of the Elizabethan version of if you've got it, flaunt it.
Definitely.
Why was it so important for her to establish her status, to keep saying, I am powerful, I am wealthy?
Part of the reason was that she was a woman. It's a bit of a cliche, but she'd made it in a man's world. She started off, she was of gentle stock, but quite low down. Each marriage, she moved a little higher up the hierarchy, as it were. Her fourth husband died. She was an extremely wealthy woman, and she just wanted everyone to know it.
She was actually born here, wasn't she?
She was born, actually, on the side of the old hall.
Just over there?
That's there.
So what you're saying is before I go in the new house, I need to go over there to the old one?
That's where the story starts, yeah.
Throughout her life, Bess was married 4 times, had 8 children, built the famous Chatsworth House, and finally became a countess, thanks to her marriage to the Earl of Shrewsbury.
Bess's rise to the top belies her more humble beginnings. Born at Hardwick in 1527, her original home was far more modest. Widowed 4 times, the first at only 16, marriage number 2 brought Bess the famous Chatsworth estate. Marriage to wealthy number 3 saw her inherit more houses, money and land, before number 4 gave her the title of Countess. She returned to Hardwick a fabulously wealthy woman, and as English heritage historian Megan Leyland explains, before building the new hall, Bess had grand plans for her old 2-up, 2-down.
In 1587, she started building. She started turning what was a relatively modest family home into a building which was suitable for her new status. Importantly, not only did she come back wealthier, she came back as a countess. So she needed a house that reflected this.
So there was a small house here. She's now replacing it with something much grander.
Yes, certainly much grander. She filled it with glass. She put wonderful plasterwork that we can see clinging onto the walls
There are
still
bits
today.
of it, astonishingly, so much for later in
The
time.
overmantels of the fireplaces. This was a really big deal for Bess. It was a big personal and financial investment to build up this home for her. And there's no coincidence that she sort of became known as Building Bess.
Can we still go in and have a look?
Yes, we can.
Gosh, it's amazing that this much has lasted, isn't it, really?
It is, isn't it?
Old Hardwick Hall was Bess's forerunner for the new hall.
This is a good Elizabethan workout, this. How many steps?
Something like 127 steps.
More than the average semi, isn't it?
Yes.
So we're heading sky high to get a privileged look where it all began.
Great views from the top of this astonishing project.
It really was, and I think Bess would have known that when she was building up, that people could have looked out across her estate, looked out across the land she owned.
Which way's Chatsworth from here?
Chatsworth's over in this direction.
So she could gaze over there and remember and round herself where she was from.
See where she'd come from.
So why did she leave?
Well, she didn't really have a choice. She was not getting on too well with her fourth husband. He had increasing debts. He was custodian of Mary, Queen of Scots, and that was a costly and very, very stressful thing to be in charge of. Bess was building at Chatsworth, spending money. She was doing OK, and you can imagine the tension that might have formed between them. And so her husband came to Chatsworth with 40 armed men and essentially chucked Bess out.
So she came over here to where she was from anyway, my neck of the
Exactly.
woods. She's building her own place for a few years, and then she's building a new place, and she can actually see it from here.
Yeah, just metres away. A second huge building project that actually went on simultaneously for a while with the hall here. They were meant to work in tandem together to house her enormous household that she would have had by this period.
So she started building this one. How soon after this is she building that?
Well, not very long at all. She was building here in 1587, and by 1590 things are starting over at the new site just metres away.
So stupendous. You think this is pretty astounding. Then you look at that and you can almost imagine Bess saying to her friends, if you think this one's good, you ain't seen nothing yet.
Adorned with Bess's initials and coronet, it proclaimed across the land her power and status. And as visitors stepped through the front door, Bess was out to impress once again. The Trust's Nigel Wright is taking me on an exclusive tour full of secret surprises.
You come into the Great Hall, and here's my coat of arms.
In case you'd forgotten, by the time you walked through the front door, there's her coat of arms and there's her coronet right on top of it. Did I mention she was a countess?
She did frequently, clearly, to everybody, several times a minute.
It was all about status, wealth.
Elizabethan power play.
Definitely.
Really. And alongside the coat of arms and all the way around the room, tapestries.
Yes. Really expensive, colourful tapestries.
Well, you see, we always tend to think of tapestries as being like these are now, which is slightly dull, muted colours. They weren't at all when they were hung, were they?
No. They were very bright colours, and the story in the tapestries, people would have known the story that was telling, but you'd have come in here and you'd reach for your sunglasses because everything was light, colourful, brash almost.
So this was their way of, I suppose, you know, the big glitz and glam, really, wasn't it?
It was. Colour meant wealth.
And Bess liked to splash the cash. In one London shopping spree alone, she spent over £40,000 in today's money on this single set of tapestries. Now that's Elizabethan bling. As you ascend the 3 floors of Hardwick, the ceilings get higher to indicate the importance of the room's occupants. Only honoured guests would rise to the lofty heights of the high great chamber on the 2nd floor. Lucky me.
We go from one gigantic room to an even more gigantic room. They just seem to get bigger and bigger and bigger. What was this one used for?
Once you'd been greeted by the Countess, you'd have actually had your meal in here. So this was actually, if you like, a very grand dining room.
How would it have been laid out?
You'd have had quite temporary tables, trestle tables really, which have been covered with fine linen. Your meal would have arrived in great procession and fanfare. Stone cold, of course, but it would have looked good.
It's come a long way.
Yes, it has, all the way up the stairs.
Now, tapestries, again, absolutely everywhere, but right around the top of the room, an enormous plaster frieze, and in the centre, a coat of arms, which is not that of Bess herself.
No, well spotted. It's the royal coat of arms.
So that's Elizabeth I's coat of arms.
Elizabeth I was one of the most powerful monarchs in British history, but unmarried and with no direct heirs, tensions about which family member would succeed her created an atmosphere of intrigue and suspicion.
So was this a sort of homage to the Queen, this room?
Very definitely. It's just showing her loyalty to that monarch. But there's actually a very specific reason why she's doing that, because one of Bess's granddaughters was called Arbella Stuart, and she actually had a claim to the English throne.
Bess had married her way up to the giddy heights of Elizabethan society, but there was one more step to the top, a royal one. So Bess instigated a marriage between her daughter Elizabeth and the royal Charles Stuart, a grandson of Henry VIII. The child of that marriage, Arbella, was Bess's granddaughter, who had a legitimate claim to the English throne.
So this is interesting. So it's to Gloriana, Elizabeth I, but you never know. My granddaughter might aspire to that one day.
It's a classic hedging my bets.
Yeah.
It was a dangerous game to play. So you've got to sort of push your own family claims at the same time, making sure that you don't do anything that's going to suggest to the existing monarch that you're in any way, shape or form disloyal.
So I've had my meal. The tables are about to be cleared away. Where do I go while all that's going on?
We'll go up onto the roof, higher still, and we'll take the leads. If you want to follow me, there's quite a secret way we can get you up there.
Oh. Right. Where do we go?
Hang on a minute, Alan. Here we go. Secret door.
Oh.
Follow me.
OK. Goodness me.
With their expensive dresses and finery, Bess's top-notch guests would have paraded up to the roof via a grand staircase, but we're going up a hidden stairwell never explored by the public.
It is between the walls. Amazing. Look at these. This is perilous, isn't it? Right. Cool. Oh, look at that. Cooey. This is so impressive, isn't it, looking out on that? It's that classic, one day, my son, all this will be yours. Did she sort of own everything that the eye could see?
Pretty much, this was all her land.
That is astonishing. And you're right up here. There's only God higher than you are.
It's very deliberate why she stuck her house on top of the hill in North Derbyshire.
You've been in no doubt about her power from the moment you saw the building from the outside, from the moment you came into the Great Hall. You gradually made your way up the building, and finally, at the end of the evening, almost, here we are. This is why I am Bess of Hardwick and you're not, that kind of thing.
There's a bit of a theme here, isn't there?
There isn't. I'll tell you what, though, it's a long while since I had my main course. Can we have our pudding? Because that's what we've come up here.
Let's go and have our pudding.
Yeah.
Yep.
Situated atop one of the turrets is Bess's banqueting pavilion. Strictly for private members, here sumptuous food would be served.
It's another palace of glass.
Away from prying eyes and eavesdropping ears.
So they'd come up here, what would they eat?
Sweetmeats, sweet wines. Your servants will bring your tables up with all the goodies, and then your servants would disappear, most of them, and then this is when you could talk about who was going to be the next monarch, who fancied who.
Gossip. Yes. I have, however, noticed one thing. Bess's coat of arms is still higher than we are. It's endless, isn't it, really? Right up in the sky, she's
Even
there.
up here, you're not allowed to forget whose house you're in.
No, I'm very lowly. I'll go back downstairs. Come on.
Whether high or low born, between family, servants and guests, Bess had a lot of mouths to feed. As she acquired more land, expanding Hardwick estate, she bought a stonemason's, a glassworks, and Stainsby Mill, where the grains grown in her new fields could be milled into flour. Miriam O'Reilly's venturing to the outer edges of the estate, where the big wheel at Stainsby Mill keeps on turning.
The existence of a mill at Stainsby is recorded as far back as 1216. And later on in its history, it's likely it would have produced the flour for the bread on Bess's table when she first lived at Hardwick.
To find out more about the history of Stainsby, I'm meeting the National Trust's Sandra Trieg for a spot of breakfast. Fresh bread made from flour produced right here at the mill.
Oh, it cuts beautifully as well. Look at the texture of that.
It's rather dense, isn't it?
It's very different to what I'm used to. And with the flour milled here, would it have just been for bread for the big house?
It would have been for the big house and for all the people on the estate.
So it was pretty classless then. Everyone could share in the flour to make their bread.
Absolutely. The flour was the sustenance of the nation at that time, and it crossed the class divide.
But bread wasn't buttered on both sides equally. The wealthy, like Bess, would have demanded extra sieved white flour for a lighter upper crust loaf. The rest of us would have had a rougher whole grain.
That's lovely.
Absolutely.
Oh, that's delicious.
After Bess, Stainsby Mill fell into dereliction, but it was rescued during the Industrial Revolution and then restored in the 1970s. Powered by the river, the millstones are still grinding grain into flour today, just as they did for Bess. Miller David Smart is giving me a hands-on tour, starting in the grain store, where visitors aren't normally allowed.
So the first process really is the clean grain going into the hopper above the stones.
And that's the grain in the sack
grain
there.
in the sack.
And it goes...
They are 25 kilogram bags.
Now, is this pure grain?
That's a pure grain, clean and ready to mill.
So that grain goes into the hopper?
That goes into the hopper. You can give us a hand?
Yeah, like that. So, David, what's the next step in the process?
The next step is for me, with this lever here, to take top stone to the bottom stone.
But don't we need water?
Yes, and that will be your process. With that handle across there, you will allow the amount of water in on my instructions.
So this is the most important job?
It is, yes.
And you're entrusting it to me?
I am, yes.
Oh, I'll let you down.
Keep going.
How do I know when the water's coming in?
You'll hear the water gushing in.
Here it is. Look at the power of that wheel. It's extraordinary.
2,000 gallons of water drive the pair of massive milling stones, and 1 bag of grain takes about an hour to mill.
That is it. That's the final produce.
It's really warm.
Yep.
And it feels like satin. It actually smells of toasted caramel.
Yeah.
It looks good enough to eat on its own.
Right, some people do.
Do they?
You taste it, see what you think.
Actually, do you know, that's not bad. The visitors to Stainsby Mill may not be able to get as hands-on as I have today, but they will be able to buy the flour we produced. I have mine. Just off to do a bit of baking.
Hardwick Hall in Derbyshire was the ultimate country home, and it proclaimed from the rooftops that its owner, Bess, the Countess of Shrewsbury, had arrived.
But no house, regardless of its extravagance, can survive without a little nourishment. And to that end, I'm off to water the floor of the Great High Chamber. You know, whenever I come into the house at home with a watering can, I feel nervous that I'm going to drip and I'm going to be sent out back to my garden. So we're coming in here intentionally to drip.
You are going to water our matting, Alan.
I'm going to... How often do you water your matting?
About once a week when we're open to the public.
Why do we have to water it?
To keep it flexible, we have over 150,000 visitors and they wear it away, so
it dries out?
It helps us preserve it for much, much longer.
OK, come on then. My wife would kill me for doing this at home. Well, an amazing pastime, isn't it, really? Was this something that Bess would have done, Nigel?
Bess wouldn't have done, no, because there wasn't the hundreds of thousands of visitors that in Bess's time, but you would have had matting like this on the floor. You would have woven herbs into it, so as you walked along
fragrance coming up.
You would have crushed the herbs and the fragrance would have come out, yes.
So it's rush matting, and this would have been common in sort of posh households?
Posh houses only, yes.
And turn. It's a lovely job, isn't it? So only the better houses then, the lesser ones would have just had straw.
Bit of straw down.
Straw strewn on the floor. Amazing, isn't it? I love the smell of it. It's got a rich, fruity smell.
With rush matting in 5 other rooms, it takes a team of 4 an hour and a half every week.
Have we missed a bit?
To water what's under their feet.
And turn. Don't know about you, but I'll be awfully glad when they've invented lino. Do we get a tea break?
Bess paid for quality, but as a shrewd businesswoman, she could afford it. Much of her wealth came from sound investments, which her son William continued, buying a copper mine just 30 miles from Hardwick in 1575. It was a canny purchase which brought untold riches to Bess's descendants for over 200 years. Jenny Bond has travelled to Ecton Copper Mine in the Peak District to dig a little deeper.
Looking at these peaceful hills, it's quite hard to imagine how this place was at the forefront of the Industrial Revolution. In fact, Ecton Copper Mine is right here under my feet.
Projects Officer Paul Mortimer is part of the team responsible for looking after the mine's 18th century engine house and the land surrounding it, which has been mined since the Bronze Age.
This is actually the oldest mine-winding engine house in the world. In its day, when it was built in 1788, this was absolutely cutting-edge technology, because inside here was built a Boulton & Watt steam engine, which was the very, very latest type of steam engine, and they produced rotary power for the first time, rather than using a water wheel next to a river.
It must have cost a fortune.
It must have done, but this was one of the brilliant things about Ecton, is that it was owned by the Duke of Devonshire.
The 5th Duke of Devonshire was a direct descendant of Bess, and the engine he installed could raise 40 tons of copper ore every day.
You come here 250 years ago, there would have been 400 people working at the mine. The steam engine would be smoking away. And interestingly, the boiler for the engine produced a lot of waste ash, and they tipped it on the side of the hill just here. And if you look down here at the soil, it's a very, very dry black soil.
Oh, it is, isn't it?
You see that green
Ooh.
on that stone there? That's a trace of copper.
We found copper!
We're rich.
We should open the mine again. That's amazing.
To see the source of this copper,
Hi, Jenny.
I'm here.
Nice to see
I'm
you.
following in the footsteps of the miners of old, led by archaeologist Dr. John Barnett.
Let's go. All right. Welcome to my world.
Thank you very much.
We're walking down the tunnel to the deepest part of Ecton Mine, not accessible to the public.
This arching here was put here in 1774. It's stood ever since, and beautifully made.
I would not like to do my daily commute to work along here.
Oh, goodness, no. Right, we're heading towards the pumping chamber now.
Wow, that was quite a long walk, I must say.
This is what it's all about.
Wow!
None of this is cave. This has all been mined out by miners in the 1700s.
It's very, very beautiful.
Yes. It was very hard work. You came into the mine. You went down up to 1,000 foot of ladders. Then you've got to do a day's work. And then coming up 1,000 foot of ladders.
Yeah, clearly, exhausting work.
At around 400 metres, the mine is as deep as the Empire State Building is high, and it's almost completely flooded.
I just did not expect so much water everywhere.
Before a new hydraulic pump was fitted in 1783, workers had to operate 60 hand pumps continuously to clear the water, allowing the miners to dig even deeper.
So how do they actually get the ore out of the rock?
Well, come over here and I'll show you a shot hole and try and explain.
Okie dokie.
This is a scar from blasting. You see, they've drilled a hole in there.
Right.
In modern mines, you use compressed air and it takes just a few minutes. It takes several hours to drill something like that because it's all done by hand. These are the two tools you'd start with.
Okay.
So you're starting here and you're hitting it.
Right.
And after each hit, you turn it, hit, turn it, hit, and keep going until you've drilled all the way into there. So you then have to fill it with clay and limestone dust, but then put in a fuse. Not like modern fuses. Often it was something like a goose quill, with the feather bits trimmed off, with gunpowder down the centre of it.
Right.
And you light it.
And take cover.
And you take cover as rapidly as possible.
Kaboom! Are there any estimates of how much copper they would have got out?
Thousands of tons. Very valuable compared with lead or zinc.
Right.
Not as valuable as gold, but
Right. But it was
a good price.
It was a real cash cow for the
yes.
Duke of Devonshire.
Ecton Mine was the deepest and most profitable in Britain in the 18th century, making the Dukes of Devonshire the equivalent of millions of pounds today.
You know, it really is the cavernous size of this place that's so astonishing. It's a real piece of history. And when you're here, you realise that the Dukes of Devonshire made a very shrewd move when they invested in Ecton Mine.
Back in the 1590s, business was booming for Bess of Hardwick too. She was rich, powerful, and a regular feature at Elizabeth I's royal court. But her ambition extended to her granddaughter, who she hoped would become queen.
Yet Arbella's story would end in tragedy.
To uncover more about this tale of ambition and intrigue, I'm meeting author and historian Sarah Gristwood in the jaw-dropping Long Gallery.
What a gallery!
I know, it doesn't matter how many times you've been here, you still get that wow moment.
I've seen long galleries, but nothing as
That's
voluminous
right. In
as
terms
this.
of sheer volume, this is as big as it gets. Bess wasn't going to build small.
What were long galleries for?
Well, partly just plain for exercise in wet weather, but also as a kind of picture gallery. I almost said a rogues gallery, but it's a kind of who's who, not just of Bess's family, but of the famous people she knew.
She's not only saying, don't mess with me, look where I've come from, you know, these are my people. Was it built to impress Elizabeth I?
Well, there's 3 reasons Hardwick may have been built as grandly as it was. One of them is to impress the Queen, if ever she came here. In fact, she never came this far north. 2 is for Bess herself. This is local girl made good, because she was just a sort of gentry local girl. But the 3rd reason, of course, is her granddaughter, Arbella.
As the royal child of Charles Stuart, Arbella had a chance of succeeding Queen Elizabeth. With both parents dead, she was under the care of her grandmother Bess.
Doesn't she look regal?
I know, doesn't she just?
Every inch the Queen, to be honest. What was the relationship like between her and her grandmother?
Well, Arbella's parents had died when she was tiny, so Bess really brought her up.
So she was a mum in all but name, then, really?
Well, yes, except that I'm not sure that Bess was really the warm and cuddly mum type, frankly. I think Arbella had huge importance for Bess, partly because of the hopes that she might even be queen.
What was life like for her here?
Well, on the one hand, it was terribly grand, of course. You know, Bess had built this amazing new house, and she was the star here. But on the other hand, over the years, it came to feel a bit like a prison to
Gilded
Arbella.
cage.
Yeah, exactly that. A gilded cage.
Arbella, now in her late 20s, was stuck at Hardwick, facing the life of a frustrated spinster. As a child of royal blood, she needed the Queen's permission to marry, but an advantageous marriage could strengthen Arbella's claim to the crown.
And so there is the Queen, Elizabeth I, right at the end of the gallery where no one could possibly miss her.
Gloriana, in exactly the same pose as Arbella, hand on table, left hand by side, with fan, even to the fan.
I know, exactly. The message is pretty clear, isn't it?
So just how close did Arbella come to being Queen of England?
At one point, very close. All the ambassadors abroad and with spies were writing that it is Arbella they would proclaim queen if Elizabeth were now to die.
So how and when did it all go wrong?
Elizabeth lived too long. All those years, Arbella wasn't getting experience of how the political world worked. She was up here in Hardwick. And small wonder that it came to feel like a prison to her.
Did she try and escape?
Well, she tried, when Elizabeth was dying, to negotiate a marriage for herself, to break free from Hardwick, but it all went terribly wrong.
So what happened? Where did she go?
She was kept here for the next 2 months because the plot was cracked in January and the Queen didn't die until late March. So for weeks, Arbella was up here, she and Bess both growing increasingly frantic. She'd gambled and she'd lost, but in a sense, she was lucky not to have lost more, not to have had something else cut off, because she really could have gone to the block for this.
But Arbella would make the same mistake again. In 1610, 2 years after Bess of Hardwick's death, and with the new King James I on the throne, Arbella recklessly arranged a secret marriage with William Seymour, and without seeking the permission of the monarch.
James was horrified. They were both clapped into prison or, into house arrest. And then finally a daring escape was arranged, a double escape. William, her husband, was in the Tower of London. It was arranged that he'd escape from there disguised as his own barber. Arbella would dress as a man and galloped to the river where a ship was waiting. But it went wrong. They missed each other. Arbella insisted on waiting for William. She was captured on the high seas and brought back to the Tower of London.
And there she ended her days?
She ended her days several years later, having effectively starved herself to death.
King James refused to give Arbella a royal funeral, and her body was placed without ceremony in the vault of her aunt, Mary, Queen of Scots. The late Bess's dream of the crown was now buried with her granddaughter.
The moral of the story is clear. It's better to live in a rather nice house in Derbyshire than to have anything to do with being King or Queen of England.
But someone needed to tell Arbella that.
Arbella's story wasn't unique. Almost 3 decades earlier, Mary, Queen of Scots, had been another victim in this deadly Game of Thrones. Viewed with suspicion because she was a Catholic who had a strong claim to the English crown, Elizabeth I placed her under the custody of Bess and her husband for 15 long years. But Mary secretly communicated her views to the outside world through her embroidered tapestries. Peter Purvis has gone to Oxburgh Hall in Norfolk to pick up the threads of the story.
Kept in captivity, Mary, Queen of Scots obviously had plenty of time on her hands. And now, over 400 years later, I'm lucky enough to see an example of her work here at Oxburgh Hall. Highly symbolic and with Latin phrasing, I'm hoping curator Anna Forrest can explain some of the tapestry's hidden meanings. Oh gosh. I feel very privileged to be this close to it. So that's Bess's cipher, yes. And that is Mary's.
That's right. And then on the smaller panels, there are examples of Mary's cipher on those as well. So we know that she did those.
So there's a thought that some of these panels were a means of communication for Mary because she had no contact with the outside world.
All of her correspondence would have been censored. So these were an ideal outlet for her to convey her feelings and messages to others. There's some really overt examples just down here on this medallion here.
That's got a Latin script. I can read a little bit of it.
That's right. The message is actually there's a snake in the grass.
Well, that's fairly obvious, isn't it? Yes, that's clever.
Yes.
Whom Mary was calling the snake in the grass isn't clear, but she was right to be paranoid as she was executed for treason in 1587.
Down here, says you mustn't judge anything by its appearance. Don't trust anyone. So she maybe was feeling that she was constantly under surveillance.
During Elizabeth's reign, Oxburgh Hall was owned by the Bedingfeld family. As staunch Catholics, they too risked persecution, so found a way to practice their religion in secret. How did they avoid serious detection? How did they get away with it?
Well, they would have carried on worshipping as they always had, but there was a chapel in the house that nobody would have known about, and any priest that was holding mass there would have had a means of escape and a place to hide in the event of a search. They had hiding places that we now call priest holes, and there was one at Oxburgh.
So where is it, Anna? Is it actually in the stairs?
No, it's actually underneath what would have been the loo, would you believe?
Oh no, ghastly.
So they've reused what was the chute for the latrine as a means of entry into the priest hole.
OK. Can we go in?
You can. It is a tight squeeze.
How much notice would they have of a search?
Imagine that the priest may have had just a matter of minutes.
Right. Here we go. Oh, crikey. How long would they maybe have to hide in here?
Well, sometimes the searches that took place went on for several days, so they'd have been down there for all that time, in the dark, listening to people wandering around upstairs.
And what would have happened had they found evidence of a priest being in the building?
The priest would have met a sticky end, yes. And the family would have been in extraordinary trouble and would have been fined, jailed, or worse.
A Catholic priest was never discovered at Oxburgh. Oh. But the family were fined almost to ruin because they refused to support the Protestant Church of England. Being strict Catholics, it was a turbulent time for both the Bedingfields and for Oxburgh Hall for almost 3 centuries, until the 1830s, when it became acceptable to be a Catholic again. A struggle the politically shrewd Bess never had at Hardwick Hall.
Set atop a Derbyshire hill, magnificent Hardwick Hall stands proud in all its Elizabethan grandeur. Coated in extravagant glass, it stands as a testament to the remarkable rise of Bess of Hardwick, from her humble beginnings to becoming the second most powerful woman in England.
With her initials and a coat of arms crowning the parapets in 18 places above me, Bess, her story, and her Hardwick Hall are as impressive today as they were in the 16th century. From Renaissance-style chateaux, grand country estates, architectural glass masterpieces.
These are the remarkable homes.
Simply breathtaking.
And magnificent landmarks.
One day, my son, all this will be yours.
At the very heart of Britain's spectacular history.
I have never seen one like this.
Join me.
I need to get there. With all speed. Onwards, driver.
Oh! And a host of celebrities.
Oh, crikey.
With a passion for the past.
Kaboom! Wish me luck.
As we travel the length and breadth of the nation.
It is between the walls.
And with unparalleled behind-the-scenes access.
From the highest heights.
Down through my blind panic.
To the deepest depths.
We'll uncover the secrets.
Oh, my goodness.
Still hidden within these breathtaking buildings.
Oh, these are the places that nobody else gets to see.
And explore the riches.
How spectacular.
And treasures of one of our most loved institutions.
This is an amazing story. Come on, I want to know the end. I want to know the end.
Welcome to the secrets of the National Trust. This week, I'm in Staffordshire at a spectacular neoclassical stately home. Stretching out over a stunning 900 acres, this mansion plays host to a story of courage, creativity, and brotherly love. This is Shugborough Hall. Inherited in 1720 by a trailblazing family who made their mark doing things a little differently.
But its new owners had grand plans, and Shugborough Hall was to undergo major renovations, funded by swashbuckling adventures on the high seas.
These daredevil escapades in uncharted waters enabled the transformation from modest manor house to the architectural triumph we see today. But it isn't just a tale of grand design, as fast forward 200 years, and Shugborough became home to a world-famous jet-setting playboy earl, second cousin to the Queen, Patrick Litchfield.
A society photographer, famous for his snaps of the rich, the famous, and the regal.
To uncover the secrets behind Shugborough's rich and racy past, I'll be taking to the water.
Wow, that's worth a lot of money.
Exploring its extravagant 18th century revamp.
This is not what you expect from the outside.
And leafing through secret letters.
It really brings these people to life.
It really does.
I'll also be venturing into hidden underground tunnels.
What is this?
And unearthing Shugborough's close connection to royalty and high society.
What a glittering life we had here in the middle of Staffordshire.
Joining me, Miriam O'Reilly heads to Laycock Abbey to see how the work of another photographic pioneer has been given new life for the 21st century.
That is one of the most extraordinary experiences of my life.
And it's back to earth as Lewis Emmerich heads to a hop farm in Kent to discover the harsh realities of living on a 19th century hop picker's wage.
It would be hard, back-breaking work. They would be standing for 12 hours.
Shugborough Hall is the story of two brothers. The first, Thomas Anson, was passionate about architecture. The second, George, was an admiral who's widely regarded as the father of the British Navy.
So, just like George, I'm braving the high seas myself.
Paddling my own canoe, I feel a bit like an admiral.
And expert on naval history, Rod Whiteman, is going to row me through the amazing story of how these two brothers transformed Shugborough.
So, Rod, what are these uncharted waters that we're navigating?
This is a branch of the River Sow, which
Yeah.
was a key component in Thomas Anson's re-landscaping of Shugborough Estate.
Right.
He completely redesigned Shugborough. He actually created a new channel for the river so that he could have the original course running through his gardens uninterrupted by people rowing down it on boats like us.
So what was here when he came, Rod?
Thomas had a medium-sized house and he had a small estate, but it was really just a local manor, not the vast estate that Shugborough has become today.
This is obviously some big scheme then.
That's right. Thomas was able to extend the house, create an entirely new landscape here at Shugborough.
So where did the money come from?
He had new money thanks to his younger brother, George, who was a much regarded and very famous admiral in his time and very successful.
The Navy don't pay that much.
No, the Navy don't pay that much, but George knew about a Spanish galleon laden with silver. He captured it with over 1 million pieces of 8.
Wow, that's worth a lot of money.
It is a lot of money, about £400,000 at the time.
This audacious raid was the catalyst to George's meteoric rise from a mere ship's captain to leader of the entire British Navy. As news spread of his daring global exploits, his fame and fortune grew.
He'd gone from being a captain living on naval wages to a man of independent means. As an admiral, he was seen by many as being the father of the Royal Navy.
So he brings all this money back here, and his brother, who is the arty and architectural one, he spends it, is that right?
George had plenty of money to spare.
Mind you, I'm looking at this weather and it's a bit threatening, and there's a chance we might get pirates ahead. I think we'd better put in soon.
That sounds like a very good idea to me.
Safely back on dry land, I want to learn more about George's buccaneering exploits and that famous battle that changed the fortunes of this grand house forever. So I'm meeting the Trust's Helen Royal.
Hello, lovely to see you.
Inside this spectacular neoclassical hall, I'm getting a rare glimpse of a hidden treasure.
Sir George Anson must have been something of a legend in the British Navy, wasn't he?
He was a bit of a legend. He basically set up the Royal Navy as we know it today.
Helen's showing me George's original and extremely precious journal of his epic round-the-world voyage on board his good ship Centurion.
A voyage round the world. And when you see it was in 1740, that's not like going on the Queen Mary now, is it?
No, it is not. They didn't even know where they were going sometimes and got lost and turned around. And the line here, which is also on the big map, shows how they zigzagged around and sometimes went back on themselves.
What were conditions like on the Centurion?
Pretty poor, actually. Most people got scurvy once or twice or maybe 3 times. It wasn't unusual if you came back missing a finger or a toe.
Presumably, he lost quite a lot of crew. How long was this voyage going on for?
So for 4 years, and during 4 years, he lost 1,400 men.
That's astonishing.
After years of appalling conditions and hardship, the Centurion caught up with the treasure-laden Spanish vessel, and a fierce, epic encounter ensued. The battle may only have raged for 30 minutes, but the fighting inflicted sharp losses on the Spanish side, with 67 killed and a further 84 seamen wounded. George's coveted naval skills ensured that not only did he capture the ship, but he did so with the loss of only 3 of his crew.
They finally capture this Spanish galleon. What happened to all that money?
George was very fair and shared it equally amongst the crew. Obviously, if you were the captain, you got more money than an able seaman at the bottom.
Some were more equal than others then, right. So he gets a big lump and then the next lump is divided evenly among the next rank and so on all the way down.
Yeah, and it was to stop fighting as well. And we've actually got a letter here that George wrote sort of as an insurance policy. And it does say, do hereby covenant and agree to share all profits equally amongst us of all money that shall arise or become due to any of us. And he actually wrote this so that even if people died or he died, that it was written down, so it was recorded, so everyone had a fair share.
Clearly, he needed to do this to keep them on side.
Yeah, George actually managed to go 4 years without a mutiny, and mutinies happened on other ships in that fleet, which is why there was only one ship, the Centurion, that came back in the end.
When he came back then, he came back to the house with this newfound wealth, which presumably helped Shugborough.
It did help Shugborough, and George gave Thomas some money to invest in the landscape and also the house. And when George died childless, he actually left his entire fortune to Thomas. So really, George Anson is the reason why you see Shugborough as it is today.
None of this would have happened except for this pioneering man, the father of the British Navy.
And that would probably be the case. You'd be coming to a much smaller house and a much smaller landscape, and it might not even exist now.
Just put one's own achievements into very sharp perspective, doesn't it?
It does.
They were such a contrast, these brothers, weren't they? George, the buccaneering naval man, and Thomas, the stay-at-home one, fulfilling his artistic aspirations with this place, which is amazing.
Thomas is actually my favourite of the two brothers because he's got real vision, and at Shugborough he really wanted to achieve the Grecian Arcadia.
He'd travelled as well then, it wasn't just George.
He went on 2 grand tours, he went to Egypt, he sailed around the Greek islands, and so he was like really well travelled for the time. Like his brother George, he was a bit of an adventurer.
I love the fact that George is out there earning all the money and sending it back, and Thomas is spending it. They clearly got on extremely well.
There's some really great letters and stories between the two of them, so there was a lot of affection, I think.
You know, if I'd had a brother, I know which one I would rather have been. I would have sent the other one off around the world. Then I could have made something like this. What a wonderful thing to do.
Thomas was truly lucky to be able to invest George's pirate treasure here at Shugborough. And in doing so, he got to show off his creative flair for trend-setting design. He added 2 private wings to house an enormous library, which he filled with an extensive collection of classical books, a sumptuous drawing room, and a fabulous marble entrance hall to wow his many guests.
Was it his travels that were the inspiration for this great creation? I mean, going to Greece, going to these foreign countries, which would give him a taste for the exotic.
I think it did give him the taste of the exotic and sort of the grandiose as well. The Greek were really big on big monuments, big columns, and Thomas brought that back here. And Shugborough was a manor house, and then he increased the size of it, all to increase status and sort of his influence in the county.
Do you notice a difference between he and his brother in that his brother was after notoriety and making his name as well as after wealth and position?
I think Thomas did want to make a name for himself. He was a patron of music, of art. He was a passionate patron of up-and-coming people like James Athenian Stewart, who most of the landscape monuments are designed from. So he pushed forward artistic talent, and I think that's where he wanted to make his name. Rather than his brother, which was more about swashbuckling and adventure, he was more quiet and more about art.
Athenian Stewart is a famous name from that period, and so Thomas would have employed him to come up with these designs. He wasn't called Athenian for no reason at all. Here's a man who is into Greek architecture.
James Athenian Stewart rose from poverty to become one of the most influential men of British architecture. He risked his life travelling through the dangerous Ottoman Empire to be the first man to record accurately the monuments of classical Greece in his landmark book, The Antiquities of Athens. It was to become the blueprint for the style that would define an era. Shugborough's astonishing and splendid neoclassical landscape is largely down to Stewart's design prowess, with examples of his work scattered around the estate, such as the Arch of Hadrian and the Doric Temple. And Helen's taking me inside one such Greek monument, the Tower of the Winds, to get a peek at some of Thomas's rarely seen private letters, which paint a captivating picture of 18th century high society.
This is not what you expect from the outside. How astonishing. Gilded and plasterwork and, oh, beautiful.
It's really beautiful. It's one of my favourite places on the estate. Thomas was trying to recreate the Grecian landscape. So
in Staffordshire?
In Staffordshire, without the weather. This was surrounded by a lake at one point, but But before that, there was a village surrounding it too, called Shugborough. And Thomas Anson built his monument in the middle of the village and then brought up each house and knocked them down so that their monument was standing on its own in the landscape.
That must have made him a popular man.
He actually moved them to the village of Great Haywood, which is just in the distance over that way. James Athenian Stewart also helped design some houses in the village, so he sort of gave them nicer houses to move into.
And you've got what over here?
So these are some drawings from a James Athenian Stewart to Thomas Anson, just some ideas of designs that he could choose and use in his landscape.
Isn't it wonderful to see the actual penmanship of Stewart? Obviously some kind of monument, don't know whether it was ever built.
I think it was probably too fancy for Thomas, who preferred the simple Grecian architecture.
Yeah, and here, well, this is to Thomas Anson, Member of Parliament at Shugborough. So this is letters to and from Thomas to various people. This one is then from James Stewart to him. I enclose an answer to more queries which you directed Sleaford to send me concerning your house and the Tower of the Wind. So he's talking about this. So this is before this is built.
Yep.
This is the most wonderful collection of documents of that time, all with red seals on. Amazing. Joseph Nollekins, great sculptor of marble busts, I remember Nollekins. There's a good many English in Rome, Oxfordshire Lord Lennox and Lord Tilney, but all are going to Naples. Prince of Brunswick set off this morning for that city. They're all out there, aren't they?
They are.
Flocking to Naples. You suddenly get the flavour of the period. Forever. Your most obliged and humble servant, Joseph Nollekins, Rome, November the 1st, 1766.
Nollekins was sourcing things for Thomas in Rome and then sending them back to him, so Greek sculpture and antiquities.
I read about all these people and know them, but then to see letters from him with his seal on them, which are gossipy. And here, this is what?
So this is Thomas Anson's pocketbook where he wrote down journeys he went on. And this is one of the only examples of his handwriting we've actually got. He's a very neat writer.
It is. Worcester, Tilbury, Buckingham, Lancaster, America. Oh, America here in Channel.
His brother was based in America for a while, so he probably was visiting his brother.
We've got a list of the ships here. Centurion, Gloucester, Severn, Pearl, Wager, Trial. And there's Anson. Guns 60, men 50. He's keeping an eye on what his brother's doing. It really brings these people to life, doesn't it?
It really does.
Shugborough Hall rose to become the great mansion we see today because of two brothers. One, a fearless adventurer who funded it, and the other, whose extravagant imagination created it.
Between them, George and Thomas Anson laid the foundations that allowed Shugborough to flourish for centuries to come. In the 1800s, design again played a key part in Shugborough's success, with acclaimed architect Samuel Wyatt building a walled garden that was to achieve international fame. It's now senior gardener Caroline Beecall's job to keep them in tip-top condition. And that's no mean feat, with more than 1.5 acres of borders and beds to tend.
I love going in old walled gardens like this. You can just imagine what they were.
You can indeed, yeah.
Wistfully.
Designed in 1805, it used the very latest technology, including steam-heated greenhouses and chimney-heated walls, becoming a visitor attraction, with landed gentry travelling across the country to marvel at the exotic crops of pineapples and peaches. But the biggest secrets of this famed walled garden remain unseen by its many visitors.
So where are you taking me now?
I'm going to show you the truffle tunnel, which is down these steps.
A truffle tunnel?
Be careful, because they're going to be a bit wet.
They are. I haven't seen these before.
Lying deep below ground, this secret network of tunnels is strictly out of bounds to the public.
What is this? Ooh.
This is the truffle tunnel.
The truffle tunnel?
Yes.
Goodness me, it's huge.
It really is, and it keeps on going as well.
Presumably this is for growing mushrooms in there.
Yeah. The truffle tunnel's a posh term for it, so it was all about status. They didn't want to have a mushroom house, they called it a truffle tunnel.
So greenhouses above, truffle tunnel, mushrooms below, no space wasted?
No space wasted, not at all.
What sort of mushrooms do they grow?
The field mushroom. So if you go into the supermarkets and you get the little white mushrooms, that type, but then they might have left them to go really big, and the flat caps ones are ones you get stuffing.
Astonishing.
Yeah.
So they'd come down here, great big piles of muck, presumably, because
Yep.
mushrooms go on manure.
Yep, lots of horse muck, lots of it.
So who would have come down here and brought all the muck in? Don't tell me. The gardeners.
Yes.
Who else could you get to do it?
But probably for the actual horse muck and all the smelly stuff, it would have been the young boys, the less skilled gardener. Ourselves probably wouldn't have.
We'd be pointing.
Yes, do that work.
Yes, yes. I used to have to do it. Why shouldn't you do it?
Exactly.
So, how far does it go on?
It keeps on going. Just keep on walking
Keep
through
on
the dark, yes.
Mushroom tunnels were all the rage in the 19th and early 20th century. They were the height of horticultural fashion, and any country estate worth its salt would have one. With 60 feet of tunnels and brick arches, all in full production in the 19th century, Shugborough's young gardeners would have been shovelling mountains of manure. It was with the advent of more industrial agricultural production that tunnels such as these fell into disuse.
Look, they've left one behind.
They have, yeah, a little wild.
growing out. What an amazing slog. No wonder they got the youngsters to do it. It's a long way to come, all the way down those steps, along that tunnel, along this tunnel, out here, to fill these with manure and then to bring the soil for the casing.
Yeah, and to get rid of the old stuff as well.
Before you put the new
Exactly.
in.
Yes.
Gosh,
Yes.
it must have been thirsty work.
It really was. There's an account saying that they would have been entitled at the end of the day to 8 pints of beer a day.
That was part of their wages?
Part of their wages. It
Gosh,
would have been watered down beer. It wasn't the true beer, but yes.
I don't care, they would have needed them. Be
It
grateful
really
for
was.
anything liquid.
The estate had its own on-site brewery, which is still in operation today. Payment in beer wasn't unique to Shugborough, and with workers across the country enjoying many a pint as part of their wages, hops were an important crop. Actor Lewis Emmerich is heading to Kent to discover more about the workers who brought in the hop harvest, and just like Shugborough's truffle tunnel gardeners, maybe enjoyed a pint or 8.
I'm here in Little Scotney Hop Farm to find out why people have been harvesting hops for hundreds of years, and how important are they to brewing the perfect pint. And the hop is the essential ingredient in any good pint of beer. For centuries, Kent has been famed for its hop fields. Every September, families would flee the poverty of London's East End for a working holiday at the hop harvest. In the late 19th century, as many as 200,000 people would make the annual pilgrimage in search of fresh air and extra cash. Volunteer estate guide Austin Clays is showing me around and filling me in on the history of the hop. You know, Austin, what is a hop?
A hop is a flower, and it's the flower of the hop plant. It's a member of the nettle family.
Really?
Believe it or not, yes. And some people call them cones rather than flowers because of this shape. This will increase in size over the next 3 weeks before they harvest. If you'd like to pull one open, inside you'll see it's got a yellow middle.
Oh, yeah.
That's the lupulin within the hop. And you can see it smells like you expect if you go into a brewery or into a pub. It only requires one of these in a pint of beer to give it the bitterness that's required. So they go a long way.
I mean, you need long arms. I mean, how to get...
Right, when we reach harvest time now, it's done by tractor and trailer. In the olden days, it would all be done by hand. And there would be a whole family working together around a large bin, pulling off the hops one by one at 90 miles an hour. And they could quite often strip a vine in just a few minutes. And it would be hard, back-breaking work. They would be standing for 12 hours, and then each day they would go to the farm to get their money for the amount of work they've done.
Plus their ale.
Plus their ale. But they probably get, what, 2 pence a bushel for filling one of those baskets up.
So, just like the gardeners at Shugborough, the hop pickers here at Scotney Farm were given much-deserved ale to supplement their wages after a long day's work picking in the summer hop fields. But despite the harsh conditions, it was the nearest many East End families ever came to a holiday, and they would return to the same farm year after year. I'm trying my hand at a spot of hop picking, the modern way. How you doing, mate? You all right? Can I have a go up there? On the back here? These days, we're 10 foot in the air on a platform. good job I've got a head for heights. But back in the day, it would have been more challenging, with cutters working from the ground using long-handled scythes. Even today, it can still be tricky.
That took me enough. This ain't meant for 6'3" guys, this one, I tell you. I tell you what, it's hard work, and you've got to keep on top of it. Hops is money.
And for the pickers, the 4 weeks harvest could be the equivalent of 10 weeks' wages.
Thank you. I've got the job, yeah? You know, cutting down these vines by hand was hard work as it is. But doing it without the help of modern machines and farming techniques back in the day, that must have been something else.
No wonder, just like the gardeners at Shugborough, they enjoyed a few pints at the end of a long, back-breaking day. Now I'm off to meet Violet Charlton. She's 87, but as a child was a regular at the hop harvest.
Hey, what's going on here then?
Now she comes with friends to relive the old days.
We've been coming down here now for 4 years.
Yeah.
Just to revive old memories.
What was it like then when you were a little kid doing this?
Well, it was all hand-picked in
I
one
noticed
go.
that they're a bit coarse. Did you used to scratch yourself on these things?
No, the string's a bit coarse,
Yeah.
but we used to play tug-of-war with these.
Did you?
Yeah, on a Saturday when the men folk came down, they'd get hold of these, because they're very strong.
Yeah?
And some would use them as skipping ropes.
Oh, would they?
Yeah.
Oh, we better get picking, Aidan.
Yeah, you
Come
need
on,
to
don't
get
stop.
picking. No, I'm not going to stop. But I haven't got a bucket, see, and I can't throw anymore because I've got a frozen shoulder.
See you all later.
While it was undoubtedly hard work, Violet's recollections reveal a strong sense of community amongst the pickers. And, sticking with tradition, I'm leaving with a few bottles of beer for my troubles.
Payment in kind for my hop picking efforts. Maybe we'll be back next summer after all.
Back at Shugborough Hall, life above stairs at this spectacular mansion was one of opulence and extravagance, with no expense spared on the finer things in life. Fast forward to the 20th century, and the estate is now home to a different kind of fast living, with its resident-in-chief being Patrick, 5th Earl of Lichfield. This saw Shugborough take the world of high fashion and glamour by storm. Second cousin to the Queen, Patrick was an icon of the swinging 60s, a globe-trotting socialite, and his stately home became a magnet for the rich and famous. The Playboy Earl was never far from the pages of glossy magazines in his world-renowned role as photographer to high society and royalty. So it's a real treat to have a behind-the-scenes tour of his private apartments. The Trust's Gemma Roberts is showing me round.
I remember when I came and interviewed him here, he was very keen on the estate, particularly his arboretum.
She's giving me an exclusive insight into the private life of a very public man.
It's a very 70s kitchen. Do you know, we were given that Tupperware as a wedding present.
He may have found fame travelling the world, photographing the rich and famous, but his heart was always at home here in Shugborough.
You know, it's as if Patrick's just stepped out, really, isn't it? I knew him a bit, and here we are in his dressing room. You know, he's just a couple of rooms away, isn't he? So do you still feel he's here in a way?
Yes, definitely. I mean, all these clothes were his, and it just feels like he might just be in the sitting room.
When did he come to live here and take up residence?
He spent a lot of time here as a child, so with his sister, and when his grandfather died in 1960, he inherited the title of the 5th Earl of Lichfield, and although a lot of the property was National Trust owned by that point, he leased this apartment until his death in 2005.
His 35-room apartment was a small part of the mansion, but filled with his personal possessions and mementos, these rooms offer a rare glimpse of Patrick Lichfield, the private man.
What got him into photography in the first place?
Well, there are stories of him borrowing his grandfather's box brownie when he was a child from the hall table and taking photographs of the cows and the estate and then popping it back as if nobody knew.
So he was hooked from an early age?
From an early age, yeah, and I think he had his first camera when he was about 6.
Now, second cousin of the Queen, that royal connection can have done him no harm at all when it came to becoming a society photographer.
Yeah, he was very comfortable in those circles. Also, they were comfortable with him.
Yes, it must
so
have
they
worked
were
both
very
ways,
relaxed.
mustn't it? Yeah, so he got the poses he wanted, which weren't poses at all. He got the naturalness because they were used to having him around.
Yeah, yes.
He travelled and travelled and travelled. There are charts on one of the walls here of his calendar. He's absolutely everywhere. He's barely at home.
Yes, off in all sorts of places. On those calendars, it's quite nice to see the occasional weekend here at Shugborough slotted in.
So what sort of people stayed here? Give me an idea whom I might have stumbled upon had I been here for the weekend.
So people like Princess Margaret, Princess Anne, Mick Jagger. But Patrick in his career also photographed a lot of other up-and-coming models and film stars such as Marlon Brando and Elizabeth Taylor, Britt Eklund.
What a glittering life we had here in the middle of Staffordshire.
Yes, unknown.
If you look at his ancestors, George the adventurer, Thomas the artistic one, Patrick seems to have been a direct combination of the two things.
Yes, like the Hanson family have always been pushing the boundaries and doing things differently, and I think that's what Patrick was doing with his photography.
The ultimate artistic adventurer, perfect combination of his ancestors.
Yes.
But none of Patrick's iconic photography would have been possible without the 19th century inventor, William Henry Fox Talbot. He was one of the first scientists to master the photographic techniques that transformed the 20th century. Miriam O'Reilly's heading to the National Trust's Laycock Abbey in Chippenham, where Fox Talbot took his first photograph.
Laycock Abbey was built in the 13th century, but it wasn't until 1827, when the scientist and inventor William Henry Fox Talbot moved in, that it became forever known as the birthplace of photography. I'm meeting curator Roger Watson, who knows everything there is to know about this pioneer of photography. So this is Fox Talbot's study. This is where he invented photography.
Well, he really invented photography in his head, but he did most of the work on it here and certainly the writing on it here.
Why was he so keen to create this image that he could keep?
Well, it starts on his honeymoon in October 1833. He was at Lake Como in Italy. He was trying to draw some of the scenes.
He wasn't any good at drawing.
It was terrible. It was terrible. So he began to think, as a scientist would, is there a mechanical, scientific way of drawing pictures without having to have any skill or talent? And he came back to Laycock and in 1834 began his experiments. By August 1835, he'd shot his first negative with a camera.
So we can say that Fox Talbot was the father of photography.
He was indeed.
Fox Talbot's technique involved creating a negative image on paper within a camera. He could then create as many positive images from the negative as he liked. This method became the foundation of all photography, right up until the digital age. Laycock Abbey has a collection of cameras that tracks the history of photography.
Come right inside.
Look at this. I'm getting privileged access to the whole collection, not seen by the public.
We've got everything from some of the earliest cameras, 1840s, 1850s, all the way up to more modern cameras, cameras you would recognize from your own lifetime.
Are some of the pieces here one-offs? How rare are those?
When you start at the beginning of photography, you start with objects which are specially made, each one. That doesn't have a manufacturer's name on it because there was no manufacturer. You would have an optical instrument maker make the lens, you would have a cabinet maker make the body, and you would put it all together and you had photography.
Does it still work?
Old cameras always still work because there's nothing to break in them, no batteries to go down, no shutters to stick, none of that kind of thing.
Show me some of the other treasures you have here.
I'd love to. These are calotype negatives, which were Talbot's invention. So we have a nice little country cottage.
It's beautiful. And what date?
This is probably 1840s. We don't know who the artist is. They're shot using Fox Talbot's process, but they're not by him.
Do you have another one we can look at? I didn't think, though, that these negatives still existed.
They're rare. You really don't come across them very often, but they've survived quite well. I'm surprised at how basically nobody under 20 seems to know what a negative is anymore.
In 1839, Fox Talbot presented his photographs for the first time at an exhibition he held in Birmingham. And contemporary artist Matt Collishaw has brought Fox Talbot's earliest photographs back to life by recreating the exhibition exactly as it was in 1839, but using new virtual reality technology. I was lucky enough to catch Matt during the touring exhibition's run here at Laycock Abbey. This is just a white room. Where's the exhibition?
Well, you're going to have to put on the headset and then go in, and everything inside that room will have colour and texture and content overlaid on what you're seeing now.
Is this the only way to see Fox Talbot's earliest photographs? Because many of them have been destroyed and others that do survive are locked away.
Yeah, well, obviously you can see them in digital reproductions, but I put those reproductions here, so it's going back to that first experience of seeing the pictures.
Time to see this exhibition for myself. Although this white room may look strange to the naked eye, it's designed to work in conjunction with the virtual reality headset to create a multi-sensory experience.
Yeah. Boom! I'm in a cathedral-like room. This is extraordinary. I've been transported back in time. And in the cases, there are photographs. I'm hoping if I do this... It's just right in front of me. This is the photograph Fox Talbot took of a window outside. You can't see this picture in real life, but I can see it now. I can move it around. I'll put it back in the cabinet.
How's that?
That is one of the most extraordinary experiences of my life. I wasn't even quite sure what to make of it.
Isn't reality a little bit disappointing when you come back to it?
I don't want to leave 1839.
Matt has done an amazing job of using the latest technologies to bring the past back to life. It's fascinating to be here at the birthplace of photography and to experience Fox Talbot's work in a whole new dimension. You have to wonder where it will lead us.
Back at Shugborough, I'm exploring the life of Patrick, 5th Earl of Lichfield, world famous for his fashion and celebrity photographs. But he was also a trusted photographer to the royal family, and I'm getting an exclusive scoop on Patrick's working relationship with the royals from Ian Lewis, his former assistant.
He struck me as one of life's enthusiasts.
Oh, yes. Passionate.
Yes.
To the core.
Yeah.
When you were being photographed by him, his enthusiasm would take over and he'd get more and more and more excited.
You, at the studios particularly, encountered so many people. There's an autograph book here. Lichfield Studios, June 1991. Colin Cowdrey, Ronnie Corbett, Jasmine Le Bon, George Melly. It's a catalogue of show business, really. Terry Wogan, several times.
The whole gamut. It was a fabulous place to work and you never knew who was going to come through the door next.
Now, as a society photographer, of course, and second cousin of the Queen, there were lots of royal photo shoots. Did you go on those?
Yes, yeah, I was involved in the Jubilee portraits in 2002.
Of the Queen?
We were given a very small time slot of 5 minutes. We went and recce'd the location at Buckingham Palace, which was a long corridor. But Patrick had a wonderful idea of taking a profile shot as well as the corridor shot, which was great, but in 5 minutes, that's not enough time to do 2 different setups.
That's tough.
Patrick knew that the Queen was easy to photograph. She was incredibly professional, always turned up on time, unlike a lot of other celebrities. So he had us all in the studio rehearsing each shot with a stopwatch.
Did it work? Did you do
Absolutely. It ran perfectly.
Like clockwork.
Exactly.
You must look back upon those days with affection. Did you learn a lot from Patrick Lichfield?
Oh, yeah, an incredible amount. And when I started, I was trying to stay out of the way as much as possible. By the time I left, I realised that it was actually, photography was mostly about interaction and people. You have to be enthusiastic, and all the things that came naturally to him was all was learning experience for me.
So pressing the shutter was but a small part of it?
Very, very small.
Shugborough Hall is a spectacular neoclassical mansion. its rise from humble beginnings to high-end fashion is a story spanning 4 centuries and an intoxicating mix of courage, artistry and glamour, making it a family home which changed the course of history.
Shugborough was opened by the National Trust in March 2017, which means that we can now all come and enjoy the neoclassical splendour and captivating history of this remarkable estate. From Renaissance-style chateaux, grand country estates, architectural glass masterpieces.
These are the remarkable homes,
simply breathtaking,
and magnificent landmarks.
One day, my son, all this will be yours.
At the very heart of Britain's spectacular history.
I have never seen one like this.
Join me.
I need to get there. With all speed. Onwards, driver.
Oh! And a host of celebrities.
Oh, crikey.
With a passion for the past.
Kaboom! Wish me luck.
As we travel the length and breadth of the nation.
It is between the walls.
And with unparalleled behind-the-scenes access.
From the highest heights.
Now through my blind panic.
To the deepest depths.
We'll uncover the secrets.
Oh, my goodness.
Still hidden within these breathtaking buildings.
Oh, these are the places that nobody else gets to see.
And explore the riches.
How spectacular.
And treasures of one of our most loved institutions.
This is an amazing story. Come on, I want to know the end. I want to know the end.
Welcome to the secrets of the National Trust. This week I'm in Rothbury, Northumberland, a place of outstanding natural beauty just north of Newcastle, where I have above and below ground access to one of the most luxurious and innovative houses run by the National Trust. Cragside. Its surrounding landscape has been transformed by the planting of over 7 million trees. But the real surprise comes from the Tudor Revival house.
Jutting out from the crag. Simply breathtaking.
This spectacular house was built by one of Britain's greatest industrialists, William Armstrong, a commoner who rose to become one of the most influential men of his time.
He became Lord Armstrong and not only built this house, but transformed it with the greatest technical advances of the day.
Here, he pioneered hydroelectricity, making it the first home ever to be powered by renewable energy, bringing modern living to the Victorian era.
And all of this made 19th century Cragside the world's very first eco-home.
Coming up, I'm tunnelling underground within Cragside's hidden foundations.
It was assumed that secrets of the National Trust would be rather more glamorous than this.
Releasing the power of water, Armstrong's secret energy supply.
You can really feel the power of the water because of this thundering roar.
And leafing through royal paintings so precious, they haven't even been seen by the experts.
It's so exciting for me to see this book.
All to discover why Cragside was described as the palace of a modern magician. And to find out more about how Cragside's technology was taken into the 20th century, Peter Purvis discovers a castle that took Armstrong's innovations and ran away with them.
It looks pretty dangerous to me.
Yes.
And with Cragside influenced greatly by the arts and crafts movement, Angela Rippon is off to the home of its main designer to unearth prints hidden for over a century. While Miriam O'Reilly gets to see a rarely glimpsed side of Cragside from its treetops.
That was absolutely fantastic. Thank you, Tree.
It's a truly awe-inspiring place.
The first thing you feel when you come into the grounds of Cragside is the atmosphere. It's created by this mysterious house, surrounded by startling trees. It's enchanting.
To take me into this fascinating world, I'm meeting the Trust's Andrew Sawyer, who's worked at Cragside for nearly 30 years.
Go on in.
It's an astonishing place, isn't it?
Yeah.
Not only is he going to show me around this magnificent house,
the time and the money this must have taken.
Oh, yes.
He's also going to tell me about William Armstrong, the industrial innovator who changed the world.
So this is his study?
Yes, it is indeed.
Wonderful, quiet enclave.
Yes.
You can see him being in here. There's a great arts and crafts influence here, isn't there?
There is, and of course, the house is largely built in the arts and crafts movement. In
William
the
Morris
1880s.
patterns.
Yes.
Yeah. And that's him, presumably, is it?
Yes, as a young man of about 21.
Very handsome.
He is, yes, because we all see him as an old man, really, in lots of pictures. But it's nice to see him as a youth.
And if you're a powerful man, you need a powerful desk. That is definitely a powerful desk. So what brought William Armstrong to Rothbury, to this part of Northumberland?
Well, he was a very sickly child. He had terrible chest problems. He wasn't really meant to survive. So his father sent young William up to take the country air, to get away from all that industrial pollution in Newcastle. He absolutely adored it, and he learned to fish here.
So it worked, in effect?
It did, and he really took to the water, and he was in the water all the time.
This obviously sowed a seed. I mean, water was to be the driving force of his life, wasn't it?
Yes, it was become an all-consuming passion. He took so much notice of the water and how the water ran.
And its power.
He wanted to make water more efficient so that it could be used as an energy force.
Do you think, in a way, when he came here fishing then, the seed was sown that one day the ambition would be to have a house here?
He just adored Rothbury. And he said, in this very room, actually, that if it hadn't have been for Cragside and Rothbury, he wouldn't have survived.
Armstrong's childhood passion for water ultimately brought him astounding industrial success. He pioneered hydroelectricity and invented the hydraulic crane, which revolutionized shipbuilding worldwide. And early innovations in armaments would later make Armstrong one of the richest men in Europe, allowing him to focus his attention on Cragside, transforming it into his perfect home. He even installed a groundbreaking 19th century central heating system. To discover more, Andrew is taking me into the depths of the building hidden from public view.
Taking you to a bit of Cragside that no one ever sees. So we're going to get down and dirty in subterranean Cragside.
Didn't expect this.
We're heading into locked-away, secret, subterranean tunnels which run beneath the basement at Cragside.
The words of Oliver Twist. It's awfully dark down there.
Cragside really is the house where modern living began. He put in a complete central heating system throughout the house.
I would assume that secrets of the National Trust would be rather more glamorous than that. God, where are we? Wow. Oh, Oh, I didn't expect this. I thought single pipes running onto the floor, but great banks and batteries of them heating all this space.
It's just phenomenal, really.
But look on the pipes there. Sir W.G. Armstrong, via Blythe and Tyne Railway. Clearly, they're all stacked up at the railway station.
Yes, you know, they're all being transported. They're probably being lifted by a hydraulic crane.
They'd have to be, or he wouldn't have them, would they?
Yeah. There's grills around the rooms. Hot air rises, and it rises through those grills and heats the room.
You can see RSJs holding up great slabs of stone.
This is all built before all that opulence on top is built. That's so modern building. It's all designed. And it was so fundamental to what he wanted in this house. And then the system expands on the upper floors into radiators and little loops of pipes. Imagine radiators in 1870, 1880.
It really was the cutting edge of 19th century technology, wasn't it?
It was, and you've got to imagine all the hot water coursing through this system. It was absolutely red hot down here. It was all designed for the room. Lord Armstrong's one of the richest men in Europe by the time he's creating all this. So sky was the limit, but he wanted to really make it a modern home, something very special.
So did he bring to bear at Cragside all that innovation that he was pioneering?
He did. He was bringing all his past knowledge, but he was looking to the future.
Armstrong wanted to make Cragside a futuristic home. There was a telephone system throughout the house. The kitchen was fully mechanised, being one of the first private residences in the world to use an automated dishwasher. And there were even Turkish baths. But one question still preoccupied him.
How could he use energy more efficient here in this very home that he's creating? And of course, the very room we're standing in at the moment is the first room in the world to be lit by Joseph Swan's incandescent light bulb.
No.
Powered by the power of water.
Was that a first?
It was, yes.
Gosh.
These are the very lamps. They were oil lamps beforehand,
Yeah.
and he converted them to the electric light.
Astonishing that they're still here all this time on. Was there some special kind of ceremony?
There was. Lord Armstrong chose the youngest member of staff, who was Andrew Crozier. He was the page boy. He was only 10. And Lord Armstrong thought that he should choose the youngest, because they would remember the moment the longest.
And did he? How long did he live?
He did. He lived till he was 86.
So when did he die?
He died in 1956.
That recently, so right the way up to 1956, he was able to say, I was the first person to have turned on electricity powered by water, hydroelectricity.
He was indeed.
Why was Armstrong so obsessed with renewable energy?
Well, the very year he came here in 1863, he predicted that all the coal reserves in this country would have been mined out within 212 years. And he thought we need to find alternatives.
A man of great prescience and foresight, he wasn't wrong.
He wasn't, no.
You see, we think we invented the idea of renewable energy. Armstrong was talking about it in the 1880s.
At the heart of all his achievements, there is one constant theme: water. It's as important to Cragside today as it was in the 19th century, and we've come to the shores of this energy source to discover the mechanical secrets behind how water drives Cragside.
Cragside is surrounded by lakes, Andrew. I presume these were all part of this way of generating power.
There were the fuel tanks, so Lord Armstrong could achieve this great raw power.
How?
Which I'll show you here.
So this road is in effect a dam?
It is. If you stand there,
right,
and we put it into motion.
So what are we doing apart from walking around the circle?
A gate valve at the bottom of this, what we call the penstock. But as the gate rises, the water starts to flush through.
Over the road?
Over the road, yeah.
Armstrong used water in this way to create hydroelectricity, first to power his industries and then to drive the turbine that made Cragside such an innovative home.
You can really feel the power of the water because of this thundering roar of an entire lake being sent through a pipe just 2 or 3 feet in diameter.
That's the potential Lord Armstrong saw.
Saw this, thought, I can harness that power, it's always going to be there.
Yeah, and he said it would be in there in memoriam, it would go on forever.
So it does.
How Armstrong generated his homemade electricity is an awe-inspiring feat of engineering. Water from the lakes was released and piped down to the powerhouse, where it flowed through a turbine which activated a generator to produce electricity.
So, is Cragside still powered by water?
Very much so. Not this system, something brand new for Cragside.
No. So the water's coming in at the top, turning this, and this is creating the power.
It is. Just exactly the same as in Armstrong's principle. He had his in a turbine when he operated his hydroelectricity. This is a magnificent new iteration of that. It means we can have hydroelectricity here at Cragside today.
In the true spirit of Armstrong.
Having created hydroelectricity at Cragside, Armstrong's eco-friendly home became an engineering legend. His power revolution sent tremors all round the world and was a key inspiration for other great men. Julius Drew, businessman, retailer and entrepreneur, built the last castle ever to be erected in Britain, and there he followed on what Armstrong had begun. To investigate, Peter Purvis travels to this futuristic fort.
I'm here at Castle Drogo, high above the Tean Gorge in Devon,
where a massive restoration programme is in its 5th year of progress. What little bits you can see of it, it does look pretty ancient, but believe it or not, this castle was only built 100 years ago.
Castle Drogo near Drew Stainton was designed in the early 1900s by the celebrated architect Edwin Lutyens. Famed for his creation of the Cenotaph in London, he's been described by some as the greatest British architect of the 20th century. Briar Mason, the House and Collections manager here, knows all about the man who commissioned the build, Julius Drew.
So, Briar, tell me about Julius Drew. How did he come to afford such a grand place?
Well, he founded what was called the Home and Colonial Stores. And really that was an early form of supermarket. So he had a huge chain of shops right across the country, well over 100 stores. And he retired to the life of a country gentleman, aged just 33.
Julius Drew had the money and the connections to have his dream home built to spec, with every whim catered for.
So what did Julius do with his spare time once he'd retired?
Well, Julius, with his wife Frances, of course, travelled extensively across Europe and stayed in the most luxurious of hotels. And of course, they came with all the modern luxuries that you could possibly want. So whether that's hot and cold running water, or lifts to get you around the building, and of course, telephones in every room.
So gadgets.
Gadgets generally, and when they were deciding what they wanted to go into their home, of course, they wanted to have that level of luxury and of course could afford it.
This is a butler's pantry, isn't it? It's full of all sorts of bits. Go on, show me.
So this is our electric teacup warmer.
Fascinating.
It's operated by the weight of the teacup and the tea. So if you lifted the teacup off in order to drink it,
yes,
it would switch the electricity off, so you didn't risk burning yourself.
So you didn't make your tea in that, though? That kept
No,
it
just
warm?
kept it
So you
warm.
always had a hot cup?
You always had a hot cup.
That's good.
And then, of course, when you replace it, it sinks back down again and switches it back on again.
How clever.
This moves us on perhaps to the electric candlestick. Now you...
What's special about
yeah,
that?
so you can't actually see a cable coming out of it, but it does have a bulb in. This is designed to go with an electric tablecloth.
Don't be silly.
Yeah. So, underneath your crisp white linen was a baize cloth which had a network of wires in it. You then plugged this directly into that network of wires, and it is hiding its secret underneath. And there is the socket.
Underneath.
The electricity is 240 volts DC.
It looks pretty dangerous to me.
Yes.
I can see why that didn't really catch on. It's a clever idea.
It's a clever idea. The only precaution they took was that they used to make the children eat off trays just in case they spilt their drink or whatever and electrocuted themselves.
That is a crazy gadget.
To power all his incredible gadgets, Julius needed a supply of electricity, and he didn't have far to go. 700 feet below the castle, the River Tean proved the perfect source. He took the hydroelectric baton from Lord Armstrong and developed the technology innovated at Cragside, bringing it into the 20th century.
I'm off on a short journey to a part of the estate that visitors won't normally see. Drew's seat of power, his hydroelectric system, being restored for the first time in 23 years.
Building surveyor Wes Key has worked on the hydro project since 1983. This unassuming building, also designed by Lutyens, is where the electricity was generated for Castle Drogo until 1994, and will do so once again using the original 1920s turbines.
There's a couple of rods to put onto the guide vanes that control the speed of the turbine.
Yes.
This small yet vital piece of the puzzle will control the amount of power produced.
So what we're going to do is we're going to actually link the last two pins together so that when these arms move, they actually all move synchronised.
Understood.
So they're all
Yes,
synchronised
yeah.
together, and they can open and close.
Go on then, show me what we've got to do.
Right, so we need to get one of these pins.
That lifted up to there, and that drops into there, and the pin goes through that.
In there.
Haven't quite got it in the right... There we are. It's in. Is it going in? Needs the hammer. There we go. There you go. I must say I feel really energised by the fantastic work that's going on here at Castle Drogo to restore this eco-friendly power system to its former glory. And I'm sure Julius Drew would smile if he realised how his passions have passed through generations across the estate.
Lord Armstrong not only filled Cragside with revolutionary technology, he also embraced the latest design wave of the British arts and crafts movement, exhibiting incredible decorative features throughout the house, including William Morris designs, which are still prevalent today. This helped make Cragside an enchanting palace, attracting dynasties from around the world. And they even entertained royalty. To give me the regal scoop, I'm meeting Lord Armstrong's biographer, Henrietta Heald.
That's Armstrong himself there.
Yeah. It's astonishing what he's got and how he displays it.
Yes.
In 1884, William Armstrong got to showcase his magnificent home when he hosted the future King Edward VII and his family. He pulled out all the stops, entertaining them in the spectacular drawing room.
Goodness me, it's astonishing.
It is quite something, isn't it?
Isn't it? I mean, what sort of preparations did the Armstrongs make for the royal visit?
Well, the most important thing they did was to make sure that this room was completed on time.
So they built this? Rolling out a red carpet is one thing. Building a fireplace like that, the royals must have been hugely impressed. You know, when you stand in front of it, it's absolutely monstrous, massive, huge
Well, it
thing.
is huge. It's made out of several different kinds of Italian marble. It weighs 10 tons. It is very different in character from other rooms. in the
Much
house.
less arts and crafts influence
Yes,
in here.
yes.
Yeah.
But, you know, it needed to be because he was, Armstrong had reached the stage where he could entertain royalty.
Must have been a great honour for him.
Oh, it was. No, it was absolutely because, you know, he was recognised. I mean, he was a commoner, and it was very unusual for the royal family to stay with a commoner.
What made the Prince and Princess of Wales want to come here as opposed to local nobility and gentry where they would normally have stayed, say, Alnwick Castle? or
Yes,
something
well,
like
actually,
that?
they knew about him from quite an early stage. Queen Victoria he met when he was quite young. And, of course, they knew about all the marvellous inventions that he had on show at the house.
So they'd heard about that, and Edward VII, as he then became the Prince of Wales, wanted to see what was going on.
Partly that, and of course because it was very luxurious as well. And they liked their luxury, the Prince and Princess of Wales. Armstrong had hot and cold water, they had proper baths, they had central heating, and not to say the electric light. I mean, the electric light was the most astonishing thing, because they didn't have that, of course, in Buckingham Palace.
What was the reaction of the locals?
Well, I mean, of course, they were very excited to have this visit from the royal family, and they'd never seen anything like it before, I don't think.
I'll
So
bet.
they even commissioned a special book of watercolours from the local artist who was a favourite of Armstrong's to commemorate the occasion, and this is it.
Rarely seen and hidden from public view, this incredibly delicate book was commissioned by the Rothbury locals to commemorate the royal family's visit to Cragside.
Ah, now this is special.
Where they can be seen enjoying its magnificent grounds and splendid interior.
They're standing where we're standing, right in
Yes,
front of this fireplace.
just at that very point.
So we've got Prince of Wales there with his beard, and here's Princess Alexandra.
And, of course, his children.
Very
and
relaxed
they're-
out the front then, so it's quite low-key here.
They couldn't be more relaxed, could they, reading a newspaper?
There's
And-
Prince of Wales, and these must be, presumably, the two sons.
Yes, George and
Future
Eddie.
George V and Duke of Clarence, Eddie, who died
That's
early.
right.
It's a lovely bit of history, isn't it?
Oh, it's so exciting for me to see this book in its original, because
You've
I've
not seen it before?
No, it's so precious that it's obviously kept wrapped up.
So the royal visit then was clearly a success.
It certainly was. I mean, you can tell actually from the pictures, can't you? Because there was a sort of intimacy there. It's almost like he was part of the family. They were so relaxed with him.
A special time for Rothbury, a special time for Cragside, and a special time for me, actually. I think it's absolutely wonderful to feel that you're standing on the spot where future Queen Alexandra sat with her children and looked at what we're looking at now. Magical.
The luxuries inside this futuristic house were not the only draw for royalty and other eminent guests who visited Cragside. It was also the lush and flourishing landscape that wowed the highest ranks of society. But Cragside's dramatic setting wasn't always blessed with such an abundance of trees.
In fact, when Armstrong first came here, the land was bare and barren, but he transformed it into a fantasy landscape where the Himalayas meet North America.
The planting of pines and other conifers on the once barren moorland created what's known as a pinetum. And Miriam O'Reilly's branched out from the main house to explore the story behind the trees here at Cragside.
The trees you see here are over 100 years old, and it's an extraordinary and well-established collection.
The Armstrongs planted a staggering 7 million trees and shrubs, a testament to their wealth. Now their pinetum boasts the UK's tallest Scots pines that tower over the landscape at 40 metres. Caring for these and the other grand centurions is the National Trust's Chris Clues.
You must get to know these trees so well that even just looking at them, you could possibly tell if they were ailing at all.
Yeah, because we're based here all the time, you can pick up things beforehand as well, so you tend to spot the signs and faults that are coming.
The condition of the trees is constantly monitored by the team here, and Dr. Chris is checking up on the health of one specimen in particular.
This is the patient?
It is. This one in particular has got signs of fungus on the outside of it.
Gosh, it looks pretty ugly.
It's not brilliant stuff.
Is this inside the tree?
It'll be grown into the roots, yeah, and into the main stem. We're using this piece of kit here. Basically, we're transmitting sound waves through the tree, a bit like an ultrasound. It gives us a reading of what's actually happening in the interior of the tree.
Let's hope it's good news.
Sonic sensors are attached to a number of small pins that have been inserted into the outer bark round the whole tree.
I'll put the metallic cap back on.
Tap.
And then tap how many times?
5.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yep.
What do we know? What's happening here?
The green tends to be a transitional period where it is starting to go from a good wood downwards.
But this is a really big area. It's taken over right at the heart.
It is,
of the
yes.
tree.
Unfortunately, long term it would have to come down.
That's really sad news, isn't it, considering how old it is?
As a child, I climbed trees for fun, but for Chris, it's his day job. So I'm joining him on a routine check on another of his patients.
What does it look like in terms of health so far, Chris?
It's been surviving quite well, this one. It's had a few hard winters, but it's going well.
I think I can honestly say this is the furthest of a tree I've ever climbed.
You get a view across to the house forecourt behind us.
What do you think Lord and Lady Armstrong, if they could see us now, what do you think their reaction would be?
I like to think they're happy with sort of what's been achieved and their legacy's continuing, and we're doing what they ultimately set out to do. Is, you know, we are looking after the estate they created.
It's been a privilege to have such a unique perspective on these giants of the Cragside Pineatum.
That was absolutely fantastic,
Excellent.
Chris. Thank you so
welcome.
much. Thank you, tree.
Today I've been exploring the secret side of 19th century Cragside in Northumberland, an outstanding piece of Tudor revival architecture. It was home to water wizard Lord Armstrong, who pioneered hydroelectricity to power the house, which he filled with electrical gadgetry, including an underground heating system, a lift, and even a dishwasher. This building was so far ahead of its time that a future king even requested to come and stay here.
What do you think Armstrong would have made of today's advances in technology?
Oh, he would absolutely adored it. He loved communications. He was a very early adopter of the telephone. He had telephones right across this estate, right from the early 1880s, which was quite remarkable. And of course, he talked about shortening the English language as it's written, foreshortening words, very much like text. And he was talking about this in the 1860s.
He must also be remembered, surely, though, as a man who loved art, if not quite as much as technology, then certainly in his leisure time. The whole place is packed with arts and crafts. I've seen William Morris wallpaper and fabric everywhere, and the influences in the architecture too.
Yes, he loved art. All his paintings were contemporary. He loved all the up-and-coming designs. He adored it.
Armstrong filled almost every room at Cragside with decorative and unique examples from the arts and crafts movement. This was all the rage in the late 1800s and was influenced greatly by William Morris, one of its main pioneers, who stood for traditional romantic craftsmanship that harked back to a simpler time. And Angela Rippon is venturing to his home in Bexley Heath to unearth some of his long-lost treasures.
Compared with the rather bland stucco and brick cottages and houses that surrounded this part of Kent in the 1800s, the Red House was seen as dazzling. Its vivid, vibrant red bricks absolutely shone out in all their glory. In his day, William Morris was better known as a writer and socialist than as a designer. Newly married to Jane Burden in 1859, he wanted to build a family home that embodied his beliefs. Many of his designs were based on the inspiration that he got from the precision and the innate beauty of all of the flowers and the plants and the birds that were all around him. Morris's Red House was the first independent commission for 25-year-old architect and lifelong friend Philip Webb. The Trust's Robin Finney is giving me an exclusive preview of the original Red House contract documents between Philip Webb and William Morris, which have never been seen before by the public.
Is it true that this whole place was designed on the back of a tourist map?
So it was, some original sketches were done in a copy of Murray's Guide to France. So they were on a boys' holiday, boating down the Seine, as you do. And Morris was really inspired by the medieval cathedrals they saw. So he just turned to his friend Philip Webb and said, build me a house very medieval in spirit. And they did a few sketches then and there.
Right. One of the bits that I actually love is this, where it says, the whole of the roofs to be covered with good, plain, bright red tiles. So already they've decided it's going to be a red house.
And Morris elsewhere in here is so particular that they're to be handmade, they're to be locally sourced. So you can even see that idea behind the arts and crafts movement, even in the detail in the contract from that stage.
So Morris was a bit of a rebel.
He was a rebel for his time, yeah, but if you look back, he's going back to earlier times. He didn't want mass production. He was rebelling against the industrial age and actually wanting to go back to a much more medieval way of life.
Everything within the house was also to be handcrafted. Furniture, tiles, windows, even inconspicuous details such as handles and hinges. Morris encouraged his family and guests to paint features in the house and to leave their signatures etched in its glass panes.
I've got something to show you just behind this curtain.
In the course of their restoration and conservation, the team here often uncover bespoke works of art, both big and small. Robin is keen to share with me one of their latest finds, not on show to the public.
So this is our latest pattern discovery in the house, so people don't really know about this yet. And it's been very damaged by the layers of wallpaper that have been put on by owners afterwards. But what you can see here is the centre of the flower.
So what is the importance, the significance of what you're finding?
The significance of it is those first ever Morris repeating patterns, and you can see from them where it developed into those wallpapers.
So this was before Morris actually got round to designing wallpaper himself?
Actually, Morris had no wallpaper in this house.
Nowhere at all?
Everything in this house was painted straight onto the plaster, and it was actually the process of decorating this house that made him go, we could make a business out of this and create Morris & Co. And the first 3 wallpapers that went into production for the firm were designed here.
Morris's close circle of friends, many of them pre-Raphaelite artists, contributed to the decor of the house, not only with painted motifs, but also with grand wall paintings. Edward Burne-Jones depicted wedding scenes from a medieval English romance, while the story of Genesis, discovered in 2012, has been attributed in part to Dante Rossetti's wife, Lizzie Siddall.
Hi, Angela.
What are you up to?
I'm checking our wall painting for damage.
The Trust's Ellie Bagnall regularly carries out checks on these fragile wall paintings.
With a torch, we use something called raking light. So we put the light at a 45-degree angle against the wall painting, and it shows up damage and cracking and where the paint is coming away from the wall. Professional conservators come in and they touch it up with watercolour. So we use a paint that is non-permanent, so it can be reversed.
This is just one of the many tasks that Ellie and her team of volunteers perform as part of Conservation Tuesday, a rigorous scheme carried out every week.
Volunteers clean the house from top to toe, but not with a duster. They use specific brushes depending on the materials they use. So hog's hair for firmer and more sturdy items, all the way down to delicate pony and goat's hair for those really delicate surfaces.
William Morris said, the past is not dead, it is living in us and will be alive in the future, which we are now helping to make. And that's a sentiment that I think not only sums up this rather beautiful red house, but perhaps more importantly, the conservation work they're doing here to ensure that William Morris's work really does survive well into the future.
Cragside is another house whose innovations will survive well into the future. But for its creator, William Armstrong, as well as his love for arts and crafts and his technical inventions, he's also associated with something far more deadly.
Why do you think Armstrong isn't as revered, as well known in the world as Joseph Swan, as Thomas Edison?
I think it's very much the armaments connection. And he was the first British arms dealer, which of course was international, and he was thought of as the merchant of death after the First World War.
Is that fair?
I don't think it is fair. He very much thought that the weapons he was producing were going to be a deterrent and that there wasn't that close combat between the men and that war wouldn't be as brutal. But of course, with the First World War, they saw that it actually was very brutal.
Of course, he died in 1900, which sort of, 14 years before the First World War.
Well, absolutely. And of course, Armstrong contended that it was the politicians that sent people to war, not the engineer. But he brought so much to the world, not just armaments.
For me, Lord Armstrong was a fascinating individual, and his fervent imagination and ingenuity can be seen throughout Cragside, making it a very special place. When the National Trust opened the doors to Cragside in 1979, it became something we could all enjoy. And any visitor can't help but be inspired, first by this very fine house and landscape, and then by the man who built them.
His career wasn't without controversy, but in Cragside, he created a modern house, and with it, helped pioneer renewable energy.
He was a scientist, an industrial titan, and a technical innovator of genius.
Wow!
Which makes Cragside a groundbreaking house for the 19th century, and one that's still just as relevant today.
From Renaissance-style chateaux, grand country estates, architectural glass masterpieces.
These are the remarkable homes.
Simply breathtaking.
And magnificent landmarks.
One day, my son, all this will be yours.
At the very heart of Britain's spectacular history.
I have never seen one like this.
Join me.
I need to get there. With all speed. Onwards, driver.
Oh! And a host of celebrities.
Oh, crikey.
With a passion for the past.
Kaboom! Wish me luck.
As we travel the length and breadth of the nation.
It is between the walls.
And with unparalleled behind-the-scenes access.
From the highest heights.
Down through my blind panic.
To the deepest depths.
We'll uncover the secrets.
Oh, my goodness.
Still hidden within these breathtaking buildings.
Oh! These are the places that nobody else gets to see.
And explore the riches.
How spectacular.
And treasures of one of our most loved institutions.
This is an amazing story. Come on, I want to know the end. I want to know the end.
Welcome to the secrets of the National Trust.
Today, I'm visiting a dark place in social history. The mere mention of which evokes fear in the collective memory of the British population and was immortalised by its most rigorous critic, Charles Dickens.
One of his most memorable creations, Oliver Twist, was an inmate of such an institution. This is the story of the workhouse. Built in 1824, Southall in Nottinghamshire is the most complete example of these daunting monuments still in existence. Its architecture was influenced by prison design, and it's now a Grade II listed building.
The workhouse would have housed up to 158 men, women and children, all of whom would have come here to escape grinding poverty.
Coming up, I hear touching first-hand accounts from people who still lived a workhouse life as late as the 1970s.
As soon as I walk into this building or see this building, I just shiver.
Memories.
Memories.
I've also been given access to a place the poor feared more than anywhere, its unseen infirmary.
The feeling in here must have been horrendous with that mixture, not one of them helping the other.
The noise and smell, absolutely desperate.
And I suffer the staple food of the workhouse, my daily gruel. I'll be going behind the imposing facade to see how the workhouses shaped centuries of our social history. Helping me to unlock the secrets is Jenny Bond, who discovers the shocking story of a workhouse runaway.
That's a really unpleasant cell, isn't it?
Actor Nigel Havers is in Birmingham, uncovering the conditions for babies born into desperate poverty.
They'll be away from mice and other vermin.
Just ideal, isn't it, really?
And Angelica Bell is in London to visit a National Trust house that celebrates anarchy and unrest in more recent British history.
Oh my goodness! I was not expecting this.
Southall Workhouse is a dark presence on the Nottinghamshire landscape.
Walking up to the workhouse gate is incredibly eerie. You can almost feel the fear of the people who ended up here. And looking up at that building, you can see why. It's stark and intimidating.
I'm being introduced to this harsh world by the Trust's Sam Cousins.
Good morning.
Hi, Alan. Welcome to the workhouse.
Thank you very much, I think.
Yes, indeed.
A gaunt architectural structure.
Very
isn't it,
imposing,
really?
very imposing.
I mean, imposing and stark.
It is.
What must people have felt when they were coming up this path, seeing that in front of them? The emotions going on in them, abject failure, destitution, the end of the world.
What the workhouse meant, what it symbolised, would have been absolutely terrifying. Families knowing that they were to be segregated when they got inside, and the women having to give away their children, essentially. The men having to do hard labour. I think it would have been the absolute last resort.
The sense of failure that
Yeah,
you must
absolutely.
have felt, either as a man, a breadwinner, or as a mother of children. You have failed. The only thing that's open to you now is this, and this is not comfortable.
It's not, and it had a real stigma then, as it does now even. You were given workhouse clothing to wear, so you were easily identifiable. Your shoes were taken away. You were given clogs because you couldn't sell them. No one wanted to buy them, and they were very easily recognisable as workhouse garb, as it were. I think that lots of people walking up this pathway would have thought, actually, this is it for me, and this is where I'm going to stay, and this is where I'm going to die, so terrifying.
I'm rather reluctant to go inside, but go inside we must to have a look.
Workhouses were created as part of the new Poor Law in 1834, one of the most severe welfare programmes ever implemented. Set up as a deterrent to those who would claim poor relief, there were places of punishment with tyrannical regimes where the poor were criminalised. I'm met inside by the Trust's Jan Overfield Shaw to hear more of this living nightmare.
Oh, it's like coming into a prison yard.
Yeah.
This is Charles Dickens meets porridge, isn't it, really?
It really is.
What happened to them when they came in?
So they're segregated. Children separated from mothers, separated from fathers. And if you were good and you well behaved, on a Sunday, you might get a chance of seeing your mum and dad.
You might.
You might.
Southall had several categories for the destitute, which saw them split into deserving and undeserving poor. And there were even multiple staircases built to prevent them from ever meeting each other.
So I come into the workhouse as a man, what happens to me?
OK, you're an able-bodied man. You're put into your category in terms of the area of the workhouse that you mustn't move from.
What sort of things?
You've got an able-bodied men's day room, and in that room you may be asked to pick oakum. In the yard you may be asked to crush stones. Pretty demeaning stuff. At one time there was a thing called the crank, which was just a meaningless task.
What about the women who came in here?
They did a lot of the jobs within the workhouse, so the laundry, they did a lot of the scrubbing the floors, they did a lot of the cooking and preparing the vegetables. So they did a lot of work that was deemed women's work.
As their parents toiled, so too did the children, whose lives were no easier.
They must have been heartbroken if they were mothers, because they were separated from their children.
Yeah. You can imagine there's a child in the schoolroom over here, looking out, possibly, and mum's in the yard doing the washing, and they can't actually touch each other, communicate with each other. And it's true that young boys and girls learnt to read and write in here, which they wouldn't have done out there, that they did get better positions in service.
But at a price.
But at a price.
Of losing your parents.
Parents and your family and your connection.
This yard must have seen so many tears.
Yes.
Did many children try to escape?
Yes, children did try and run away, and they didn't get very far. Of course, if you escaped, even as a child, and you were in the uniform of the workhouse, you'd broken the law.
It's got everything but arrows on it to show you're virtually a convict.
Virtually, and then you would be punished when you came back.
The most arduous task for men was smashing stones in the yard, a gruelling and soul-crushing exercise. I'm being taken by Jan Overfield-Shaw to the able-bodied day room to get hands-on experience of another futile workhouse task.
You've sat me in front of a pile of rope, so what am I meant to be doing with this?
So what you've got to do is to pick that rope and thread it and shred it with your fingers.
Pull it to pieces?
Pull it to pieces. You see the bucket down there?
With all these bits in?
Yeah, you've got to get it to that quality.
So what's this called?
So this is called oakum, and oakum picking. They used to buy it at £14 a tonne and sell it in that state for £23 a tonne.
So this is for caulking ship's decks then, presumably, for making them watertight?
That's right.
That's what oakum was for.
That's what oakum was for.
I didn't realise they had to make it from rope. I thought it sort of came like that.
Ah, no. So prisons, institutions like the workhouse, they would get paid for this. Another way of making money out of people's penury, really.
One of the ironies of this job was that oakum-picking left hands raw, rough and bleeding, in no state to take up jobs in the outside world.
What was the public's view of people who came into the workhouse and who were made to do work like this?
Well, being poor, in poverty, is seen as a crime. It's seen as something you've done. You've created that situation for yourself. So you need to be cured, or you need to be brought back into being a good, upstanding member of the community who can go back to work. You're being punished for being poor, really.
Well, you are, because you're being given jobs which are by their nature uncomfortable and tedious. If you're breaking rock, you know it's a punishment. At least here you thought, well, you're creating something.
With over 150 inmates here at Southall, all doing this kind of unbearably monotonous work, keeping control was crucial. This was the job of the all-powerful master, there to enforce a strict set of rules imposed by the elected and unpaid guardians.
Oh, this is a bit smarter altogether.
You can feel that.
Where are we now?
This is the committee room, and this is where the Board of Guardians would meet.
And the person running it on a daily basis?
Is the master with the matron.
And how many staff?
Another 2 staff. So the schoolmistress, and then possibly a porter.
Not many then, really, for
days,
150 odd folk.
Absolutely, and that's the idea of the design of the building. It's a panopticon. You can see from this central column all the way around the site.
Workhouse design reflected the Victorian attitude to the poor as undeserving of anything that would bring pleasure. There were to be no slackers, as from every point of the yard the inmates were under surveillance by the master of Southall.
Was there an opportunity for the master of a workhouse to impose his own personality?
Absolutely. He did have total power day to day.
And who was in charge here?
Well, here we have the Herrings.
Oh, gosh, look at her. Is that Mrs.?
That's Matron Herring, yeah.
Gosh, face that could chop wood.
Absolutely.
So she looks fierce, he looks relatively benign. What's their reign like?
Incredibly efficient, pleased the Board of Guardians well. There's not many complaints from paupers.
The Herrings' tenure ran from 1855 to 1867, and they gained a reputation for being firm but fair.
They were still the enforcers, and if you did something wrong, you would be punished.
A small misdemeanour, you would lose your potato ration. For more severe things, you would be put in the solitary cell.
It's difficult to hear these harrowing tales of everyday punishment, especially when you think of the plight of the children confined within these walls and facing similar conditions. So no wonder that many at Southall made bids for freedom. Journalist Jenny Bond has journeyed to Suffolk to discover the graphic tale of a young and vulnerable workhouse runaway.
I'm in Lavenham, one of the most beautifully preserved medieval villages in Britain. It was built on the wealth of cloth merchants in the 15th and 16th centuries. But don't let the beauty of this place fool you. It's also home to a building that's both notorious and terrifying. Built in the 16th century, Lavenham's Guildhall of Corpus Christi was a bridewell, also known as a house of correction, a place to punish paupers who'd committed petty crimes. I'm going to meet Josh Ward, who can give me the grisly details of what went on in this place. So I imagine that it was incredibly grim and incredibly crowded.
Yes, it was a mixture of males, females, adults, children, all together, all in the same rooms. Yeah, there are some unimaginably difficult punishments, some very hard labour indeed. I can show you a few examples upstairs. Some that can be quite upsetting though when you look at it.
Bridewells were intended to be a short, sharp shock, where the inmates would learn the benefit of work.
He could be brought here for very little. There's a chap over here who you might like to come and meet, by the name of William Ransom. As you can see there, I'm afraid for soon I'll be put to death. His crime? He stole some tobacco and some raisins from a warehouse in Lavenham.
So many of the people here then were what we would call minor offenders?
Yes, yeah, petty criminals, a lot of petty theft. And also for crimes, there's one fantastic one, being idle and disorderly. That'd see you come to the bridewell.
Harsh punishments were very much the order of the day. Curator Anna Forrest takes me outside to some of the cells where prisoners were brought whilst awaiting trial.
This was used by the parish of Lavenham to incarcerate petty criminals for very short periods of time until they were taken off to court and then ultimately either let off or put into prison in Bury St Edmunds.
That's a really unpleasant cell, isn't it?
It's not great,
really
is it?
Horrible. Even children were not exempt from imprisonment. Anna has unearthed the remarkable story of a young girl who first came to Lavenham Bridewell as a punishment in 1783.
She was in the workhouse in a neighbouring parish just down the road in Seamer, and aged 8 she escaped and ran away, and they caught up with her and brought her to Lavenham Bridewell where she was incarcerated for a short time. The third time she ran away, she was deemed to be an incorrigible rogue, and she was sentenced to 7 years transportation to Australia.
So what was that journey like for her, do you think?
They were hugely malnourished, and many of them had terrible injuries from the chains that had held them throughout the journey. And she survived the voyage, but a huge percentage of the convicts on that ship didn't make it. There are accounts of these convicts literally crawling up the beach when they arrived in Australia. She ultimately managed to make a bit of a go of it there, and she married another convict. Right. They bought a little farm, and they had a family.
Oh, yeah. Well, I do hope that, you know, her relatives come back and see where she was and recognise the courage of that young Anne.
I'm at Southall Workhouse to discover a chillingly preserved and hidden part of Britain's social history. Set up as a last resort for the destitute, its harsh conditions were infamous, and designed to encourage a stronger work ethic amongst the poor.
But most were here through no fault of their own, and they included pregnant women and deserted wives with their children.
These women would live on their own side of the house, segregated from the men and even their own children.
They took responsibility for laundry, for the back-breaking cleaning routine, and for cooking, which included the twice-daily preparation of truly monstrous, watery gruel.
And in what looks like my own Oliver Twist moment, Jan has been kind enough to let me prepare a bowl, with the aid of the original and secret recipe.
I found this Government of the Workhouse book, 3rd edition, and it's got a section on recipes, which I'm looking at here. What would they have eaten?
Mainly potatoes, bread, meat 3 times a week, but mostly gruel.
And what's gruel?
Well, it's porridge, but very, very watery porridge.
You see, if there's batter pudding, cake, plain, gruel, 2 ounces of oatmeal, water. It's mainly water with a drop of milk in. So it's that very watery milk and oatmeal. How much oatmeal?
You want half an ounce.
Half an ounce of oatmeal? It's not going to really nourish anybody, is it?
That's probably about it.
You're just like Mrs. Herring, you are. So if I mix that in there, is that the idea? Oh, this is appalling. This is what we're expecting them to survive on. How much of this do they get? They get it heated up, I presume.
Yeah, breakfast, supper.
Like everything else in the workhouse, food and the lack of it became a form of punishment. It was even described in the rule book of one workhouse as needing to be as dull and boring as possible. And one rule I would have found very hard: no talking at mealtimes.
But this is so unreasonable. You're expecting grown men to break rock, to pull rope apart, to do heavy manual work on something like this which isn't going to give them any nutrition at all to speak of.
Not really, no.
Oh, for what we are about to receive, may the Lord make us truly thankful.
No, the Master.
Amen.
Watery, tasteless meals and families split apart made the workhouse a last resort. But for those who could scrape a few pennies together, back-to-back houses were built across industrial Birmingham, providing cheap and basic accommodation. 3,000 were originally built, and these small homes were seen as a step up from the workhouse, but they couldn't have been further from luxury. To find out more, Nigel Havers has travelled to the last of these homes still in existence, saved as a capsule in time by the National Trust.
These back-to-back houses were a solution to house the poor who flocked to the city to find work. They were cheap to build and rent, but conditions were hard and got even worse. And by the 1960s, they were condemned as unfit for human habitation. Glassmaker Herbert Oldfield lived and worked here, and amazingly, it looks pretty much exactly the same as it did back in the 1870s.
Charles Baldwin, one of the volunteers here, knows a thing or two about what life was like for Herbert Oldfield, living in this tiny house, just 1 room deep, with his wife and 10 children.
So this room was what, the living room?
Yeah.
The kitchen?
Living room, kitchen,
study,
bathroom,
study, workroom.
Workroom, everything else. Herbert Oldfield came to this area in about 1860, and he came here with his wife and his children and lived in this house. And as you can see, when you look around, he lived pretty healthily, really.
Yeah.
I mean, you can see they've got fresh vegetables, eggs. They were even eating these things, which is quite surprising.
Oh, these are oyster.
Oysters was very cheap food, so it was the main form of protein for the working class people. You could buy bucket loads of those for pennies. Herbert would work from the desk over here.
What did he actually do?
Well, Herbert was a glass maker. He made glass eyes for the taxidermy industry. Yeah. And believe it or not, he got so good at making eyes for the taxidermy industry, he graduated on. What do you think he was able to make?
I have no idea.
Well, we were going through the Industrial Revolution, and a lot of people were losing their eyes at factories and factory work.
False eyes?
So he made false eyes. You could come here and you could get yourself an eye fitted.
He was good,
All different colours, you can see. I think there's even one with a little bit of bloodshot in the corner of it. Birmingham was called the City of 1,000 Trades, and this is one of the 1,000 trades that Birmingham had.
Well, it was a step up from the workhouse, but up to 65 people would share 2 communal washhouses and just 3 toilets. 12 people lived in this house. You get some sort of perspective about how cramped it all was. Let's just hope they all got along together. Now, tell me, is this room pretty much as it was?
Well, yes, I mean, it is pretty much as it would have been in that time. So even to the extent that the wallpaper on the wall is authentic wallpaper to that period.
Right.
But actually, wallpaper did create a problem. Do you know what they were using for paste? They were using flour and water. And flour and water basically was food for bugs. Sometimes they said, you know, you could see the wall moving with the bugs in the wallpaper.
Not great for health.
No, not great for health.
It's like a dormitory.
Yes, it is, isn't it? I mean, this is the parents' bedroom, so Herbert and Anne, his wife, would have slept in this bed, and their 2 daughters would have slept in this bed here. And upstairs were the boys. But there is one person we haven't found a bed for yet, and that's baby Alfred. They had a baby while they was here. And there's no room for a cot.
No.
So where the baby slept was, believe it or not, in the drawer.
Perfect.
Well, I mean, it made a lot of sense because the baby was off the floor, so it would be away from drafts, it'd be away from mice and other vermin. And of course, it's fairly well confined as well.
In Herbert's time, the fire upstairs was only lit if someone was ill, but downstairs the flames would be heating the house all day. As in the workhouse at Southall, girls would have learnt household tasks to become maids in service if the opportunity arose.
So we need some fuel. Where is it kept?
We have to go down in the basement where the coal's kept because the coal used to be delivered by the coal man. He'd tip the coal down into the basement below.
The public is not allowed down in the coal cellar, which looks pretty much as it would have done over 150 years ago.
In this house, because they had children, and some of the children were quite old, I think one of the older boys would have probably lit the fire.
There we go.
I'd say that was a good bucketful.
Great.
Mind the heads as we go up.
Yeah.
The big fire downstairs was the main source of heat for the entire house, as well as a means of getting hot water, cooking, and heating Herbert's tools for his business.
If you're Herbert, you've got your day's work done.
Yeah.
You've had your evening meal. You're going to pull up a chair now.
Chair.
And you're going to enjoy the fire. Maybe have a cup of tea.
Oh,
that's better, isn't it?
That's lovely.
But even after a lifetime of hard work, there was no escape from the clutches of the workhouse. And once Herbert had retired, there was no welfare state to step in, and he ended his days in the workhouse infirmary.
Part of the workhouse story that's often overlooked is that of the infirmaries that stood next door to them. These were to house the paupers who didn't fit into the system.
And that meant being unable to work. At Southall, their infirmary, Firbeck House, still stands. Built in 1871, it was the most dreaded destination in the workhouse and has never been seen by the public. But the Trust's Sam Cousins is giving me exclusive access to explore this brutal place from our own history.
Gosh, this is gloomy in the extreme.
It really is. It really is. And the smell as well.
The smell and the noise would be overpowering.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just one room after another. Astonishing, isn't it? So who would have come here?
Those who essentially couldn't work were put over here.
So you have a mixture in this one house here of pregnant mothers, mothers giving birth, people with disease, mentally ill people. Why weren't the mentally ill put in what were in those days called lunatic asylums?
Well, the sorry state of affairs was it was cheaper to put them here.
This must have been an absolute vision of hell if you've got all those kinds of people mixed together.
Absolutely, a real mishmash.
And that would have included the elderly too?
It would have done, yes, indeed.
So they would have been institutionalised over there and they'd come here to die, so their entire latter half of their life was in these rooms?
Absolutely. They may have been in the workhouse for some time as workers, and they would have come here when they become unable to work, yeah.
The feeling in here must have been horrendous with that mixture, not one of them helping the other.
Absolutely. The noise and smell.
Yeah, dreadful. And if you were giving birth here, desperate.
Absolutely desperate. But then if you were an unmarried mother coming to the workhouse, you were in a pretty desperate position.
It's terribly depressing, isn't it? It's like cells.
Yeah, it's pretty frightening, isn't it?
Yeah.
Conditions in both workhouse and infirmary were set to a nationwide standard, overseen by the guardians, but in reality, they were dependent on the goodwill and management of the man in charge, and by the time the infirmary was built, in the early 1870s, there'd been a change at the top at Southall, which would have devastating consequences.
So who was the master of the workhouse at this time?
It was Master George Shaw, who inherited the position from Master Herring after he died.
And how was George Shaw perceived?
Well, it wasn't a success. His tenure was seen as quite a catastrophe, actually.
What kind of things was he doing that weren't right?
He's seen to be a character who enjoys the local nightlife, shall we say, enjoyed the local pubs. There were allegations of inappropriate behaviour, there were knives seen where they shouldn't have been, there was allegations that the place was dirty, and being an infirmary, obviously, one of the really key elements of that is cleanliness.
So this is a period of disaster.
It really, really was, and it was such a shame after the Herring's tenure that it kind of went into rack and ruin, but George Shaw was not liked.
So the consequences are what?
Master Shaw is dismissed.
So the history of this place, Firbeck, is not a happy one.
It is not.
But in the 1940s, radical changes were made to the welfare state. The dark days of the workhouse were seemingly over, with many of them becoming NHS hospitals. But the new welfare state didn't solve all of Britain's social problems, and by the late 20th century, one Tudor property with a long history of political turmoil had become a melting pot for the poor, the homeless, and a growing sense of anarchy. Angelica Bell has travelled to Sutton House to discover how the National Trust has preserved this snapshot of more recent social unrest.
Nestled in the streets of Hackney, this modern urban location is the setting for 500 years of agitators, revolutionaries and anti-establishment occupiers who left their mark on the building I'm about to see and the community around it.
I'm meeting Chris Cleave to find out more about the first in a long line of its rebellious inhabitants.
So Sutton House has a real unusual history. Tell us about the man who built it.
So it's a guy called Sir Ralph Sadler. He was an apprentice to Thomas Cromwell at a really young age. He rose to prominence in the court in his 20s, so he must have been a real high flyer, possibly through his connection with Thomas Cromwell.
Sir Ralph became a courtier of Henry VIII, his fortune in jeopardy when his mentor, Thomas Cromwell, lost favour.
In 1540, when Thomas Cromwell was arrested, so was Sir Ralph because of their connection.
Yeah.
But luckily, he was one of the few people who escaped the Tower. And then even after Cromwell had been executed, he managed to stay in favour.
He seems to have crossed so many boundaries.
Yeah, absolutely. He managed to get through 4 Tudor monarchs without losing his head, which to be at that level of court is quite a feat. So are you expecting the unexpected now?
I'm not sure what I'm expecting.
Jumping forward from Tudor times to the modern day, Chris has some striking evidence of Sutton House's previous inhabitants in what is a very unlikely National Trust preservation story.
Oh my goodness. I was not expecting this.
The house was suddenly empty in 1982 and the squatters got in. They lived in here for a few years. They would have used these rooms upstairs for their bedrooms, and then downstairs they had gigs in the courtyard and in the big room at the back. They were really political in the 1980s about changing society, and all of those slogans are really resonant to people today. This is one of the most popular rooms that we have in the house.
As graffiti goes, that's absolutely incredible, isn't it?
Yeah, it's really iconic, and it's something that we're really proud of at Sutton House because it's a really important layer, the history of the house, and so we try and protect it as much as we protect all the other parts of the historic fabric. It was never intended to be something that lasted here for a really long time, so the way it's been created means that it's quite vulnerable.
So how do you go about preserving this?
We've got a special conservator coming in today, in fact.
I'm impressed that for the National Trust, This graffiti art from the 1980s is on par with the fine Tudor paintings from 450 years ago. The major challenge with looking after something like this, though, is the paint used is very soluble. So conservator Polly Westlake uses a sponge to absorb modern-day grime.
So we're trying to do the least amount that we have to just to keep it in its present condition.
So what do you mean, like basically, because there's like holes up here, you wouldn't say, right, we're going to patch those holes up. You just want to make sure everything is as it is and stays as it is.
The National Trust took the decision to keep things, not to do a lot of reintegration, not to restore and make it look perfect, but to keep it in this state.
It's great to see the stereotypes you might associate with an old property being replaced by something more inclusive, unexpected and radical by the National Trust. I wonder what the owners of the workhouse would have made of all this anarchy and rule breaking. I'm not sure the punks would have cared either way.
With punks running riot in Britain, Southall had also taken on a new lease of life in the 70s, becoming emergency social housing. But even then, the damaging stigma of the workhouse remained, dramatically affecting the lives of people who stayed there. I'm meeting two people who remember that era and have bravely agreed to tell their unique accounts of their very different experiences. Sue Swinton lived in this very room for 3 years after a family breakdown in 1971 made them homeless.
Now, tell me how big your family was and who were you here with?
I was here with my mum. I got an older sister, but my older sister spent a lot of time with a friend living in Newark. She couldn't cope with living here. But then I had 2 brothers who I used to have to look after. Because unfortunately, because of the circumstances of coming here, my mum turned alcoholic, so obviously it was like being mother to 2 brothers.
So you became mum, in effect?
Yes.
So we've got 5 beds ranged behind us here. Your mum, your elder sister when she was here, your 2 brothers and you, all ranged in a row?
Yeah, all in a row, yes. The only good thing about that was we tended to start at the end bed and jump all the way across the other beds and jump off the end. We was rather naughty for that, so yeah, we used it as a playroom. Everything was done in this room.
What was it like then, living in one room, small room, so many of you, with an alcoholic mum?
Very bad, very bad. I was sort of like stigmatised for that. No one ever came near us. It was a place, if you lived there, then you was kept well away from.
Lowest of the low.
Yeah, never ever anybody visited us here. It was very much like the Victorian times.
Sue, what does it feel like coming back here to the room that you lived in?
As soon as I walk into this building or see this building, I just shiver because of what happened here.
Memories, yeah.
Memories, very strong memories of the place.
Katrina Burrup was part of a very different family at Southall. Her father ran the part of the workhouse buildings that were used as a home for the elderly.
This was our dining room, so this is where we had our big family dinners, and our Christmas tree was in here, and yeah, it was lovely.
So it was a happy time for you?
Incredibly happy. No bad memories. It's a magical time living here.
Did you know then its history?
Yes, because there was still an awful lot of the history in the house. So there were still ledgers in the office. I was used to look for the names of children and try and imagine what they were like. When you see children coming in and then dying, and you just think they must have just had just nothing.
What about now, when you look back now?
It's hard now, because not only do I obviously know about the Victorian history of the building, but I'm now aware of the social history of the 60s, 70s, the people that were living in the bedsits at the other end of the building. I was living this wonderful life, and now I know that there were children my age living in cramped accommodation with a tiny little gated yard that they weren't allowed out, and they had to just look out on everything that I had. Yeah, it makes me feel awful.
We was allowed to go out of the door. Just down the passageway there is a green door, and if we went through there, then we was in serious trouble, because that was the private part of the building. The only place we was allowed to go was into the courtyard. It was just a little small courtyard, and that was it.
very much as it must have been
in the Victorian
times.
Yeah. It's like they're saying when you read in books and things and say, oh, people used to be frightened of the workhouse. If they went in there, they never got out again. That's actually true. When you came in here, you never thought you would get out.
It's very easy, isn't it, when you're thinking of Dickensian Britain, to put the workhouse in that bit of history, and it's something divorced from us. When, as you experienced it, in the late 60s and early 70s, which is not long ago at all, it didn't end with the Victorians, it carried on.
No, it carried on. There's a lot of hatred in me for the place. It'll always be there with me. Never leave me, never.
When it began to dawn on you as a grown-up that it wasn't actually quite like that, it must have been a strange feeling.
Sorry. To have those special memories, you know, all my magical adventures here, that's my experience of the workhouse. And although I know that there is more to it, I still feel I'm entitled to my experience.
When I come in now, I can't imagine how we actually could have coped so long with it, you know, because I used to stand over at the window and I'd look out the window for hours just looking and wondering what was going to happen. You know, when was that person going to come down that road and just take us away from here? But it never happened.
Has this become therapeutic, putting this back together, kind of laying the ghost, as it were?
Very much so.
So when you come in here now, it must be a mixture of emotions.
It is,
Terror, but gratitude that you're not living here anymore.
Very much so, very much so.
Well done you, and thank you for sharing it.
That's a pleasure.
It's been a real eye-opener meeting Katrina and Sue, but their memories of this place had left me shocked and saddened that such recent history still meant suffering and despair within these walls. It was only 20 years ago that Southwell was finally considered unsuitable for habitation and the last of its residents were moved. This closed the chapter on the workhouse system, and with that, we consigned the harsh and cruel Victorian attitudes toward the poor and disadvantaged to history.
In 1997, Southwell Workhouse was passed to the National Trust to be preserved and to act as a stark reminder of a brutally unjust period in British history. From Renaissance-style chateaux, grand country estates, architectural glass masterpieces.
These are the remarkable homes.
Simply breathtaking.
And magnificent landmarks.
One day, my son, all this will be yours.
At the very heart of Britain's spectacular history.
I have never seen one like this.
Join me.
I need to get there. With all speed. Onwards, driver.
Oh! And a host of celebrities.
Oh, crikey.
With a passion for the past.
Kaboom! Wish me luck.
As we travel the length and breadth of the nation.
It is between the walls.
And with unparalleled behind-the-scenes access.
From the highest heights.
Now through my blind panic.
To the deepest depths.
We'll uncover the secrets.
Oh, my goodness.
Still hidden within these breathtaking buildings.
Whoa! These are the places that nobody else gets to see.
And explore the riches.
How spectacular.
And treasures of one of our most loved institutions.
This is an amazing story. Come on, I want to know the end. I want to know the end.
Welcome to the secrets of the National Trust. Today, I'm in Wrexham, North Wales, home to an extraordinary 18th century house with a difference.
And I'm travelling there in style, in this private carriage pulled by this magnificent horse. We can do 20 miles a day, I love you know. I need to get there with all speed. Onwards, driver.
Erddig is one of Britain's most fascinating stately homes. Designed by Thomas Webb in 1683, for almost 250 years, the York family called this grand country pile home.
But today, I won't be going in by the main entrance, because in this grand house, the real interest and the exciting stories are below stairs.
Where I'll be revealing the Yorks' shockingly intimate relationship with their lowly staff.
We're talking romance in this picture.
With the help of hidden photos, private letters and secret diaries.
The 9th of September, suddenly the bombshell explodes.
I'll uncover astonishing stories of scandalous love.
It would have been a sackable offence in most houses, wouldn't it?
Yes.
And ruthless betrayal.
This is a black mark on the family, isn't it?
Absolutely.
And out in the grounds, I explore the mysteries of an amazing wall of water.
It's like the lost world.
Also at Erddig, Angelica Bell is punch-drunk behind the scenes at the estate's orchards.
Oh, not quite so much.
Nigel Havers goes sky-high at Powys Castle for a new angle on Erddig's Georgian landscape gardener.
This is amazing.
Fairly scary.
Very scary.
And Miriam O'Reilly's at Cork Abbey in Derbyshire.
Gosh, this really is going back in time.
Uncovering the terrifying tricks commonly used to keep domestic staff in check.
And all you'd have is a candle.
You might not have even had anything to light your way, just the light at the end of the tunnel.
But to get the lowdown on the secrets of the servants' quarters here at Erddig, I'm meeting the National Trust's Graham Clark.
It's very kind. The service around here is superb. Thank you very much. Graham, hello.
Hello, Alan. Welcome to Erddig.
Lovely to see. I don't think I've ever arrived in such style. It's wonderful.
I know, we've taken you past the usual entrance for the York family and brought you into the heart of the estate here, the working estate, right into the stable yard.
The servants here were treated rather differently from normal, weren't they?
That's right. They weren't treated as servants, they were treated as people. The Yorks really wanted to know a lot more about their staff, so they got to know them very well. And in the end, they actually commissioned portraits, photographs, and wrote poems about them, so they knew them very well.
How unusual is this in terms of, you know, boss-staff relationship?
I think portraits have been done in the past, but actually in hand with the poems as well. As far as we know, that's unique.
Can we go and have a look at them?
Certainly can.
Thank you very much indeed. Enjoyed that.
The tradition of having servants' portraits done started back in the 1700s, when the first Philip York ordered paintings of his staff. He would then write poems packed with praise and add them to the portraits. Later, the Yorks moved on from painting to photography, and pictures of their staff were proudly displayed in a below-stairs corridor. It's the closest you're likely to get to a servant's Hall of Fame.
There are so many of them. This is like the National Gallery of British working life in a country house. Masses of them.
That's right, and they were all put here by the family. But this is a great photo. This is all the heads of department at Erddig here, out on the front steps. So here you've got the butler.
Drawing his cork.
Drawing his cork. We've got children's slippers here, nursemaid, and here is the cook with her brace of fowl at the front.
Oh, they look a fierce lot, don't they? Fierce brood.
They are, aren't they? This is a very early daguerreotype, and I think you had to keep a straight face for much longer in 1852 than you do now. Can you notice anything that's really different about the photo?
Are they the family of the house, or are there more servants in the window?
That's the family. So what makes this really unique is the fact that the family have not only put themselves in the photo with their servants, but they've actually put themselves at the back. They're not the focus of this photo.
That says a particularly special relationship, doesn't it?
It does.
And this poem all the way around it, verse after verse after verse after verse.
So what we tend to see is a stanza really about each member in here.
Yeah.
And some of them are quite poor poetry, but they're really charming. Cheesy but charming.
Now the last verse, it says, that open window in between, the squire and lady here are seen, together with their children twain, who did to present age attain. These two small heads, now old and grey, yet dimly recollect the day, but after 60 years of space, how little does the memory trace. So that was written so many years after the rest of it was done. And the one next door is a later one.
Well, this is 60 years later. So the date is now 1912, and look how technology has improved.
We've now got a photograph. It almost leaps out at you now, doesn't it?
It does seem very clear, doesn't it?
Last verse here. At open window sits the squire, in the same place where sat his sire. So that's his father. The little boy in that picture is now the master of the house in this one.
Absolutely.
You know, I look at this, and it reminds me that on my father's side, he was a plumber, but his father and grandfather were gardeners. I'm a gardener. It's in the blood. And I look at the man down there and think, 100 years ago, that would probably have been me. Wonder if I'd have made head gardener.
Below stairs at Erddig, you get a real feel for a life of service in the 19th and early 20th centuries. Like all servants, staff here would have spent long hours in the laundry, the bakehouse, the kitchen and the dairy. But if you look hard enough, you can spot telltale signs of that oddly open boss-staff relationship here.
It's huge.
It is, it's lovely, isn't it? Great
Massive,
size.
great kitchen.
And what I particularly like about the room is that the windows are at ground level. With
Astonishing large window, lots of light coming in.
That's right. I mean, it's almost cathedral-like. Normally, servants were there to be not seen or heard. But here, they can look out. The other rooms in our servants' areas, they can all look across the courtyard to each other. Very, very different.
But talking of work, I mean, working on an estate like this, whether you're indoors or out, was fiendishly hard. You really earned your keep, didn't you?
You did, and it's easy to gloss over that when we look back at the history of Erddig. I mean, there was no real rest. The family was still entertaining.
Being a servant at Erddig was no walk in the park, but at least they were chummy with their masters. It was so unusual back then that I can't help thinking there's more to it than meets the eye.
Tell me a bit about the family. I mean, what was their wealth founded on?
The Yorks really inherited their wealth from their great-uncle John Mellor back in the 1710s and 20s. And although they were asset-rich, you know, we're in a big house, they really had to keep their coffers topped up every generation or so, every other generation, with a wealthy marriage. But that really meant that they had to look after their money. And they weren't quite able to pay their servants the going rate for working down the road, so a butler here would be paid what an under-butler might be paid at the next estate.
So this relationship they had with their servants was born out of necessity, really, because by being kinder to them, they could ensure their stay. It was a relationship of convenience, really.
I think you're right, yes. The Yorks couldn't pay the going rate, so they had to treat them well.
It paid to work for the Yorks, but not in that kind of way.
Not literally.
But it didn't stop there. Extraordinarily, this intimacy even extended to below-stairs romance. I'm back in the servants' corridor with the National Trust's Heather Vernon to get the gossip.
So who have we got here, Heather?
Lucy Hitchman, here in the beautiful blue dress. She was nanny, nursery nurse to the two last squires.
And that's these two boys here?
Yes, you can see Simon and Philip here. And also Ernest Jones, who was a groomsman here at Erddig.
This pair of po-faced Edwardians weren't just colleagues, they were also lovers.
So, Heather, we're talking romance in this picture, which is telling us a story.
It is. They would have met, as you can see in this picture, out for morning rides with the last squires, but also they would have seen each other around the house in this very corridor.
So they probably walked up and down here. They probably stood where you and I are standing now.
Absolutely, yeah, exchanging a little twinkle in the eye, perhaps.
There seems to be a bit of a disparity in age. He looks an awful lot younger than
I think it's the rosy red cheeks that have been added to Ernest, but you are correct. In this photo, Ernest would have been about 23, and Lucy was 10 years his senior.
Were there many instances of romances between servants at Erddig?
We know of 18 in total.
Heavens above, that's not the odd one, is it?
No, and you have to remember that we weren't a very extensive house, so 18 is quite a lot.
It would have been a sackable offence in most houses, wouldn't it?
Yes. Because Lucy was really so important to the family, they really trusted her, she had their confidence. We know by reading some of the verse around this photo in 1911 that the family were aware that there was an attachment and a fondness.
And they didn't disapprove?
If you read the verse, there's nothing negative about it. So towards the end, it says, "We trust the attachment here begun may last while life its course shall run, and love to us so freely shown be spent on children of their own."
That's positive encouragement.
Seems that way, doesn't it?
And a private collection of Nanny Lucy's letters, lost for decades and still hidden from public view, gives further intimate details of what would have been a forbidden relationship in most households.
The astonishing thing about Erddig is it is frozen in time. It is unchanged.
Absolutely. This is something I really wanted to show you. It's Lucy Hitchman's postcard album.
So she collected postcards, she was sent postcards.
By friends, by relatives, and by her employers as well, Mr. and Mrs. York.
Gosh, all these... Oh, look. Reading. I've been to Reading.
Some very glamorous places in here. But this album itself was found in a second-hand bookshop.
No.
So we almost didn't have it here at Erddig.
How remarkable.
We have a really nice example here. This is one that Ernest sent to Lucy.
Dearest, this PC is, I think, rather a rare one. I thought it would do for your album for the winter nights. Weather rather showery and heavy, too.
Nothing really changes.
It's Wales. And then Ernest and Lucy.
Yes.
He's written his name and he's
Entwined
entwined it
them. That's
with
why
her.
I love it.
What a romantic he was.
Blatant courting among servants would have meant getting the sack in other stately homes, but the bosses at Erddig were actively interested in the romance between nanny and groom.
There's another postcard as well. Mrs. York clearly knows that Ernest and Lucy have a correspondence and fondness, as she says, "Can you send me the news when you write to Miss Hitchman?"
This is an intriguing relationship, isn't it, between the master and mistress of the house and their servant. They've almost become like family to the Yorks.
The romance between Lucy and Ernest came to an abrupt halt with the outbreak of World War I. Around 6 million men were mobilised, and Ernest was among the first to volunteer in 1914. But the couple remained wartime sweethearts and reunited when peace was declared.
So, what happened?
They married in 1919. They did move away from Erddig, but sometime later they did come back.
So, they lost them in the interim, but they came back.
Yes, so they clearly still had a love for the place. Yeah. They were living on the estate. This postcard shows Mr. and Mrs. Jones at Erddig Park.
Full circle. What a wonderful, wonderful story, all encapsulated in the album.
Servants at Erddig may have had a better life than most, but all domestic staff endured horrible conditions in the 19th and early 20th centuries. They worked for up to 17 hours a day, earning next to nothing. They had no employment rights and lived with the constant threat of being sacked by a bad-tempered boss. Miriam O'Reilly is at Cork Abbey in Derbyshire, discovering how the masters there made sure that servants were neither seen nor heard.
I'm at the home of the Harper family, who for over 300 years had a very different relationship with their staff than the Yorks at Erddig. In fact, in the 1900s, when the lady of the house came through this beautiful green door with its distinctive clack when it closes, the gardeners would dash off out of sight through the garden wall here to give the family the privacy it craved. Cork Abbey was owned by the Harper family from 1622 until the National Trust took it over in 1985. Rumour has it that the mere sight of some of the Harpers was enough to frighten their servants. So I'm itching to get behind the scenes to dig the dirt. I'm going to meet Eloise Brooke. She's the head gardener here at Colk Abbey, to find out what her predecessors had to do to keep on the right side of this rather eccentric family. I'm also hoping to discover the well-kept secrets of this intriguing place.
Hello, Miriam. Welcome to Colk Abbey Gardens.
We learned from Alan at Irfig that the servants were very familiar with the family. Tell me about the Harper family.
Well, they were here at Colk for over 300 years, and really, I think they were a family. They felt they had everything they needed at Colk.
Is that why they kept themselves to themselves?
There certainly seems to be a thread of quite a sort of introverted streak in the family. Somebody once wrote that it was a congenital unsociability.
Where do you think this introversion in the family came from?
It's hard to tell, but certainly the first real record of it is with the 7th Baronet, who's sometimes called the isolated Baronet. He certainly seemed to keep himself away from his equals in society, and he did seem to be deeply, deeply shy, to the extent that he'd perhaps communicate with servants in notes, and really didn't want the gardeners to see him when he was out in the garden, so he actually built a tunnel. It meant that the gardeners could, get to the mansion under the pleasure grounds and not be seen at all from anyone in the house, so you wouldn't see the gardeners going about their work. So would you like to have a look?
I certainly would. Over the years, the Harper family had 3 tunnels built under the gardens. Just 2 are open to the public these days, although the 3rd is currently being excavated by the Trust.
And all you'd have is a candle to light your way. If that. You might not have even had anything to light your way, just the light at the end of the tunnel.
And you do find things in the tunnel. You brought some to show me.
Yeah, we found a few bits and bobs. So we found a lovely old bottle of beer from Burton-on-Trent, which is, fairly local to here. So you can imagine the gardeners having perhaps a tipple after work. And, of course, a gardener's friend, got an old sort of kettle, so you could have your brew for your tea break.
I bet that made quite a few, didn't it, in its time?
It does look like it.
I want to know what life was like for the servants indoors, so I'm meeting the National Trust's John Parkinson, who's going to fill me in on upstairs-downstairs relations here.
It's a wonderful space, isn't it?
This really is going back in time. So you would have had the cook in here. Who else would have worked in here?
There'd have been the scullery maids, the kitchen maids, the cook. The cook, actually, we think, lived up the staircase there. There was a little bedroom just living over the job.
Right, OK. So this was very much her domain.
Yeah, very much so. It was very much a segregated society in the house. The ladies and the gentlemen were all kept very separate. Once people were able to find jobs in factories and things, that was seen as being a wonderful life compared to being a servant. Whereas when you worked in a house, it was almost like 24 hours a day on call.
Unlike the more easygoing residents of Irfig, the masters and mistresses of most grand houses would have had little tolerance for below-stairs romance. But if your work took you above stairs here at Colk Abbey, you could lose your job for far less than a stolen kiss with a workmate. Well, what a contrast. In the 1920s, the last baronet of Colk, Savoncey, was a recluse obsessed with taxidermy, a hobby that kept the staff constantly on their toes.
The servants' role in all this was really to maintain the even temperature with the fires. And the servants were really under strict orders about the amount of heat that was output from the fires. Quite often, they were reprimanded by Savoncey if it got too hot in a room, for example.
How do you do that, though? How are you able to keep a fire at an even temperature?
There is record, actually, of the footman. He talks about Savoncey telling him to take a coal off or add a coal to a fire.
And presumably, he'd be really worried for his job if he didn't get it right.
There is a story that Savoncey dismissed servants, if they got it wrong, but because he really didn't know them, he just didn't visually recognise them as such. They were re-employed at the back door, as it were, and they just came straight back in again.
So he wouldn't know at all that it was the same person. No. Whether the eccentric Savoncey was cruel or just a bit kooky, you've got to pity the poor servant who had to dust his taxidermy.
I'm at Erddig, a grand country house near Wrexham in North Wales.
The astonishing thing is it is frozen in time. It is unchanged.
The York family lived here for 240 years, and in that time, they were unusually cosy with their servants.
Are they the family of the house, then, or are there more servants in the window?
That's the family.
The Yorks' free and easy attitude makes me quite fancy being an Erddig gardener back then. But I'm doing the next best thing by meeting current head ranger James Stein. He's promised to show me an intriguing liquid curiosity in a hidden corner of the estate.
I can hear this water, but I can't actually see it.
The gushing sound is made by a peculiar circular cascade known as the cup and saucer.
Oh, now I see
There
the
it
cup
is.
and saucer, but the cup's underneath the saucer.
Yes.
Is it one on top of the other?
Yeah.
So, why is it here? Is it useful as well as being ornamental?
One function, as you said, is to be ornamental, but the second function is to stop erosion of the river Black Brook here by doing that very effectively, by dropping the water level very quickly.
The river Black Brook runs for 2 miles through the estate. Left to its own devices, there's a constant danger that it will break its banks and flood surrounding land. But that threat's avoided by sending the water hurtling down through the cup and saucer cascade.
So who designed it?
William Eames, back in 1774.
Gosh. So it goes where? Where's it going?
It drops down about 10 foot and it ends up here.
Oh, you can tell how far it's gone down then, right down
Yeah,
there.
it goes a long way down.
Not much in it at the moment, then?
Not at the moment, no. But you should see it when it's in flood. It's certainly a different picture then, yeah. It's like a giant plug hole.
Swirling and going
It
down.
is, yeah, it's quite frightening, really. But as of today, there's not much in it. Do you fancy going in?
What, underneath?
Yeah.
Yeah, go on then. Go for it. Right.
Quirky but useful, this feat of engineering has undoubtedly stopped catastrophic flooding on the estate over the last 250 years or so.
That's what it looks like from down
Wow.
here. Yeah, yeah, it's pretty good.
Curtain of water.
It is curtain of water, yeah.
Visitors to Erddig can view the cascade from above, but hardly anyone gets to go underneath. This is a really special treat.
It's like the lost world. What?
That's good, isn't it? Yeah.
It's like through the looking glass.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Gosh. Oh, there's a peculiar sensation when you look at it. Think you're flying.
It is, you do. It's quite a unique place to be honest. But it's certainly something that you don't ever get to do on a normal day's work coming in here.
Astonishing, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm so glad I saw this.
Great
It's
stuff.
an amazing feeling. But I really can't stay.
Okay. I'll let you go first.
This definitely puts your average garden pond in the shade. But William Eames, the landscape gardener who designed the cup and saucer, didn't just make peculiar but practical water features. The gentry loved him, and he spent decades sprucing up the grounds of their grand houses in England and especially here in Wales. Nigel Havers is an hour south of Erddig at Powys Castle, discovering how Eames influenced the beautiful gardens there.
The impressive 13th century castle behind me is Powys Castle. It's unusual because it was built by a Welsh prince rather than an English lord. Inside, it's crammed with all kinds of treasures, but that's not why I'm here. I've come for the world-famous gardens. They first sprang to life in the 17th century when architect William Wynd built formal terraces and grassy slopes. In the 1770s, William Eames made his mark by planting a ridge of trees known as the Wilderness. Today, the gardens at Powys are amongst the most incredible in the country. I'm meeting head gardener David Swanton to get to the root of just what makes them so special.
Here you've got a Baroque terrace garden. We've got the landscape part from the 1800s around us, and then a 20th century formal garden.
Yeah.
And all to be side by side together is pretty unique, to be honest.
In the early 1900s, Violet, the wife of the 4th Earl of Powys, was determined to make Powys grounds the most beautiful in England and Wales. She had them lovingly restored, leaving this rare example of Baroque gardens in the UK. I must say, I think this is the most beautiful formal garden I've ever seen. In the 17th century, the hedges here would have been sculpted into smooth, conical shapes. But when William Eames was about in the 18th century, they were left to grow out. Then, when the Victorians returned to formal hedge trimming, the trees were cut back and shoots grew, giving them the cloud shapes they have today.
These sort of living sculptures, they're so huge on the landscape, such a foil for the garden, so they're super.
I mean, how on earth do you cut these? Do you go up a ladder?
We've got a picture on there. They're using big old wooden ladders.
Wow.
Nowadays, we've fortunately got a cherry picker and we work safely from the basket from that.
Even with 21st century technology, it still takes up to 10 weeks to give this lot a short back and sides. And having come all this way, I'd be rude not to lend a hand. So I'm joining gardener Dan in the cherry picker.
Look at this. This is amazing. Now, Dan, we're quite high up, aren't we?
Yeah.
I just do think about those guys on ladders. They must have...
Yeah, it would have been fairly scary.
Fairly scary. Is there a technique to this?
Just like cutting your hedge at home, just a bit higher, really.
Yeah.
Yeah, practically just following the contours and just trying to cut off this year's growth.
Okay.
Shall we give it a go?
Yeah, give it a go.
All right.
Every year in late summer, the team here trims 15,000 square metres of hedge, with the cherry picker lifting them to heights of up to 14 metres.
I'm getting into this. There you go.
And the work goes on, come rain or shine.
Good bit of kit there, isn't it? Wow. Who could believe this topiary trimming could be so intense? Next time I see my neighbour Alistair trimming his hedge, I'll make him a cup of tea. Maybe something stronger.
The Yorks of Erddig were an unusual bunch. From as early as the 1700s, they had a well-deserved reputation for being decent to their servants. But after almost 200 happy years, the household was shaken to its core by a dramatic series of events that threatened to destroy that friendly relationship forever.
In the early 20th century, Erddig was home to Philip York II and his wife Louisa, who loved to entertain, but struggled to cope running a stately home and managing the finances. When Louisa discovered that the household accounts didn't add up, she accused the housekeeper, Ellen Penketh, of stealing.
Penketh was arrested and charged with theft. Author Tessa Bowes has written a book about the scandal, and she's taking me behind the scenes at Erddig to discover how the drama unfolded.
Here is this poor working-class woman with no people supporting her out there, ranged against the gentry. The jury was all male, it was middle class, you had to be a property owner to be on the jury back then.
A terrifying ordeal for anyone, never mind the lowly housekeeper. But the York's rarely seen archive reveals that Penketh wasn't your average servant.
The portraits downstairs of the other York housekeepers, they're sort of hatchet-faced spinsters. And that's what they tended to look like. Housekeepers had to be fearsome and quite old on the whole to keep control of their servants. Ellen Penketh was young and she was beautiful.
How do we know that?
We know that because I found one photograph of her hidden away in this album. This is a family album put together by Louisa. Here she is. On the
right
back
at the
page.
back page.
Mrs. Penketh, cook at Erddig from 1903 to 1907.
She's a beauty, isn't she? Goodness.
Mistress Louisa was known for being kind to the servants. After all, she supported Nanny Lucy and groomsman Ernest's romance. So it's doubly heartbreaking that while other staff portraits hang proudly downstairs, Ellen's photo is shoved away out of sight.
How did you come upon the story?
Well, we're very lucky because nothing was thrown away from Erddig. We have Louisa's diaries.
Oh, so this is...
Now, there are
Lady of the House
49 of these in the archives, and this is when the bombshell explodes, the 9th of September, 1907. And the day before, she's giving a dinner party, she's punting on the lake, everything's wonderful. And then suddenly, here it is.
Before the Yorks and their well-treated servants moved in, the estate was revamped by their uncle John Mellor. His plans lay undisturbed for more than 200 years, until a chance discovery by the National Trust revealed the enormous scale of his ambitions. Angelica Bell is here to pick through the intriguing details.
When the trust was handed Earthig in 1973, it was in a truly dilapidated state. A 4-year restoration project of the house and gardens got underway, during which they came across etchings of Earthig. Now, these historical plans showed lots of fruit trees in the grounds, which sparked the idea to incorporate an apple orchard in the garden.
The plans are now almost 300 years old. Guiding me through them is the National Trust's Graham Clark.
This is a plan from about 1740. This is John Mellor's house, a wealthy London lawyer who's come in and spent a hell of a lot of money. You can see the ornamental apple, very regular lines, very symmetrical.
Yeah. Why was it so important to have fruit trees then?
It was almost a show of extravagance that he can afford to grow apples, fruit in formal lines and use it at the meal table. Fast forward 250 years and it's gone into complete decline. It's just like a forest in the middle of the garden. So that was the issue that the National Trust faced in the 1970s. And here we are, moving in, doing some literally heavy lifting. It was definitely in the plans to bring back as good as we could, but the apple trees had to be there.
Catching a glimpse of the Trust's own restoration photos is a rare treat. And now that I've had a look at them, I can't wait to see the kind of apple trees that were once such status symbols here at Earthig. Gardener Helen Erdley is giving me a tour.
So are there different varieties on every single tree here? How does it work?
Every row, each row is a different variety. We have 180 varieties, which is quite amazing.
What's the oldest one you've got here?
Oh, the oldest one, I would say, is called Decchio. And that's a Roman apple, pretty old. Not nice to eat, but they would use it on their tables as decoration. We've got quite a few with funny names.
Yes.
Like pig snout, dog's nose, peas good nonsuch. They are
loads.
Very inventive. They're not all edible. Some of them are cider ones. To make 1 gallon of cider, you need at least 20 pounds of apples. So we'll pick these and then we'll take them and do some pressing.
Apple pressing is the first stage in cider making, and Helen's giving me a crash course using a replica of a traditional press.
There we go.
Brilliant.
This is actually quite therapeutic.
Oh, not quite so much. A splattered apple. Keep going, Angelica.
It's coming.
Keep going.
You've really got to love cider to go through this.
Ooh, here it comes.
Is it coming?
But look at the colour, isn't that lovely?
It's beautiful, it is.
Yeah, amber nectar.
But all that hard work for just that little bit, I think we should just stick to the bottled stuff.
I think you're right. I think we've got some.
For over 25 years, a local brewer has been using slightly more sophisticated methods to produce up to 750 litres of Earthig's very own cider every year.
So let's say cheers to all those gardeners who harvested those apples.
Cheers.
Cheers.
The Yorks of Earthig were a rare breed. Kind and respectful towards their staff, they ruled over a happy household for almost 200 years.
Normally, servants were there to be not seen or heard. But here, it's very, very different.
But it all came crashing down in 1907 when an enormous sum of money went missing.
This is when the bombshell explodes.
Author Tessa Bowes and I are leafing through private, rarely seen diaries written by the mistress of the house, Louisa York. And there was little doubt in her mind about where the cash had gone.
Mrs. Penketh, who has been cook here for 5 years, is a regular professional thief. She's stolen and robbed goods and money to the amount of £500. There it is. And it kind of gets worse. She gets really vindictive and angry as the days roll by.
£500 back then is almost £30,000 in today's money, a hefty sum, even for the wealthy, but a life-changing windfall for a lowly servant like Ellen Penketh.
Did she look as though she was using it elsewhere? Did her dresses become more beautiful? Did she have a carriage and pair waiting outside?
Not at all. When she was discovered and turfed out of Erddig, she was destitute. She didn't have a penny to her name.
So the money went missing. What happened to it?
It's not a straightforward story. She was trying to cook the books a bit because the Yorks loved entertaining.
So they're being extravagant, but they're telling her she's spending too much.
Exactly. She was going to her trusted suppliers and saying, can we just say that this month we spent £20 on meat and instead of the 30 that perhaps they had spent. And she said, I'll make it up next month. And this just got out of hand.
So in other words, the family could actually have been living beyond their means and she was trying to cover up that fact and it came to haunt her.
When Penketh eventually went on trial, things took an unexpected turn. The housekeeper was painted not as a lawless thief, but as an undervalued servant.
She earned £45 a year. Now, for the time, that wasn't a great salary. She might expect to be earning £60–65 doing that job.
So did her counsel point this out in the court case, that she didn't earn much money anyway, they were a mean family?
Oh, yes. He was really contrasting this pathetic salary with this extravagant life that her master and mistress lived.
9 times out of 10, the servant would have been locked up and life in the house would have returned to normal. But in a shocking twist, the jury found housekeeper Ellen Penketh not guilty.
So how unusual was it for a servant to win a case?
I think very unusual indeed. The jury was all male, it was middle class, you had to be a property owner to be on the jury back then. And you would have thought that they would have gone for their own kind.
So she's found to be innocent by the jury. Is that the end of her career, despite the fact she's won the case?
That is the end of her career. She's gone down in history. Even today, she's the thief cook of Erddig.
Their servant walking free was alarming enough for the Yorks, but their troubles didn't stop there. Massive press coverage of the trial left everyone's reputation in tatters.
Tuesday's proceedings, yards and yards of it.
Yeah, it's a verbatim description of what happened in court.
This must have done the family as much, if not more, harm than it did Ellen Penketh.
Yes, they probably really regretted taking this to court.
Dirty linen?
Absolutely dirty linen. Their overdraft, Louisa's spending habits, how much she paid to have her portrait painted, how much the baby's new bonnet cost, it's all in there.
This is a black mark on the family, isn't it?
Absolutely.
How do they get over it?
Well, they start to treat their servants a little bit more carefully. The wages go up, and Philip York, he started doing this PR exercise between him and the servants. He had to believe that they loved him and know that he was looking after them. So he wrote the poems that we see in the corridor.
So the poems, in effect, saying,
Absolutely.
I do love you really. And you, after all this,
yes.
You wondered if they really believed it, don't you?
That some of the Yorks' poetry may have been partly driven by guilt is an eye-opener. I think the full truth behind the Penketh trial will never really come to light. In any case, the saga was a painful blip in the otherwise friendly relationship between master and servant here. And it's that uncommon bond that makes the story of Erddig unique and fascinating.
The relaxed attitude of the Yorks allowed the staff to have identities outside their roles in the house. And this saw romance blossom and the staff immortalised in portraits and photographs.
The Yorks didn't always get it right. When faced with the Penketh scandal, protecting their own reputation came before compassion for their staff. But by the standards of their time, the family were pretty forward-thinking bosses.
And by acknowledging their servants' existence and recognising their hard work, the staff of Erddig have lived on and have risen to become the most important aspect of the entire estate. from Renaissance-style chateaux, grand country estates, architectural glass masterpieces.
These are the remarkable homes.
Simply breathtaking.
And magnificent landmarks.
One day, my son, all this will be yours.
At the very heart of Britain's spectacular history.
I have never seen one like this.
Join me.
I need to get there with all speed. Onwards, driver.
Oh. And a host of celebrities.
Oh, crikey.
With a passion for the past.
Kaboom! Wish me luck.
As we travel the length and breadth of the nation.
It is between the walls.
And with unparalleled behind-the-scenes access.
From the highest heights.
Now through my blind panic.
To the deepest depths.
We'll uncover the secrets.
Oh, my goodness.
Still hidden within these breathtaking buildings.
These are the places that nobody else gets to see.
And explore the riches.
How spectacular.
And treasures of one of our most loved institutions.
This is an amazing story. Come on, I want to know the end. I want to know the end.
Welcome to the secrets of the National Trust.
Welcome to Stowe in Buckinghamshire, known for its public school in the grand house behind me, but world famous as the most magnificent landscape garden of 18th century Britain.
Full of architectural gems, imposing temples, and iconic bridges. It's Grade 1 listed and home to a formidable neoclassical mansion. The estate is spectacular.
It was the vision of Richard Viscount Cobham and designed to reflect his views of political and civil liberty.
The grand temples and monuments are as awe-inspiring today as they must have been to the many sightseers that first flocked to Stowe in the 1700s. I'll be looking beyond this jaw-dropping landscape.
Wish me luck.
To reveal the secrets beneath the surface.
It really is a hidden world.
I'm awarded some extra house points by the headmaster as Stowe School's most famous visitor is revealed.
You're sitting in the hot seat. This is where Queen Victoria sat.
And after pushing the boat out for Her Majesty, came the sale of the century.
So you could even buy one of the temples. The Temple of Concord and Victory was up for sale.
Helping me discover the real Stowe is writer and journalist Dan Jones, who'll scale any heights.
Mind if I come and join you?
To help preserve the estate's most imposing monument.
Slap it on? Slap it on.
A sculpture of Cobham himself. Historian Susanna Lipscomb gets hands-on with the Norfolk stonemasons.
Most of it in the bucket.
Who are recreating some of Stowe's most iconic statues.
Oh, wow.
And record producer Pete Waterman finds out what this unassuming semi in Liverpool has got to do with the grand temples of Stowe.
From a house like this to one of the greatest talents of all time. Just staggering.
Stowe is one of England's greatest country estates. Developed first by Richard Temple, Viscount Cobham, in 1714, it was designed to impress the great and the good of his day. And he can still be found looking down on his creation from the highest pillar of all. And there's plenty to look at, as at every turn there are temples and monuments that give clues to Cobham's ideas and political ambitions, which saw the place become a magnet not only for his chums, but also for the general public who turned up in their droves, leading Cobham to add a more modest building to his Stowe property portfolio.
My journey begins some 300 years ago at the New Inn, which was built to welcome the numerous visitors to Stowe.
It was one of the first establishments of its kind, built to accommodate day trippers.
Hello.
I'm meeting the National Trust's Catherine Lovell, who's going to open up the doors to this trailblazing public house.
Lord Cobham created the New Inn in 1717. Visitors were already wanting to come and see the garden. We had a brewery, dairy, and also rooms, although sources from the time tell us that those rooms perhaps weren't the highest quality.
Are we talking
Yes,
wildlife?
yeah. So,
you're really selling this place well today.
Yeah, well, it's a lot nicer nowadays.
Tell me about Cobham the man. What do we know he was like?
So, Sir Richard Temple inherited Stowe in 1697, aged 21, and when George I came to the throne, he was created Baron Cobham. So Cobham and his family were very politically ambitious. They followed the Whig party ideals and the Protestant religion.
Whigs and Tories were the two big parties then, weren't they? So the Whigs were the Protestant movers
exactly.
and shakers in a way.
Yes, very much so. And the family really believed in political liberties and freedoms, and that was something that we see in the gardens that he created.
Good day, sir, lady. Your ale to quaff? No, indeed.
Well, it's a bit early for me, but that's very kind. Thank you very much. Yeah. Oh, it's just opening time, clearly.
Cheers.
I shouldn't be drinking that and working, aren't I, really? What was his motive in laying this garden out in the fashion that he did?
The amazing temples and monuments that we see here very much embody their political ideals. They had a great love of ancient Greek freedoms, and they really believed that that was the start and the origin of political liberties as they saw at that time.
So, did everybody who came here understand what they were looking at? There's this garden laid out with all kinds of classical allegories and allusions.
I think it's quite likely that they didn't. The meanings were quite hidden, and if you hadn't had that classical education, you probably couldn't read the garden. They were probably a bit better at reading the garden then than we are now, but I think regardless of that, you can just take it in for the scale and grandeur. They're probably nothing they've seen before, and really, really awesome and jaw-dropping for the visitors to see.
I failed me 11 plus. I think I'll just finish my beer and then go and have a look.
Cheers.
They may look natural, but these gardens were carefully designed. The elegant buildings and eye-catching stretches of water are connected by a network of planned paths, all calculated to woo the era's most influential political and literary figures. To help me get my bearings in this fabulous place, I've recruited Stowe's gardener, Patrick Green.
Patrick, where are we now?
So we've walked down Belgate Drive from New Inn, where you'd stay as an 18th century visitor. You'd walk through to a fabulous view of the south front of Stowe House.
You've got a great view of the south front. You've also got various paths in various directions, so you had to make a choice where you'd go.
Yes, you're at a juncture of 4 paths.
Now, this is Lord Cobham, then, so he gave each path a different theme.
Absolutely. You've got the path of vice, which stretches off to the western side of the garden for infidelity and all things lewd.
Ooh.
And then you've got the virtuous path opposite the path of vice that stretches off here.
That's the boring one. It's very straight.
It's the slightly less boring one. And then you've got the path of liberty, which is an uphill struggle and reminds you of your Saxon heritage.
So you then had to make up your mind which of these you wanted to explore.
Yes, because dividing those is the narrow path of life that stretches from the house all the way down to the triumphal arch that leads you down into Buckingham. And nobody sticks to the narrow path of life. They deviate off to vice or to virtue or to liberty. So the choice is yours, Alan. Which path are you going to take?
You know which one I'm going for, don't you?
Absolutely.
Vice, come on.
The alternative pathways of virtue and liberty proudly salute political freedoms. With the Temple of British Worthies celebrating poets, scientists and philosophers such as Shakespeare, Newton and Locke. But I'm on the path of vice, which passes the rotunda, housing Venus, goddess of sex, before bringing us to her temple.
So why would Lord Cobham, in his beautiful garden, his beautiful landscape with his house at the top, why would he want a temple devoted to Venus?
So Venus was the Roman goddess of sex and of gardening. So the Temple of Venus concludes the Western garden and the path and the garden of vice.
Gone through my entire life not realising that she was my goddess.
There you go.
And I'm talking about gardening.
Absolutely.
We're looking at a man who was notably pious. He was very keen on liberty and honesty in that respect. And yet there's this path of vice. Is he showing another side of himself, really?
I think he is. He was a politician and a soldier to begin with, but he also understood his personal matters, and I think Vice displayed some of those and gave an opportunity to show off that side of his life.
So inside, there's a room in there which is not really quite plain. What would have been in there?
So there would have been exotic images and actually quite lewd images.
So people would come here, observe Lord Cobham's dirty linen and go home chastened, presumably?
Yes, they would have a very different experience on this side of the garden as opposed to the paths of virtue and liberty. But actually, the real secrets to this temple actually lie underground, beneath our feet, so maybe we should go and have a look.
Will I need my wellies?
You might do. They're just over here, yeah.
What's this? What have we got?
This is a subterranean world that sits underneath the Temple of Venus, and it houses some of the secrets that power the waterworks around the wider estate.
So we're going into the underworld?
So we're going to go down into the underworld beneath the Temple of Venus.
Come on, then. Wish me luck.
Good luck.
Going in. Awfully dark down here. Crikey. Who'd have thought? It really is a hidden world.
It's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah. So this would have been a reservoir filled with water.
It would, yes, with a large water wheel in here, and it would have generated power and built up water under pressure to feed a guggly fountain in the middle of a formal octagon lake.
It looks as though the water comes in over there, runs down, so the wheel is... This must have been quite a scary place underneath here originally, when there's a big, powerful wheel going round and round.
Yes, the noise would have been incredible, I imagine, with gallons of water gushing through the water wheel and generating all of that power. Would have been incredible.
You little think, when you're looking at these artistic and spiritually significant classical monuments above ground, that anything like this would be underneath. So you see, not only were they building things of great significance, they were also doing feats of engineering as well.
Amazing feats of engineering, and all to create illusions around the wider estate. So this is all designed to move water about and to power fountains. So this is adding to the magical mysteries of Stowe.
Sadly, the fountains have long since run dry. But the influence of the inspirational Viscount Cobham is still plain to see across the estate. Guided by Capability Brown, the genius of English landscape design, Cobham created a masterpiece that manages to combine political symbolism with sheer visual and sensual pleasure. So, of course, he should have his very own monument. And historian Dan Jones has come to Stowe to get up close and personal with the man himself.
In 1747, Capability Brown set about building a monument to his boss, Lord Cobham. But shortly afterwards, the monument became a memorial, because within a year of its completion, Cobham was dead.
The octagonal column stands at an imposing 115 feet, with Cobham sporting a Roman toga on top.
This is a pretty impressive monument, isn't it?
It's a big old lump, yeah. National Trust building surveyor Fred Markland looks after the conservation of Stowe's buildings and monuments.
Even when you're down here, you can see Lord Cobham. He looks kind of life-size. How big is he when you get up there?
At least twice normal height, 2.5 times perhaps.
Now, all round the monument there are these inscriptions. Let's go and have a look. They're on every side of the monument. What are they all about?
They're Latin inscriptions, and they're really celebrating Cobham's life, his military past, his civic duties, his life developing the gardens here at Stowe.
The engravings are really a list of his accomplishments, an 18th century CV.
A monumental man in all sense of the word.
It's not just a monument, is it? It's got another purpose, because you can go up.
You can climb up inside. There's a staircase all the way to the top. And from that point, from the belvedere at the top, which is glazed, you can overlook Cobham's marvellous landscape.
Protecting Cobham from the elements with a regular top coat of lime wash is a vital part of Fred's duties.
How often does it get lime washed?
Ideally, you'd want to lime wash this every 5 years or so, or at least give it a coat of something. But It hasn't been done for 15 years since the monument was last restored.
Well, let's go and have a look inside.
Exactly, yeah.
Ah, right, so I really am doing it.
I'm scaling the 139 stairs to the Belvedere, rarely open to visitors, where I can enjoy the view and also be shown the ropes of conserving this ultimate garden feature.
That is a tight squeeze. But it's worth it. Hello. Hello. You all right down there?
Yeah.
Mind if I come and join you?
We'll sort you out.
All right, come on then.
And rig you up. Oh.
Joe Pizzali has 30 years' experience under his harness, having inspected, repaired and consulted on some of Britain's most precious buildings.
I feel a little bit more nervous with every passing minute, actually. I mean, I know I shouldn't be, but there's just something totally unnatural about getting out of a window 115 feet in the air and leaning back. Do you know what I mean?
Get yourself out. Hold it down like this. There you go.
Now I'm through my blind panic. I mean, it is an incredible view up here, isn't it? The statue of Lord Cobham up the top, he's got the best view in the house, hasn't he?
He's even better than ours down there.
When you're this high up, you're surveying everything beneath you, right? I mean, this is the position for the lord of the house.
Absolutely.
Let's go down a bit
Yeah,
further.
let's go down and have a look.
Tell me, what are the basics of lime washing? What are we doing?
It's a very old technique. So in here, we've got a slurry of stone dusts to give it colour and a paint, as it were, made up of calcium carbonate putty.
OK, well, can I have a go?
Of course you can. Goggles on first.
Oh, yeah. Slap it on?
Slap it on.
The mixture here not only returns the statue to its original appearance, it helps repel acid and preserve the life of the stone.
It's actually quite therapeutic in a way, isn't it?
Almost zen-like, yeah. Given it's your first time on the end of a rope with a brush in your hand, you're doing very, very well.
I can sort of see the appeal, actually. You know, once you're up here for a while, you know, you've got this incredibly privileged view. You know, genuinely only the birds have got. And you're doing work that's keeping, you know, a great monument like this one of Lord Cobham in good nick for future generations. I mean, you've got to have a lot of job satisfaction, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. It is a privilege, and I feel it every time I do it, so yes, yeah.
I'm actually quite envious. Still want to go down, though.
Let's go.
Come on. Oh, better mind the inscription.
Just watch the manuscript if you can. Lovely.
Yeah. We could do with that staying around a few more years, couldn't we?
It's, yeah.
Back on solid ground. Wow. I mean, my legs are shaking a bit, but that was an amazing experience. Amazing experience. You know, I feel really proud, not just for having survived the abseiling, but also for having contributed in some small way to the preservation of this great garden. And when I think of the monument, nothing could be more fitting than Lord Cobham, 100 feet in the air, surveying all this magnificence he created.
Lord of all he surveyed he may have been, but Cobham's lofty ambitions reached new heights with his preoccupation with royalty. The Trust's Catherine Lovell is giving me an exclusive look at a rarely seen set of documents which show the devastating consequences of being a royal superfan.
When did the obsession with royalty start?
Well, Lord Cobham, it probably began with him. He was really keen to move in those circles of the upper echelons of society.
He was a social climber.
Definitely. He wanted to get the recognition of having the royals to visit, and that carried on down the generations in the family.
Cobham used his neoclassical house and landscape to butter up the most powerful family in the land, and in 1737 he was proud to receive the Prince of Wales. But his descendant, the second Duke of Buckingham and Chandos, wasn't to be outdone, inviting the Queen to visit in 1845.
The Duke of Buckingham is trying to get Queen Victoria to come.
That Queen Victoria and Prince Albert did visit in 1845.
What did they do for Queen Victoria coming?
He created a whole driveway for her, which is called the Queen's Drive. He gilded everything, made everything as blingy as it possibly could be.
What does she think of this extravagance?
Sadly for the Duke, she wasn't that keen, we understand. I think she felt it was all a little bit too ostentatious. And we're given an example of this when it's rumoured that she went into her room to find a carpet, which she herself had been offered for sale, but had felt it was too expensive. So to then find it here...
Oh, so for one of her subjects to buy it when she decided it was too expensive for her, not a good move.
No, I don't think it went down very well.
Unfortunately, an overpriced carpet was just the tip of the iceberg for this spendthrift Duke, and the Queen's visit was the final straw.
When the Duke invited the Queen to visit, he was already in debt to the tune of £1 million.
Then?
Yes, sadly so. Within 3 years of her visit, the Duke was declared bankrupt, and the contents of the House of Garden were largely put up for sale in 1848.
Did it make much money?
Sadly not. It was a 40-day sale, but we understand that it...
40
days, yes.
That's a lot of stuff.
But we understand that it only made around £75,000.
And we knew he was in debt before to £1 million.
Exactly.
It's nothing then, is it?
No.
The Duke earned the less desirable title of the greatest debtor in the world, ending his life in a seedy London hotel. By 1921, there were no descendants left with the heart to take on the estate, and Stowe was sold. This catalogue is a record of that final chapter.
So you could even buy one of the temples. The Temple of Concord and Victory was up for sale, as well as, what, 5 antique copper two-handled urns. Lot 3,746. I mean, God, the Temple of Bacchus, an antique alto relievo carved stone frieze. I mean, they were selling everything from tiny weeny bits to socking great temples, but still not enough money to save it.
Sadly, no, still not enough money. I believe it raised around £50,000 on this occasion.
Well, how lucky that some of it didn't go.
Exactly.
Catherine has unearthed another Stowe innovation, one that helps the Trust keep track of just what happened on the estate.
Stowe was one of the places to have the first guidebook, 1744, our first guidebook dates from, and that's vital information for us seeing what temples have gone, what statues have gone, and what things have been moved during that period. They did like to move things around as they created new parts of the garden. It expanded over the years.
But it is still a magical place, isn't it? And knowing that all this happened, that the place actually almost fell apart, gives it a kind of added frisson, really, doesn't it?
Yes, we're so lucky that enough of it was saved for us to still be able to view it today.
Stowe and its gardens may have a glorious history as the seat of the Duke of Buckingham and Chandos, but many know of it today as one of the most famous boarding schools in the world. Despite not being owned by the National Trust, it is open to the public thanks to the Stowe House Preservation Trust.
And given the fact that the school boasts such alumni as entrepreneur Sir Richard Branson and Superman actor Henry Cavill, well, can't wait to see inside.
Stowe House was in ruins after the Duke of Buckingham's disastrous overspending. It was rescued by the Allied school group who wanted to establish a new type of public school, less traditional and more liberal. The group fell in love with the location, and in 1923, it became the school we know today. I've been summoned to meet headmaster Dr. Anthony Wallersteiner, who's going to share Stowe's secrets over a spot of school dinner.
I'm told that there's something special about this particular place.
You're sitting in the hot seat.
Why the hot seat?
This is where Queen Victoria sat when she came to Stowe, January 1845.
This was the dining room?
It was called the State Dining Room because of the state visits. And you have to imagine it with an incredibly long table down the middle, tapestries on the wall, paintings by some of the greatest artists of the Renaissance going through to the 18th, early 19th century. So no expense spared.
Here I am, you're right, I'm almost exactly in the spot.
Well,
count the windows back, 3, 4, 5, 2, 3, 4. We are bang on by the fifth window.
There you are, you're exactly where she was.
Debts and a lack of heirs changed the fate of Stowe, and its sale ultimately led to the school we see today, home to over 750 pupils. But royalty continues to be welcome at Stowe.
So, Queen Victoria, are there famous people who've been in these hallowed halls?
Every reigning monarch, including Her Majesty the Queen, Elizabeth II, in terms of other famous personalities, probably the most famous band in the whole world.
The Beatles?
The Beatles.
The Beatles performed in Stowe?
The Fab Four.
How come they came here?
Well, there's a man called David Moores. He wrote to Brian Epstein, the manager of the Beatles.
As a pupil?
As a pupil, as a 17-year-old boy, and invited the Beatles. And Epstein wanted them to get a bit more exposure, so he went along with it. And it was only right at the last minute that he discovered that Stowe was a school and that David was a 17-year-old schoolboy. And there's a sort of hurried exchange where Brian Epstein says, can you get the contract countersigned by an adult, preferably a housemaster? And Paul McCartney says about this concert, it was the first concert they'd played for about a year where they could hear themselves play their instruments and sing because they didn't have all the Beatlemania and all the girls going, wow. So,
very well-behaved Stowe pupils.
Very well-behaved, yes. Well done, the Beatles, well done.
That visit was in 1963. They were soon to become the iconic figures we know today. Music producer Pete Waterman is part of the Beatles generation and is heading to Liverpool to discover the surprising connection between their gig at Stowe and another recently acquired National Trust property in a quiet Liverpool suburb.
Being here brings back my own memories of growing up in the 50s and 60s, amidst the Beatlemania that captivated my generation. You would think this is the most unlikely spot for a revolution to begin, but it did. This is the Cavern Club, and four guys took on the world, not with bullets, but yeah, yeah, yeahs and oohs. John Lennon was one of those. Today's Liverpool would still be recognisable to John as the city he grew up in and gigged in. As were these suburbs and one particular unassuming semi-detached on Menlove Avenue. I'm in Walton in Liverpool. I'm at the place where John Lennon, for 15 years, grew up. This was his Auntie Mimi's house. Looks a bit like my Auntie Ginny's house. Built in the 1930s, number 251, or Mendips, as it is also known, is a mecca for all Beatles fans. Gifted to the National Trust by Yoko Ono in 2002, it's where John grew up after the breakup of his parents' marriage, and of course, where the music magic began. The only way to see inside John Lennon's childhood home is with Colin Hall, who has been guiding visitors around Mendips for 14 years.
Good afternoon, how are you?
Colin, how are you?
Nice to meet you, Pete. Sorry, I was just washing up.
That's all right, no problem.
Do come in.
Glad you're washing up, not asking me to do it.
No, right.
Wow.
Well, this is Mendips, and this is the way that people would come into the house. In Liverpool, we used to have a phrase that you come round the back to save the carpet.
Just so 1950, like, you know.
And of course, the way that the National Trust has restored the house has been because it's got eyewitnesses that it can turn to. Some of the student lodges that Mimi took in, family, friends, their photographs, their memories of Mimi feeding people on green beryl crockery and having yellow formica in the kitchen.
The house retains its original fixtures and fittings. It's just like my old childhood home. But all the contents have been recreated with period accuracy right down to the tiniest detail. My grandma had a stove exactly the same, you know. And the only thing that was missing when I walked in here was the joint being cooked for my dad's Sunday lunch.
Exactly. Pete, would you like to go into the morning room?
Oh, this is posh. Oh, blimey.
This is the room that Mimi fashioned, really, as the family room. It was small and cosy, and John would sit in here drawing, and she would gather together some of the pictures she thought he'd discarded And he would say, oh, don't throw those away, Mimi, because one day I'm going to be famous and they'll be worth a lot of money. Well, Pete, this is Aunt Mimi's living room. This is the best room in the house. And she was very proud of this room. They did like to come in here to read. And John favoured author Lewis Carroll. And if you listen to songs like I Am the Walrus, Lucy in the Sky, I think you can hear that reflected in his lyrics.
What have you got here?
A Galatone champion. He saw it advertised in Ravalli, a magazine of the day. And you could...
On the back?
Yes. Yeah. You could send for it mail order, and it was a cheap acoustic instrument.
Wow, amazing.
And Mimi, she used to say, you know, the guitar's all right, but John, but you'll never make your living at it.
I can't sit and look at that guitar without having a bash at it.
I was very fortunate to speak to Paul McCartney once. He said, do they still have that porch? And I said, yes, they do, Paul. And he said, oh, it's got a great reverb. John and I called it our echo chamber. Would go into the porch to play.
Come on then, we've got to go into the porch.
Right.
That is obvious. So this is the echo chamber, is it?
This is the echo chamber. John would stand with his back to that door, and Paul had his back to this door. And of course, they're right and left-handed.
Yes.
So it's like a mirror image.
It's a mirror image. Oh, my balloon love, she's my babe. Oh, great.
Yeah, great echo.
Amazing. From a house like this to one of the greatest talents of all time. Just staggering.
And from these modest beginnings to global superstar, what a real ticket to ride.
Lord Cobham's successor, Richard Earl Temple, once said of Stowe, I am extravagantly in love. Never, never was anything half so fine and charming.
And you know what? I think he's right. At every turn, there's a spectacular view.
But I'm lucky to have that opportunity to explore it as it was meant to be. And that's because when the National Trust acquired the landscape garden in 1989, they immediately set about a 30-year restoration programme to return it to its former glory.
Once, Stowe's gardens boasted well over 100 grand statues, but by 1922, many had been sold to private collections. The Trust set about finding them and recreating these precious originals so they could return once more to their plinths. To find out more about this fantastic project, historian Susanna Lipscomb headed to Cliveden Conservation in Norfolk to uncover some of the recast stone treasures before they head home.
Here at Horton in Norfolk, these workshops may look small, but they play an absolutely crucial role in the huge restoration project happening at Stowe. Because inside, they're busy recreating the classical statues that will restore Stowe's gardens to their former 18th century glory.
The originals of these recast statues have arrived here from far and wide. One had been in the Victoria and Albert Museum and the others from private, and I'm guessing, rather large gardens. There are at least 20 more statues in the making, 5 of which have been cast and are awaiting their finishing touches by conservators like Alex Rickett.
So this is one of the sculptures that we've cast for Stowe. This is Samson and the Philistines, and he's just getting final clean up.
So this is an exclusive preview. We're seeing them before they're put in place.
Yeah, no one's seen them yet.
That's great. And what's the process for doing this? Are there special techniques?
Yeah, so we start with an original sculpture that we copy. So we bring the original to the workshop here, and then we start the mould making process. So we use silicone rubber to make the moulds, which gives absolutely perfect detail replication. So every grain of sand will be picked out.
That's amazing.
And then once we've got the mould, we cast it. So they're cast solids with a reconstituted stone mix.
Alex is going to show me just how these perfect replicas are created.
Okay, so these are for you.
Right, I'm all kitted out, so let's go.
Okay, we'll make a start. First, this is the mother mould, we call it. So there's a hard case that supports the silicon rubber inside. Okay, so we'll just get these nuts and bolts in to secure the two pieces together.
Okay. Does it matter where I start?
No, anywhere. We'll get a nice tight fit between the two. So when we pour the mix in, we won't have any leaking out, hopefully.
Trying to keep up. Okay.
We're now going to mix up our reconstituted stone mix.
The conservators have blended their own mixture that will be as tough and durable as the original stone. Made up from two different sands, stone dust and grit, which lends the sculpture its colour, it's held together with a light cement that also gives the cast its strength.
Okay.
Oh, you have to be strong to do this, John. I can't believe I'm going to make something as beautiful as there's things in there.
We'll hold it there for now.
Okay.
And we'll get the poker, which will vibrate the mix and just make it flow into the mould.
Okay.
And just, yeah. So put that into the mould. And you can go all the way down. Brilliant.
Okay.
Okay. We can take it out of the moulds in about 48 hours.
Okay. 2 days here then. Luckily for me, I don't have to wait that long, as Alex has a cast ready to be freed from its mould. This is precisely what the one we just made would look like.
Exactly. Yeah.
Wow. Oh, it smells, doesn't it? Okay. That's the exciting bit. Oh, wow.
There she is.
It's been so exciting to see Stowe's restoration project firsthand with Clifton's conservators. These statues have been brought back to life through modern craftsmanship. And I, for one, can't wait to see them take up their rightful places on the plinths at Stowe.
Stowe represents a dynasty that evolved over 300 years and is an example of power gardening that gained notoriety in Britain and which was replicated in France, Russia and the United States.
Looking round the house's grand architecture and seeing the portrait of Lord Cobham on the wall, you can't help but think if he saw the Stowe of today a seat of learning, he couldn't help but be satisfied.
But it's his gardens that are the real triumph. He built them to provoke political thought, encourage reflection, and celebrate liberty, and a little bit of sauciness. He succeeded. Stowe does all that and more. From Renaissance-style chateaux, grand country estates, architectural glass masterpieces.
These are the remarkable homes.
Simply breathtaking.
And magnificent landmarks.
One day, my son, all this will be yours.
At the very heart of Britain's spectacular history.
I have never seen one like this.
Join me.
I need to get there. With all speed. Onwards, driver.
Oh! And a host of celebrities.
Oh, crikey.
with a passion for the past.
Kaboom! Wish me luck.
As we travel the length and breadth of the nation.
It is between the walls.
And with unparalleled behind-the-scenes access.
From the highest heights
Now I'm through my blind panic.
to the deepest depths.
We'll uncover the secrets.
Oh, my goodness.
Still hidden within these breathtaking buildings.
These are the places that nobody else gets to see.
And explore the riches.
How spectacular.
And treasures of one of our most loved institutions.
This is an amazing story. Come on, I want to know the end. I want to know the end.
Welcome to the secrets of the National Trust.
Today, I'm at a Georgian manor in Cheshire to tell the tale of a huge inheritance, daring bareback riding, abandonment, scandal, and even brain surgery.
Tucked behind a protective wall and moat, patrolled by an ancient herd of fallow deer, and home for 300 years to the Tudor Earls of Warrington and Stamford. This is Dunham Massey.
Dunham Massey has been the dramatic setting of one family's campaign to maintain tradition in the face of scandal, financial decline, and even war.
I'll be going behind the scenes.
You don't let people come down here normally?
No, this is very much off the visitor route.
To uncover the secrets of a rogue earl whose scandalous love affair shocked polite society.
He's marrying somebody who has no privilege or wealth in her background at all.
Shock horror.
As they strip the house of treasures.
George, Harry and Catherine shoot off and take it all.
Yeah, they took it.
And I discover an extraordinary Edwardian countess who transformed this lavish mansion into a military hospital during the Great War.
So that's where we're standing. Oh, goodness me, there's the beds ranged down either side.
And reveal how her son Roger, the 10th Earl, waged a lifelong campaign to restore all of Dunham Massey's riches.
Yes, he was retrieving the collection that had been dispersed, but he was also a hoarder.
Yeah.
Joining me is Nigel Havers, who's found a Victorian gold mine of his own.
250 costumes are kept inside.
We actually froze the entire collection ourselves.
And Lewis Emmerich has gone off limits on the Dunham Massey estate.
So the sanctuary itself's a bit of a secret.
Oh, yeah.
Am I allowed to say it?
Yeah.
Dunham Massey has been the stage for the dramatic lives of 10 generations over 4 centuries.
It was the seat of the Earls of Stamford and Warrington, and it was the second Earl, George Booth, who rebuilt the house as we see it today in the 1730s.
George Booth was smart enough to marry a wealthy heiress, and by the late 18th century, they'd built up extraordinary collections of art, spectacular Huguenot silver, and work by the most famous woodcarver of all time, Grinling Gibbons. Dunham Massey's fortunes continued to prosper across another 4 generations.
But by 1845, Dunham Massey's wealth and status was under serious threat. That's when it passed into the hands of the teenage 7th Earl, George Harry Grey, who shocked polite society by marrying a beautiful bareback rider.
And today, I'm meeting the Trust's Katie Taylor to hear about the early years of this rogue Earl.
George Harry, then, presumably, the boy?
Yeah.
And the girl?
It's his sister, Lady Margaret.
So it looks like an idyllic childhood.
It was at this point, but then quite early. They lost both of their parents, 1835 and 1838, so grew up looked after by their grandfather, who was notoriously quite a cold fish.
This must have been really difficult for them, to lose both your parents.
Yeah, but they still had a life of privilege and they had the best of everything. They were a very wealthy family, but there's
but
nothing
money
to be
can't
said.
buy love, no. So what happened then?
The 6th Earl, so George Harry's grandfather, died when George Harry was just 18.
So he inherits the earldom, At 18?
At 18, yeah, and he becomes one of the wealthiest men in the country overnight.
So at the age of just 18, George Harry was undoubtedly one of the most eligible bachelors in 19th century Britain. He had a title, 4 huge estates stretching across 8 counties, and a yearly income of £90,000, equivalent to £10 million in today's money. Katie's taking me into the Grand Gallery to explain just how he handled this newfound wealth and status.
After such a catalogue of tragedies, how did he cope?
He spends money like water in the early days of his earldom, and he's lavishing money on all of his houses and his estates, and at the same time...
Having a good time.
He's having a wonderful time with this newfound freedom that he's got. He was a dream catch for a young woman. He was the wealthiest man. He was also very handsome. I've got a miniature of him to show you, of him as a young man. We've brought it out of store especially to show you today.
Oh, look at him.
So that's him painted by Ross, who was a miniaturist to Queen Victoria.
Yeah.
And you can tell he's an earl because that's the Earl's coronet above the top there.
But he must have been expected then to be on the lookout for a wealthy wife, a wife of rank. So what happens?
He falls in love with a woman he meets in Hyde Park. She is a horse seller.
George Harry's eligible head was turned by Catherine Cox, a resourceful woman of 29, who earned her living displaying horses for sale to the upper classes, cruising in London's fashionable Hyde Park.
This is hardly the sort of woman that society would have expected him to marry.
No, I mean, she's a working girl, she's not educated, she's been the mistress of at least 2 other men that we know of, and he meets her doing her job, which is parading round Hyde Park, showing off these fabulous horses.
Bareback riding on occasions.
There's suggestion of bareback riding.
But this must have been a scandal like no other. I mean, he's expected to marry certainly somebody of equal standing to him.
He is descended from royalty, and he's marrying somebody who has no privilege or wealth in her background at all.
Shock horror.
George Harry rebelled against all that was expected of him, and instead shunned tradition and married for love.
Smitten, clearly.
Smitten, completely besotted.
And this is her?
This is Catherine.
She's amazingly beautiful. Is it an accurate portrayal, do you think? Do you think she looked like that?
Fairly accurate, yeah. There's quite a few representations of her, both in portraits and in engravings like this, and it's pretty spot on.
Is it a whirlwind romance? Does he sort of...
Yes, they get married quite quickly. Outside of London, it's not a big society wedding. It's quite quiet, quite quick.
It may have been a simple wedding away from society's disapproving glare and with no family present, but the deed was done. And upon returning to Dunham Massey in 1856, there was no more hiding for the couple as they began to build their life together with no expense spared.
She's brought into a stately pile. How does she react?
Well, we think she took to it quite well, actually. I mean, he's spending a fortune on her and treating her very well. Exactly.
George Harry also commissioned gifts for his new bride, and Katie's taken one of the most precious out of storage to show me.
See here, one of the gifts that he bought for her, which is a gold and diamond encrusted pocket watch. And on the front are Catherine's new initials.
With the coronet above?
With the coronet above, so the S and W are interlinked. And then on the reverse, picked out in diamonds again.
S and W is Stamford and Warrington?
Yeah, so that's a new title.
And what's that?
And that's a lily of the valley. And in the Victorian language of flowers, lily of the valley symbolises a return to happiness. Like
romantic, isn't he? Or a young romantic, actually.
Yeah.
How did society take to them?
Not quite as well. Quite recently after their marriage, Catherine managed to secure a box at the opera right next to Queen Victoria's box. And the Queen said that she wouldn't attend the opera that season if that lady was sitting next to her.
Snubbed by the monarch? That must have made headlines.
Yeah, it was certainly reported in the New York Times.
New York? Got as far as New York?
Yes, but it might not have been reported in British press because they were a bit more generous about the monarchy at that point.
So was that the final straw?
Not quite. There was another incident at the Knutsford races at one point. Catherine approached a group of ladies who all turned their backs on her, turned their parasols on her, and refused to talk to her, shunned her, basically.
So Cheshire housewives have been on the go a long while?
Yes, yeah.
Dreadful.
So at that point, they decided to quit Dunham, pack up all the belongings, pack up the paintings, take all the silver, and leave for their other estates at Enville and Bradgate.
So that was it? Take the stuff, we're going, and off they went to Enville?
That was it, yeah.
Wow.
Polite society's victory was to be Dunham Massey's defeat, as the couple left with all the valuables they could carry and rode off into the sunset to live happily in one of George Harry's other estates at Enville. leaving this grand house a shell to be abandoned for almost 50 years. It wasn't until 1905, when William, the 9th Earl, and his wife, the Countess Penelope, moved in, that Dunham Massey was resurrected as a classic Edwardian country house. But the First World War ushered in a very different era. I'm meeting the Trust's Jessica Webb, who can tell me how the formidable Lady Penelope took charge of the house and dealt with the changes that war brought.
Oh, what a glorious dining room. Delightful.
Yeah, well, it is shown as a dining room at the moment, but it wasn't always a dining room. During the Edwardian period, it was actually a saloon, and they held lavish parties in here, ballroom dancing.
Oh, well, it is a party room, isn't it?
Then it changed again, actually, during the First World War. It had a really important use during the war.
As what?
There were lots of houses over the First World War that were turned into auxiliary hospitals. And we start to see, in about 1916, Penelope, who was the Countess at the time, writing letters to her son saying, "I'm thinking about offering the house as a hospital." But she said it wouldn't do for Tommies, it would have to be for officers. But when it does open in 1917, it is Tommies that were recuperating here.
Why didn't she think it would be for Tommies? Was she being a bit snooty?
She was being a bit snooty. She was a bit snobbish.
You see, I thought she would have learned from earlier on in this family's history that it doesn't do to be too snooty.
Yeah, and Roger, her son, was quite the opposite to her, so we don't know if it was his influence that perhaps changed her mind.
So that's where we're standing. Oh, goodness me, there's the beds ranged down either side.
Yeah, that's right. So originally, I think there were about 16 beds in this room, but over the period of the hospital being open, it went up to 24 beds. And this was the main ward, but there were other rooms that were turned into wards as well, as the casualties increased throughout the war.
So this is a list of who came?
Yeah, so there were 282 patients altogether.
Trench foot, bronchitis,
shrapnel wounds,
gunshot wounds.
Yeah, shell shock. So they saw all kind of illnesses and injuries over the period, and some became more severe. I think initially they were more minor injuries, but I think as they needed the beds, they were sending whoever they could really to here to recuperate.
Did they all survive?
Yeah, fortunately here at the hospital actually no one died, which I think is probably quite unusual, but there certainly were patients that underwent quite serious operations here and then had to be transferred onto sort of more medical hospitals.
We've got some lovely pictures here. So
yeah.
Private Bailey, Private Pinder, Private Stewart in a kilt. And
we had quite a lot of Scottish patients. And actually one of them was Johnston, and he had brain surgery actually at the foot of the grand staircase in this house. And he did go on then...
She tosses off like it. And he had brain surgery at the foot of the stairs. Talk about I'll go to the foot of our stairs and have brain surgery.
Throughout all the upheaval and trauma of war, one thing stayed pretty much as it had been since medieval times: the parkland. From the mid-1800s, thousands of visitors from Manchester came here by canal and on the newly built railways. Lewis Emmerich, another townie, has come to see what drew them here.
The park was first recorded in 1362, when the deer roamed wild. In 1748, it was enclosed by the second Earl of Warrington with an impressive red brick wall. Spread over 300 acres, it's now a fraction of what it once was when enjoyed by nobility down the centuries. A royal license was needed to establish a deer park, and the cost, added to the exclusivity, made them the ultimate status symbol. I'm meeting Andrew Wiley, Dunham Massey's lead ranger, to see one of the oldest buildings in the park, the Deer House, here since 1740. You know, given the brick, it looks almost like a house.
Well, that's part of the point, is that you've got to imagine the entire parkland as a statement of wealth and significance.
Yeah.
So this was sending the message that even where I store my animal feed is probably nicer than your house. So any visitor coming to meet the Earl of Warrington would know straight away this is a pretty important guy.
It's not actually functional, then?
At the moment, no. So historically, they would have stored the fodder upstairs, and then these hay rocks downstairs, they'd have put all the fodder through to those.
What do they do around here? Where do the deer not use it at all, then?
They'll use it for shelter, so if it's raining, the big books will go in there.
Yeah.
But again, the does are too flighty. They'll be too timid to go in there because they can't see predators coming.
Oh, right.
So you'll find a few big books lying up, keeping warm and dry, but that's about it, really.
So if they're not wandering around the house, where are they?
So quite a lot of the park is going over to what we call deer sanctuary, so there's no public access. So that's where they can go to relax and get away from the visitor pressure.
So the sanctuary itself's a bit of a secret.
Oh, yeah.
Am I allowed to say?
Yeah, I think we can.
Oh, nice one.
A third of the parkland at Dunham is given over to the deer sanctuary. While this is off limits to the estate's 600,000 annual visitors, I'm having a ranger's eye view inside this restricted area.
Oh, this is incredible, Andrew. I don't think I've been this close to a herd of deer before while I'd just gone about the business. And where'd they come from, the deer on this parkway?
So our herd can be traced back to the original Norman introductions. So going back to 1066, the Normans brought them across for hunting. Then about the 17th century, when the park wall was built, they'd have been herded to jump over the wall into the park. Then, because the ground on the park's lower, they can't jump back out.
Ah,
so they've been here ever since.
Oh, right. So what delineates them, Andrew?
So with the bucks, it's easiest because they've got the antlers, and the antlers will get progressively larger.
Yeah.
So the deer grow antlers each year and shed them each year.
OK.
And with the does, it sounds odd, but the youngsters have what we call cuddly faces.
Yeah.
They're like teddy bears.
Yeah.
And the older they get horse-faced.
There is now a herd numbering around 150 here. These days, they may not be hunted by the lords of the manor, but they do face a different kind of danger.
It's really that visitor-deer interaction which causes us the problems. People like to get the photos, the selfies. Also, they think they're helping the deer out by breaking branches off the trees to feed them the leaves.
Yeah.
But all they're doing is hand-taming the deer and introducing artificial behaviours, so it's not ideal.
Visitors are encouraged to stay out of the sanctuary by log barriers called Dragon's Teeth that act as a visual marker of its boundaries, but allow the deer to come and go as they please.
So this one's collapsed last week, so my team have been working all morning. We're almost finished. We've got a few more posts to put in. So if you want to give us a hand, we'll be using the post hole borer and then digging the holes, putting the posts in, firming up.
Lead the way, Andrew.
OK.
Let's go.
So if we get it in position first.
I guess that goes right in the centre.
Right in the middle,
there,
that's right. Right.
That's great.
Next job is get spade, make the hole a bit bigger.
Oh, right, OK.
So I'll just start squaring this hole off, if you can just, once I've done a bit.
How important is it to maintain these?
So back in the 80s when the trust took over, there was issues that the deer had never seen visitors before.
Right.
So at that time, there were far more deer in the park, and they had far more disturbance. Over 100 deer in a year would die from disease and parasite burden. And that's when the vet said, what you need is a sanctuary area, hence what we're doing today.
Oh, brilliant.
It gives the deer somewhere to relax and actually de-stress, which for their health is very important.
Woo. What's next, mate?
Right, the easy bit now, just filling the hole back in.
Oh, right.
First job.
Each dragon's tooth weighs 25 kilos and is made from treated softwood that should keep visitor and attraction at a safe and happy distance for the next 20 years.
Let's go and have a beer.
Away from the wildlife, back at the main house, 100 years have passed since life at Dunham Massey was far from tranquil when war raged and traumatised soldiers came here from the front line. Penelope, Countess of Stamford, oversaw all the patients treated in Dunham Massey's makeshift wards, and through it all, she was supported by her son Roger, who, although unfit for active service, was aide to a British general. Roger's father, William, had passed away in 1910, making him the 10th Earl of Stamford and Warrington, and meaning his support for his mother was all the more important. Jessica has uncovered a collection of personal letters between mother and son, written during this cataclysmic period in British history.
Now, here we've got letters addressed to dearest boy. What are these?
So these are from Penelope to her son. So Roger at the time was aide-de-camp to General Lloyd in London, and so he wasn't really here at the hospital, but he liked to know what was going on. And the letters are quite formal between mother and son. So
Dearest boy, the 16 patients arrived at 11:30 today. 8 of them are in bed and likely to remain there for some days, though no one is seriously ill. They're delighted with their surroundings. Oh, wonderful.
Yeah.
Oh, I love the way she signs it. Your very loving mother, Penelope Stamford, in case he forgets the name.
Yeah. This one's nice as well. So we know that they had a telephone at the time and it wasn't used very regularly, but there's reference to it in this letter. So she says, this evening at 5:30 a telephone message came through. Expect 16 patients tomorrow at 11:30. We were pleased and so uplifted.
The ward looks so nice and the Great Hall looks very nice and simple, with flags of the Allies and colonies hanging above the mantelpiece on either side of your father's picture and opposite it.
Yes, yeah. So she goes into a lot of detail,
It's
letting
great.
him know
It does.
what it's like.
Suddenly you see it coming to life as a hospital,
Yeah.
don't it?
These letters are full of British stiff upper lip, but Penelope must still have faced incredible upheaval and trauma as she helped look after the Tommies from the front. And while she might not show it, the emotion of this time is summed up by a former patient who wrote of his gratitude for the care he received at Dunham Massey.
It's quite an emotional letter and one that really sums up, I think, the time that the Tommies had here recuperating. So he writes, Your Ladyship will, I hope, both understand and forgive the impulse which prompts an old patient of Stamford Hall to write to you at this season of the year. We Tommies, I'm afraid, took both our hardship and others' kindness as a matter of course.
Oh, gosh.
And it continues.
Well, he finishes at the end. As one of the many who were fortunate enough to experience the pleasures of your generous hospitality, may I offer your ladyship my humble but heartfelt thanks, with sincere wishes for health and prosperity. In 1922, I remain your ladyship's obedient servant, Walt G. Hammond. 4 years after the end of the war. He can't forget the hospitality.
Yeah.
In beautiful Cheshire countryside sits the stunning estate of Dunham Massey, home since Tudor times to 10 Earls of Stamford and Warrington, all bringing incredible changes of fortune to the house as each generation came and went. But it was the headstrong young 7th Earl who'd inflict the most damage, marrying a commoner.
She's amazingly beautiful.
And then doing a bunk with the family silver and everything else he could carry once society voiced their disapproval.
Off they went to Enville.
That was it, yeah.
Wow.
But Dunham Massey would strike back once Roger, the 10th and final Earl, took charge in 1917.
He was obsessed by his family history and would dedicate his life to trying to retrieve everything that had been taken away by George, Harry and his beautiful bareback riding wife.
The missing items were rare and incredibly valuable collectibles and had been recklessly sold and squandered by the rogue 7th Earl to pay for his gambling habit and extravagant lifestyle. Bit by bit, Roger the 10th Earl found success in returning treasures to the family home, including a 1,000-piece silver collection, and I've come prepared to help bring it back to its best.
So putting my gloves on then
Yep, that's
and
the first
getting to
thing we do.
work.
Yeah, the acids in our skin can speed up the tarnish of silver, so when we handle silver, we're always wearing gloves.
What do you clean it with then? With just a silver cloth, isn't
So,
there?
yeah, there's a
Liquid
silver
here.
cloth here. There's a brush for getting any loose dust off the surface first, because we don't want to scratch it, and then we just buff it off with a clean cloth, so...
Right, so
Pick a brush,
I'm
these are
taking the
goat
dust.
hair. Yeah.
Very important that they're goat
Yeah.
hair, is it?
Well, it's just really soft. And when we're brushing as well, we also do a bit of an inspection, just make sure that there's no new damage, you know, that everything is as it should be.
Right. So why was Dunham Massey so famous for its silver collection?
It's a really good quality silver collection. It was acquired mainly by the 2nd Earl of Warrington, who built the house here. And he was buying silver from French migrants, Huguenots, who were coming to England at the end of the 17th century.
So is this the best silver he could buy?
Yeah, they were the best craftsmen of their time, really.
And you've got a lot of it?
We've got a lot of it, yeah, the largest collection of it in the National Trust.
But then George, Harry and Catherine shoot off and take it all.
Well, yeah, it was their property to take, but, yeah, they took it, which means that for a long time it wasn't here where it belonged, really.
How did it come back?
The last Earl, Lord Stamford Roger, he spent his adult life basically trying to reacquire things for the collection, and the silver was a big part of that.
It took decades of detective work, scouring auctions and house sales, but Roger managed to retrieve almost 2/3 of this unique collection.
He got all the auction catalogues in advance and knew what was coming up, so we know that this one was in this auction here. There we go. So we've got a George II toilet service.
With moulded borders engraved with the arms of Harry, 4th Earl of Stamford, and his wife, Lady Mary Booth, in borders of shells, rosettes and strap work.
And interestingly, it's by a female silversmith, Magdalene Feline.
It's so beautiful, and that coat of arms is absolutely crisp as the day it was made, isn't it?
Yeah.
How old is it?
Well, it's 1754. The hallmark is here, so it gives us a date.
Isn't that astonishing?
Yeah, so we think the 2nd Earl bought it for his daughter for her 50th birthday.
So why is it here in the state bedroom?
This toilet service is here because it would have been used in a bedroom like this as part of a kind of getting ready a morning ritual for ablutions.
You see, none of your plastic tubes here and your little bits of unguents. You've got beautiful stuff, isn't it glorious?
But they're all made for holding things like that.
Yeah.
So the casters for holding liquids and oils and scrubs and things like that. So they all have the same purpose, just slightly more elegant than we'd have today.
Rather more beautiful.
Yeah.
So Roger must have been well pleased that he managed to get all this back. It was obviously very important to him to sort of restore not just the family's fortunes, but the family's status in terms of its collection.
Yeah, he very much saw himself as the custodian of Dun and Massey and felt the pressure of needing to bring things back to the collection, things that had been here and belonged here.
How wonderful. And because of his assiduous searching out of auction catalogues, we have all this beautiful stuff here to look at.
Yeah, and the Trust are still acquiring pieces today, just as Lord Stamford would have done if they'd come up in auction as well.
Well, that's 3 done. Only 997 to go, then.
Hunting down the lost treasures meant a huge amount of paperwork, and Katie is taking me behind the scenes to uncover the secrets of just how diligent, organised and thorough Roger could be.
Only taking me to glamorous places.
We're going deep into the bowels of Dunham, into the cellars. We have to use the whole house for storage because there's such a big collection, and we've got some of the stores to show you.
But you don't let people come down here normally, then?
No, this is very much off the visitor route. It's one of our early wine cellars, beautiful brick vaulted cellar, and we have to make the most of it for storage. So,
What is a plastic tent? What's in here? Goodness me.
The tent is dry because we dehumidify it. It's a great place to store paper, and it's great for photographs as well because it's so cool down here.
Country Life.
Yeah.
Let's have a look. So
that's
these
one
go
of our
back...
early editions from 1909, and they go right up until... There's our Deb.
There's the girl in pearls with...
Oh, yeah, she has got pearls. She's got pearl earrings.
She has 17 birds in her house.
Yeah.
Isn't this
So
astonishing?
Lord Stamford didn't throw anything away, and he's kind of infamous in the family for that. Early punch.
Magazines looked so beautiful then,
I know, it's a beautiful drawing, isn't it?
So this paints a picture in a way of Roger. Yes, he was retrieving the collection that had been dispersed, but he was also a hoarder.
Yeah, he was definitely keeping his own things and collecting his own things, and we know that he knew where everything was. One of his nephews, Oliver, had been for a walk in the park and borrowed a newspaper to wrap his boots in to go home. And a few days later, he got a telegram from his uncle asking for his newspaper back.
Roger was a far from typical Earl. A friend of Ramsay MacDonald, the socialist leader at the time, he even entertained the deposed Emperor of Ethiopia, Haile Selassie, who became a lifelong friend. He would never marry and lived at Dun & Massey alongside his beloved mother Penelope until she died in 1959.
It seems as if he was, if not lonely, then a loner. He liked being on his own.
Yeah, I think he was a very private man. He did like his family and spent time with his family. He had 2 nephews and a niece, and they came to visit him often with his sister. And he certainly had friendships and good friendships with people, but he was also a very private man and did live life on his own, yeah.
And from the National Trust point of view, thank goodness he was a hoarder, because he's left you an amazing legacy.
Yeah, we've got layers and layers of stories to tell in this house, and that's all thanks to Lord Stamford.
Well, off you pop. Just leave me down here for a couple of days and I'll work my way through Punch, Country Life, The Aeroplane and The Sphere. Fascinating, isn't it?
There's another Victorian-era treasure trove that Nigel Havers has tracked down. It's in Kent, at Smallhythe Place, home to the remarkable collection of costumes worn by the actress Dame Ellen Terry.
This humble retreat belies the drama contained within. 250 costumes worn by Ellen Terry are kept inside.
Ellen Terry was a celebrity, as well as a highly respected Shakespearean actress, with a career spanning 60 years. During that time, she amassed an extraordinary costume collection. And on her retirement, she brought it all to her country cottage. On her death in 1928, her daughter Edie turned Smallhythe Place into a shrine, showcasing her mother's life, both on and off the stage. Conservator Susanna Mayer is taking me behind the scenes to see the crowning glory of her costume legacy, the beetle wing dress, worn to play Lady Macbeth in 1888.
Fantastic. This is it, the dress, the infamous dress. Now, Susanna, tell me, are they really beetle wings?
They are beetle wings, but they'd be collected from Thailand and India. But when beetles mated, they shed their wings, so actually no beetles were killed in the making of the dress. But they have this amazing iridescent quality about them. Ellen Terry had a huge input into the design and making of her costumes, so she was always involved from the start. She worked very closely with her designer, but their attention to detail was amazing.
The dress caused a stir when worn in 1888. And 120 years later, after much wear and tear, this fragile costume was desperately in need of conservation at a cost of £110,000.
It had to go away to a specialist studio in Brighton, and there was 15,000 hours of work, just tiny, kind of, really methodical work.
I'm not entirely surprised. I think it's brilliant.
Only 6 costumes are on display in the house at any one time. The other 244 are hidden away in this unassuming storeroom, and I'm feeling very privileged to get a glimpse inside.
This is where they're all kept?
Yes, a bit like a morgue for costumes, I think of it.
And dead bodies.
Yeah, so all these dull boxes, but they're all full of amazing things.
Let's have a look at something.
Yeah, let me show you. OK, let's do this one then.
There we go.
So this is a dress she wore as Imogen in Cymbeline in the late 1890s. When I first saw it, I'd only ever seen black and white images of it, and then when I saw the actual thing, it was quite astonishing. So you get to see
look at that.
The colours of the dress.
How do you prepare the costume for storage?
It takes a lot to pack these costumes. You have to know how to screw up pieces of tissue paper quite expertly.
Yeah. What's in this one?
This one is actually my favourite one. This is the dress she wore as Beatrice at the Lyceum.
Oh.
This needs repacking because the acid-free paper is due to be replaced.
Oh, you have to do that, what?
Every 5 years.
So Susanna is going to show me just how the conservators work with such delicate, precious materials. And this dress in particular needs space, as well as the ultimate in care.
Of all the things we look after, textiles are always the most difficult. Wood and metal, far easier to look after. But you're battling all sorts of things with textiles.
Yeah.
Mould, insects. We have 2 ways of packing this. One is known as a sausage, you'll see why. So you just screw it up, and then you just fold it round like that, and tuck the ends in. So you can start to put that in the sleeve, just very gently. So there we go. But you see how that supports the fabric, because it's when fabric creases that it really becomes under stress. The other thing we use is just called a puff, and you just pretty much get a bit of tissue paper and screw it up into kind of thing like that, which also supports. So I would put that into that bit of the sleeve there, or for example, or just under there like that. And you see again, you're just supporting the whole thing.
And I think I'll do the just puffing it up.
Okay. So in the end, it starts to feel like you're stuffing a body, really.
It's a long process.
Yeah, it takes an hour.
Whoever did it last, I mean, he's done a brilliant job because it's hardly creased at all.
No.
In recent years, the staff at Smallhythe have honed these conservation skills after the priceless collection was besieged by woolly bear, not as cuddly as it sounds.
What's woolly bear?
It's the larva of the carpet beetle. A carpet beetle will do the same damage as a moth and is not to be ignored.
Can you spray? No, you can't spray, obviously. Put anything.
No. Well, the only thing you can do is freeze them. So we actually bought a domestic freezer and froze the entire collection ourselves. Then we had to clean it really carefully with a museum vacuum cleaner to make sure that we removed all the dead woolly bears.
Susanna and her team remain vigilant against woolly bear, hopefully extending the life of these beautiful and irreplaceable Victorian costumes for another 100 years.
The conservation of all the wonderful treasures in this house, especially the costumes, will I'm sure be applauded by Ellen Terry and her adoring fans.
On a vast expanse of medieval parkland sits Dunham Massey, a classic country hall, here since the Tudors. It's a house that's been home to some extraordinary people and witnessed its fair share of scandal.
The Queen said that she wouldn't attend the opera that season if that lady was sitting next to her.
Shock horror. And one that was stripped of all its riches.
They decided to take all the silver.
Wow. Dunham Massey has also faced turbulence, becoming a military hospital in the early 20th century under the stewardship of its then Countess, Penelope.
Did they all survive?
Yeah, fortunately, here at the hospital, actually no one died.
But it was her son Roger, the 10th and final Earl, who dedicated his life to making sure Dunham Massey returned to its 19th century best.
So is this the best silver he could buy?
Yeah, they were the best craftsmen of their time, really.
And I'm going below stairs to meet Henry Catterall, a man who was both his butler and friend, to get a first-hand account of what it was like living here at Dunham Massey.
So where are we now? What's this?
This is the butler's pantry.
Was this area sort of your domain? I mean, did you feel proprietorial, particularly in the earlier days about it? This was your kingdom in a way?
Well, yes, I suppose it was really, this area.
Yeah. I think I'd have liked a little empire like this. So you're working for Roger, the 10th Earl. What did you have to do?
The first job in the morning was to take him his tea up, his early morning tea, to bed. And he used to make me sit on the chair at the side of the bed and give me a piece of text to read that was usually politics. And I had to read it because he'd ask me questions about it afterwards.
Did he want your opinion about it?
Yeah.
Was that a bit intimidating, a bit?
Well, it was, especially at 7:30 in the morning.
When your brain wasn't really going?
Yeah.
And what was done in here?
Nothing really, apart from giving him his tea in here in the afternoon. I had to keep it clean.
Oh, so he'd come into the butler's pantry for his tea?
He'd come and sit there on the edge of the table. And in the winter, I had to light the fire there.
It seems as though, as much as being an employer, he was a friend.
He was. He was a friend. I admired him very much.
Do you miss him?
Yeah. He was like the pinnacle of authority. He was a grand lad.
A lot of people nowadays are uncomfortable with that sort of master-servant relationship. Can you understand that?
Yeah, he never treated me like that, as if I was the underling. I was always on a par with him, so to speak.
When Roger died in 1976, he was without an heir. And after 300 years, there were to be no more Earls of Stamford and Warrington at Dunham Massey.
What do you think Lord Stamford would have made of what's happened to Dunham Massey now, the way it's been looked after? Presumably, he'd be mighty relieved that he'd done his job, it, and it's going to stay.
He did. The estate's carried on as it was when he was here, and the house is well improved greatly.
So if you had to sum up the 10th Lord Stamford, what would you say of him?
I'd say he was a perfect gentleman, and a very clever one at that.
Dunham Massey has felt the impact of centuries of change both inside and outside the walls of the estate, and spending time within its beautiful and atmospheric rooms has cast its spell.
But what's emerged is that it's the personalities who've lived within these walls, both members of the family itself and members of staff, who've made this place so special.
And thanks to Roger, the 10th and final Earl, the family's history has now been restored.
His final act was to bequeath the house to the National Trust, making sure that none of its contents could leave Dunham Massey again. And in so doing, he ensured not only the survival of the family's legacy, but also that it would live on. From Renaissance-style chateaux, grand country estates, architectural glass masterpieces.
These are the remarkable homes.
Simply breathtaking.
And magnificent landmarks.
One day, my son, all this will be yours.
At the very heart of Britain's spectacular history.
I have never seen one like this.
Join me.
I need to get there. With all speed. Onwards, driver.
Oh! And a host of celebrities.
Oh, crikey.
With a passion for the past.
Kaboom! Wish me luck.
As we travel the length and breadth of the nation.
It is between the walls.
And with unparalleled behind-the-scenes access.
From the highest heights.
Now I'm through my blind panic.
To the deepest depths.
We'll uncover the secrets.
Oh, my goodness.
Still hidden within these breathtaking buildings.
These are the places that nobody else gets to see.
And explore the riches.
How spectacular.
And treasures of one of our most loved institutions.
This is an amazing story. Come on, I want to know the end. I want to know the end.
Welcome to the secrets of the National Trust. On the shores of the Strangford Lough in County Down, Northern Ireland, lies one of the National Trust's most intriguing houses.
Nobility, political leaders, and even royalty have all flocked here for the sheer beauty of the setting and the grandness of its mansion and its elegant hostess.
With soaring Ionic columns, sumptuous interiors, and a world-famous garden.
This is Mount Stuart.
It's been home to the Stuart family for almost 3 centuries. A potent political force, the Stuarts also held the lofty title Marquis of Londonderry. With their majestic mansion grown stuffy and dated, it was ripe for a makeover when the 7th Marquis, Charles Vane Tempest Stuart, moved here with his charismatic wife Edith in 1921.
And it's the alluring Marchioness, Lady Edith Londonderry, whose imagination, flair and energy transformed Mount Stuart into what she described as the land of heart's delight.
By unlocking the secrets hidden behind closed doors.
So this?
This is her private bedroom, and it has never been seen by the public before.
Leafing through rarely read letters.
I think we're still writing at cross purposes. Oh, yes. The Marchioness.
Yes.
Getting the inside track on Edith's life from her very own granddaughter.
She never stopped. And the house, it was always full of people, full of 14 dogs, shrieking macaws.
And unravelling the mysteries of a secluded cemetery.
We don't usually let people in.
You're very kind.
I'll reveal the story of a woman who brought glamour, style, politics and parties to Mount Stuart.
Don't. I'm getting ideas above my station.
Also, Nina Wadia exposes explosive revelations in the Londonderry's archive.
She's one of a very small number of aristocratic suffragists. Her mother-in-law was disgusted and calls her daughter-in-law a young hound running riot.
Oh, my.
She didn't approve at all.
Alison Hammond is at a notorious stately home with a private guest list to rival that of Lady Edith's.
Hold on a minute. Chaplin.
Charlie Chaplin stayed here.
Alison stayed here.
And things hot up for Oz Clarke as he digs through the secrets of Mount Stuart's potting shed.
Let's lift this off here now. Sorry about the smoke in the house.
Walking up to Mount Stuart through these beautiful gardens, you immediately sense you're embarking on something rather special.
That's because after 3 years of restoration, the National Trust has returned the estate to its best, and you feel as though you're stepping back in time.
But the magnificence of the formal gardens does make one wonder how the interior of this striking neoclassical mansion could possibly compete.
Well, the wow factor as you enter the central hall is enough to lay those worries to rest.
This is astonishing. It could have been made yesterday. Absolutely beautiful.
Yes, absolutely fantastic, isn't it? So glamorous.
The National Trust's Neil Watt has offered to show me the secrets lying hidden here.
We've just completed our £8 million restoration on this house.
This was a house in danger then, presumably?
It was. I mean, in fact, look at the balcony above you. The balcony, I'm told, was about to fall down. And apparently, staff and family members used to sort of grip the wall and sort of go around the side, lest it should fall over. There were pieces of the plaster falling down. In fact, whenever our past chatelaine of the house, Lady Mary, lived here, she was in bed and her bedroom sort of cornice fell from the ceiling. So this was the stuff that even I didn't see. But yes, the house was falling down.
The Trust took over the mansion in 1977, but by the early 2000s, it was in need of more than a little TLC. Ready-made inspiration came from the vivacious Lady Edith Londonderry, who'd left her unique imprint on Mount Stuart almost 100 years earlier.
Whenever Mount Stuart is talked about, the one name which is mentioned is Lady Edith Londonderry. Tell me about her.
When she arrived here in 1921, there was only one loo, one bath put in for the king, and the house was pretty much...
That's such a name drop. One bath, put in for the king.
Did I drop something? But she came here and she thought that Mount Stuart was the darkest, dampest house she had ever seen in her life. However, her opinion changed. She saw the beautiful climate, she saw Strangford Lough, and she sort of fell in love.
How did Edith change the house?
Well, she changed it in probably every conceivable way other than architecturally. It really wasn't her style. You can imagine the picture, antimacassars, parlour plants, all a bit chintzy and all a bit...
Heavy Victorian?
Heavy Victorian. She liked the sort of new kind of glamorous damasks and bright colours and layers and...
She brought style to Mount Stuart.
Exactly, she brought style to Mount Stuart. You've got it in one.
Did the place then become a magnet for the sort of fashionable? Mount Stuart was a place to go to?
Yes, and I can do some name dropping for you again if you would like. Yeah, go on, will I? Well, King Alfonso of Spain, Prince Ronnie of Monaco, Ramsay MacDonald, the royal family.
That'll do. That'll do.
Is that enough?
They didn't drop them, they clanged.
For Lady Edith, the life of an aristocratic wife living in her country pile was never going to be enough. Famously charismatic, she was known for her ability to charm. Her bedroom suite, decked out as a swanky boudoir, fizzes with her personality. Completely restored to its former glory, it now looks exactly as it did when she was alive. It's not open to the public yet, but Neil's invited me for an exclusive preview.
Oh, I do like an imposing bedroom.
It's pretty good, isn't it?
So this is Lady Edith's bedroom?
This is her private bedroom, and it has never been seen by the public before. And the doors out onto the staircase remained locked to the public, and they still do. And so this really is a little secret, a little nook hidden away.
What sort of state was it in?
The room was in a very poor state. The worst factor was the light damage in the room. Believe it or not, this bed had been bleached white.
White? And it was crimson originally?
Crimson originally.
Whew. It's a wonderfully extravagant renovation and another pricey one, I guess.
It was, and actually, we're very lucky that our current family member to live here, Lady Rose Lawrenson, her husband, Peter, had a very generous family, and they donated 500,000 American dollars to Mount Stuart, to the National Trust, so that we could restore these suite of rooms, restore Edith's most private space.
But it's wonderful. The $500,000 bedroom suite.
Absolutely, yeah.
Lady Edith had flamboyant taste for the time, combining unusual colours and styles. But although unconventionally creative, she was also dependably practical.
Now, you said when she came to the house there was only one loo.
Yes.
I mean, did she pay attention to that kind of thing as well?
She did. So if you're impressed with this bedroom, can I show you the bathroom? Because Edith loved her bathrooms.
Wow. How imposing is that? This is the bathroom, here's the bath.
It's not a bath, it's a boat. It's
in
huge.
full sail, yeah.
Absolutely.
It is an amazing room. Gilded mirror, pictures, all kinds of furniture, beautiful walnut linen press. It's not in any way utilitarian, is it?
It's not, and that certainly was not Edith.
Although determined to give Mount Stuart a modern makeover, Edith had a delicately Victorian approach to the more functional parts of her bathroom.
But I can't see a loo.
Yes, well, she did have a wonderful way of upcycling antique furniture. She didn't want to be offended by the sight of a lavatory in the room. No. So if you look hard enough, you can probably spot it.
Oh, I can see a pipe.
Yes, keep going.
Don't tell me this
Yes.
chest.
Oh, go for it.
Get
Go
a chest
on.
of drawers. Oh, look.
Isn't it fabulous? Isn't it wonderful?
That's clever.
Well, it certainly puts a whole new slant on lifting the lid.
All of the loos have a sort of personality of their own. Everything is just so beautifully and uniquely done.
So there she is, lying in the bath. I mean, I doubt that she'd reached for her own towel. There would have been a maid there to have handed her the towel.
And, in fact, that's why we've got 2 chairs in this room. The wicker chair was to let her dry off in her robe. This chair was where she moved to have her stockings put on.
Don't. I'm getting ideas above my station. But every single room has a glorious view of the garden. With lovely soft Irish weather at the moment, Helen.
Lovely, lovely dark Irish weather, but I guess that's why it's so important to have a glamorous interior here at Mount Stuart, because sometimes it's not always so bright outside.
Oh, we're coming through a bookcase.
We are.
We are.
Through the secret door. The secret door into her inner sanctum. You're very much in her private space, and only her closest friends and family would have come in here.
And this then totally reflects her taste.
It does. Completely eclectic, diverse, random. Here's a picture of the room in her day.
Oh, that's identical.
It is.
You're in her presence in a way, aren't you, really?
You are. You really feel that you're with the woman herself.
What did Lady Edith use this room for?
Well, this was her sitting room and her study. This was where she would come and be at one with her thoughts. I remember whenever I was a little boy coming here with my parents, and back then I remember seeing dog claws scraped on the paint out through the windows. She would have the windows up.
And dogs coming in and
dogs
out.
jumping in and out. And of course over there she had steps just through that window, so she could throw the window up and just go out in her garden.
There are lots of portraits in here, but particularly portraits of a young girl. I mean, 3 there, another one on the end.
Yes, and of course they're all the same young lady.
And this is?
This is Lady Mary, her youngest child. And Lady Mary was born here in 1921. I mean, bear in mind, Mary was born 20 years after the birth of her first child.
Gosh.
So she was maybe a sort of happy accident, I don't know. And she became a sort of a symbol of rebirth, a symbol of a new opportunity. And I think Mary was probably the reason why Edith fell in love with this house so much. You know,
It became a family home.
It did become a family home.
Baby Mary may have rooted the Marchioness to Mount Stuart, but Lady Edith wasn't your average mother. Far from having eyes only for the newborn, Edith was furiously firing off letters to all and sundry, and her private address book was anything but ordinary.
Who would she write to?
Oh gosh, it would be easier to answer who didn't she write to. We have correspondence from kings, queens, most of the royal family, literary giants. She was the patroness to musicians.
Yeah.
So really everyone, and lovely intimate family correspondence as well.
A collection of Lady Edith's rarely seen letters is kept in the family archives, and I'm getting to look at a few rare examples.
I love reading letters, with permission, of course.
Yes, of course. Well, you've got our whole permission today. They give an intimate and very personal glimpse into her life.
Oh, this is... She's obviously writing to a supplier or a craftsman. Yes. Dear sir, I think we're still writing at cross purposes.
Oh, yes.
Marchioness.
Ooh, yes.
When I referred to having the door made in Ireland, I was talking purely of the tool shed. as I think it's not necessary to have this made as so ornate or important.
Yes.
Tool shed door.
She wasn't a lady to be trifled with, clearly. But it's family letters left virtually untouched for 100 years that are most revealing.
And then this one, which is to the Marquis of London. So
Yes.
this is to her husband.
To her husband, so very personal, yes.
My beloved dearest, it's perfectly divine here. Why do we ever live anywhere else?
I know.
Well, why would you?
Formidable as she was in her Mount Stuart days, Edith was probably at the peak of her influence in the few years before she moved here, at a time when Britain was in turmoil.
This is a woman who was a political mover and shaker.
Yes, and I think her idea of aristocracy was one of inherent duty
And responsibility.
And I think she took that work very, very seriously. I think this manifested itself during the First World War because she formed her own army. Yes, she
with a good intent.
With a good intent, not to storm Buckingham Palace, but to help with the war effort. And she called it her Women's Legion.
A powerful lady who used her power well.
Yes.
Lady Edith was more than a lively hostess with a taste for eclectic decor. She was also a woman who used her influence for the greater good. Patriotism inspired her to set up the Women's Legion in London in 1915, but she didn't stop there. Nina Wadia is in Belfast, where extraordinary archive material reveals that Edith didn't just champion the troops, she also took on a battle of her own, women's suffrage.
This is the Public Record Office of Northern Ireland. It holds irreplaceable photographs of Mount Stuart House, its gardens, and Edith Lady Londonderry's then rather unconventional life.
Hello, I'm Diane Urquhart.
Historian Dr. Diane Urquhart has written a book on the Marchioness of Londonderry, so has had privileged access to this extensive archive. There are almost 40,000 documents in the Londonderry collection, including photos, letters, pamphlets, and manuscripts. They shine a light on the secrets of Lady Edith in every aspect of her life: society hostess, political activist, and wartime leader.
Here she's wearing a Women's Legion uniform, which she heads up as its Commander-in-Chief.
Right.
It's uniformed, it's cross-class, it's non-denominational, it's non-political. And what it's aiming to do is to train women for a whole variety of jobs, which men did, and that would then allow men to sign up for active service. This was a hugely important organisation. So it starts off training women to be military cooks.
Did she put women on the front line at all?
Some women did serve on the front line, particularly as drivers.
Yes.
So some women were at the Western Front.
So she was a real pioneer.
Absolutely. And she saw this as a pioneer organisation. It really proved what women could do. They could do men's jobs, but in their own way.
That is incredible.
Since the early 1900s, Edith had been an active supporter of women's suffrage, even writing and speaking about it on public platforms.
Am I right in assuming that Lady Edith was a suffragette?
She was a suffragist, and the distinction comes that suffragettes are women who took to militant means, breaking the law to draw attention to the campaign, working to allow women not just to vote but also stand as parliamentary candidates.
Right.
As a suffragist, Edith shared the same goals as the suffragettes, but she believed in peaceful campaigning.
It's unusual to see an aristocratic woman of her position so actively involved in the suffrage movement. So her mother-in-law, Theresa, the 6th Marchioness, was disgusted and calls her daughter-in-law a young hound running riot.
Oh, my.
She didn't approve at all. It's hugely controversial. So for Edith to step up, she's one of a very small number of aristocratic suffragists.
Edith wrote about the importance of a vote for women, and some of her work has survived here in the Londonderry archive.
Did she write all these pamphlets?
She did. She wrote 2 suffrage pamphlets. The first was 1909, and here she is really presenting her stall about why women needed the vote.
Surely it is woman's right as much as man's to exercise her influence, whether in her political opinions or in ordinary life, in a direct and straightforward manner. That is, I mean, she seemed to be so ahead of her time.
She was.
All the campaigning finally paid off. Exactly 100 years ago in 1918, property-owning women over 30 got the vote, but the struggle continued.
It's quite common at the time for those who are working for the vote to say, well, look, it's not just for women of my class and in my position, but the people who need it most are working women. The vote will offer them some protection.
Political yet playful, Lady Edith threw weekly dinners in London during World War I. They were her way of lifting the spirits of her inner circle. The gathering eventually developed into an exclusive group for the movers and shakers of the day, known as the Ark Club.
We can see here a number of documents relating to the Ark. It's quirky, but it's hugely elite. Everyone had a special name.
The members of the Ark Club may have included Britain's most powerful figures, but it didn't stop Lady Edith giving them nicknames. Admiral Sir David Beatty, one of the most senior British naval officers of World War I, became David the Dolphin, and former Prime Minister Arthur Balfour was known as both Arthur the Albatross and Arthur the Archaeopteryx. There are sketches of her husband Charlie the Cheetah and others in the collection. Lady Edith even put up concrete statues in her garden to celebrate the Ark Club and its A-list members.
This one's particularly interesting.
This is Winston Churchill at an early phase of his career, and he's named Winston the Warlock. You can see here, Nina, how she describes him.
A warlock, as all the world knows, is a wizard, and the Ark door of open sesame was always ajar to him. I love it.
Yeah, and people were fascinated by the Ark. Some people were quite critical of it, said it was too frivolous.
Yes.
But they tended not to be in the invite list.
Ah. Do you know, I certainly had not heard of Lady Edith. I think she needs to be celebrated a bit more.
Absolutely.
But Edith wasn't the only posh, politically minded woman of her day. In the early 20th century, American Nancy Astor made a stir in British high society. She, too, was a spirited hostess and campaigner and became the first female MP to take a seat in Parliament. Alison Hammond is at Cliveden House in Buckinghamshire, a place that still holds clues to the hidden life of this formidable lady.
Like Lady Edith at Mount Stewart, Nancy Astor was a powerful female figure. She passionately pursued politics and women's suffrage. Although Cliveden is an unusual hybrid of hotel and historical home, it still has remnants of her time here.
William Waldorf Astor was one of the richest Americans of the 19th century. He bought Cliveden House in 1893. 13 years later, his son Waldorf married Nancy, and William gave them Cliveden as a wedding present. Not a bad start to married life, but the new Mrs. Astor wasn't one to rest on her laurels. I'm meeting Cliveden's curator, Una Kennedy, to find out about the impressive Nancy.
Nancy Astor probably is one of the most famous women of her generation. She was elected to Parliament on the 23rd of November, 1919. So this was the first time that a woman had entered the House of Commons as a member. And it must have been quite frightening, I think, for Nancy. Entering the chamber with 600 men, she would have met quite a frosty reception. But I think the person who was probably most vocal about how he felt about the presence of Nancy was Winston Churchill.
Really?
And it probably surprised him that, you know, this American female could match him in terms of insult trading.
Oh, so she was feisty.
There's always that very famous one. Something had irritated her about Winston, and so Nancy said, Winston, if you were my husband, I'd poison your coffee. And of course, Winston then immediately came back and said, Nancy, if you were my wife, I'd drink it.
That is brilliant. When she wasn't having a Barney with Churchill, Nancy spent time campaigning for the rights of women, children and working people.
I hate all kinds of wars. That's absolutely true. But particularly I hate civil war, class war or sex war. But I like fighting. But I like fighting for justice.
Nancy got a bit of flack for seeming posh and out of touch, but she wasn't bothered. For her, being well-connected meant she could use her influence to change things for the better. And she wasn't shy about using her grand house to get her message across to her powerful pals.
This is the Great Hall, so this was a room where Nancy would receive her guests.
Natalie Livingston, the latest lady of the house, has written about Nancy's time here.
Nancy turned Cliveden into a political literary salon, which every single writer from George Bernard Shaw to Rudyard Kipling to J.M. Barrie would come and talk about ideas, and it became very much a hotbed for ideas and discussion and debate. She absolutely brought the houses of Westminster to Cliveden.
I want to know just how high-powered Nancy's chinwags were. So Natalie's shown me Cliveden's visitors' books that are not on show to the public.
It's absolutely incredible. When you look on this page, this is British royalty. So we have Elizabeth, who is now our Queen, and we have Princess Margaret. And on this page, we have the Kennedys, who stayed here. We have...
Hold on a minute. Chaplin?
Charlie Chaplin, yes.
No.
Charlie Chaplin stayed here.
Really?
Yeah. Mahatma Gandhi stayed here.
Alison stayed here.
Meandering along the Thames has left me with some of the best views of the house, and it kind of makes me think about the guests approaching the house for the very first time and what they would have thought of Nancy. They probably would have thought, you know what, she's a classy bird, first of all, but also graceful, yet formidable. You can't help but admire her strength and determination when it came to women's rights.
Both Lady Astor and Mount Stuart's own Lady Edith were extraordinary women ahead of their time who were determined to make a difference. And while Edith's activism and creativity will never be forgotten, her most enduring legacy is bound to be Mount Stuart's world-famous garden, packed with an unexpected variety of exotic flowers.
Walking through these beautiful gardens, you immediately sense that you're embarking on something very special.
The secret is the extraordinary microclimate here on the Ards Peninsula. A narrow strip of land separating Strangford Lough from the Irish Sea, it's damp and mild, making it ideal for growing an array of weird and wonderful plants.
An autumn colour just starting.
Yeah, it's looking good.
Today, head gardener Neil Porteous keeps watch over 8 acres of formal garden, but it first took root back in Edith's day.
Was it all designed by Lady Edith? Is it her brainchild?
It is. All the sort of layout is hers. She was pregnant in 1921, had morning sickness, and this was her antidote to it, was to design this garden like a professional.
Wonderful. So where are we now? What's this part of the garden?
This is the Italian garden, and she loved sunsets and sunrises here as the water's reflected into the sky off Strangford Lough, and that's what the colour scheme is.
Wonderful.
And she loved the idea that no two colours in nature could clash. So she put it to the test here, where you've got colours just contrasted against each other. But really, we can follow what she actually had in mind, because she wrote it down in an article, so we can have a look at it.
Oh, right. Lovely.
Mount Stuart has just made it into the list of top 10 gardens in the world. But as her rarely seen writings reveal, it may not have come as a massive surprise to green-fingered Edith.
Well, this is the RHS journal that Edith wrote in December 1935. And she talks about Mount Stuart. It's on the Ards Peninsula, County Down. It's situated on a narrow neck of land facing almost due south on the shores of Strangford Lough. It is, to all intents and purposes, as favourably situated climatically as if it were on an island. So, just lovely.
And that explains she was clearly aware of the kind of microclimate she'd got.
When it came to flowers, not much got past Lady Edith, but scrapbooks that have been hidden for decades show how far she was prepared to go to get her garden just right.
Mount Stuart Garden, 1937, so this is her notebook and saved clippings.
It's one of 8 that we've got.
Wonderful. So. Oh, and a letter from a legend. Yeah, Frank Kingdon Ward, one of the greatest plant collectors of all time.
Daredevil botanist Kingdon Ward spent almost 50 years gathering rare species in Asia, his adventures often sponsored by the Londonderries. On his travels, he fell off a cliff, was impaled on a bamboo spike, and even got lost in the wilds. But he survived the lot to bring back exotic plants to Britain and to Lady Edith.
Went out 26 times looking for her plants, and this one's from Assam, Toklai in 1949.
I'm enclosing some seed of a rhododendron unknown that we collected in East Manipur last winter. I suppose we shall come home this year, next year, sometime. We never know far in advance. He was out there all the time in Nepal, Burma, Himalaya, all that sort of area. This is a wonderful volume. How helpful is that to you in looking after the garden?
Well, this is just lists of plants that have been tried here, and also things that she was looking for. The things she loved are scented flowers.
So in the same way that in the house they're being true to her spirit, you can do the same in the garden in a way and keep bringing here plants that you know she would have wanted.
And not just that, you know, every year between 1,000, 1,500 new plants discovered worldwide. So what would she do if she was alive today?
She'd be going absolutely mad and planting everything she could get her hands on that she'd never seen before.
These days, a team of around a dozen gardeners and up to 80 volunteers are busy keeping Edith's legacy alive. And just as she would have wanted, they continue to expand the number of rare and exotic species grown here. It's a job that throws up plenty of challenges. Writer and presenter Oz Clarke's got a backstage pass to discover the top-secret tricks of the Mount Stuart potting shed.
It would be fair to say that the gardens of Mount Stuart are not normal. It's as though nature has just thrown everything together without any human intervention.
But nothing could be further from the truth. Keeping the gardens looking this good takes hard graft and real skill. The team here is managing to retain an astounding number of exotic plant species that face extinction in their native habitats, and they do it by carefully creating new plants from seeds or cuttings.
Hi, I'm Oz. Hello.
Hello. Alan, lovely to meet you.
So it's you who's been making all this smell?
Yeah. We're simulating a forest fire in South Africa. How about that, eh?
That's exactly what I thought.
Gardener Alan Ryder is a man who knows the secrets of growing flowers from foreign lands. Today, he's cultivating the seeds of South Africa's national bloom, Protea.
So there's your Protea seeds. In the wild, it will not grow unless there has been a brush fire. That's the whole secret.
I see. The plant needs the fire to break open.
To break open that
seeds.
dormancy.
Got it.
So basically, I'll just put those seed in on top of the tin, spread it out a little bit, just like that. Put the lid on. We've bark in there, which smoulders. The smoke comes up into this tin here, and we leave that for about 5 minutes.
Protea is just one of about 4,000 plant species at Mount Stuart. Like botanists in days gone by, the team travels all over the world collecting new plants. Right now, species from around 50 countries are thriving here.
Let's lift this off here now. Yeah, just let the smoke clear a little bit, and as you can see, you see the way it's all opened out? Sorry about the smoke in the eyes. Almost like little hedgehogs now.
And that's the germinating seed?
Yes, absolutely. So that's now ready to sow.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
Having mimicked the native conditions needed to germinate the seeds, Alan then plants them in specially prepared sandy soil with added grit, designed to simulate the South African earth in which Protea grows.
So did Edith's gardeners go through this whole process all the time?
Absolutely. All of these processes are reinventions of what would have happened 80, 100 years ago.
They must have been at it 24 hours a day.
Well, absolutely. Yeah, let's go. Yeah. OK.
Ah, much warmer.
Yeah, it's nice and warm in here, isn't it? Yeah, lovely.
The Proteas will spend about a year in the Mount Stuart propagating unit before being planted outside. In the unit, temperature, light and moisture are kept constant, giving plants the very best chance of survival.
So we put all this effort into just a single little pot.
Mm-hmm.
When you look at the enormous expanse of this garden, if you're going to do it like Lady Londonderry did it, that's an amazing commitment of man-hours and
Absolutely. It's a huge investment in time. You cannot just open a catalogue and say, I'll have one of those, please, because we're dealing with such a rare collection of plants.
Well, I have to say, Lady Londonderry would be delighted.
Well, I hope she would approve, yeah, absolutely.
But the story of Mount Stuart didn't end with Edith Londonderry. Her granddaughter, Lady Rose Lauritsen, grew up here with her sister and still lives in a private wing of the house. and she's asked me over for a chat about the old days when Mount Stuart was in its roaring pomp.
What a place to grow up.
Yeah, I feel very lucky. It was always full of people, full of 14 dogs in the house, shrieking macaws. And my grandmother had a tiny little miniature parrot that flew loose in her sitting room and used to sort of perch on the chandelier, which early the next morning, the maids had to get up on a ladder and do a little bit of cleaning. In the drawing room, there was always music. We had a great, great family friend who played the piano. We had to sing or dance. So it was chaotic, full of people and life and alive and light and flowers and plants and... No, it was the most amazing, happy, happy house.
She loved being
Oh,
here?
yes. I mean, I was actually born in London in a blitz, but I came over with a nanny a week later and then grew up here. Really brought up by my grandmother as well as my mother, but probably more by my grandmother. And she was a huge influence.
What sort of personality?
Well, she was the most alive person I've ever met, and the energy. You know, it really makes me feel rather tired thinking about her energy. She never stopped because she was doing all her good works, doing her garden. She did work like the head gardener. You know, she was pruning, digging, planting. Then she wrote 3 or 4 books. She never stopped. She had genuine, old-fashioned charm. She could charm anyone. And that's how she got what she wanted.
There are lots of pictures of your mother, Lady Mary, around the house. A bit of a late arrival, your mother.
Yes, no, total surprise. My grandmother, she just said, I feel immensely seedy. Went to the doctor and he said, you're having a baby. So my mother appeared and she was really the favourite, absolutely. Both my grandparents, they absolutely adored her.
Lady Rose has been a real help to the National Trust during their restoration of Mount Stuart. She's revealed private details about the house that no other living person could know, and that means that everyone can enjoy the estate exactly as it was in Edith's day.
It very much speaks of your grandmother. Her personality shines through
Yes,
every
it does,
wall.
yes. Everything I've done, I've tried to redo as though it was her taste. So I feel I've saved it in a way from something horrible.
If somebody said to you, what's so special about Mount Stuart, how would you sum it up?
I think it's the atmosphere. The combination of Strangford Loch, which is my favourite, the garden, which I simply love with a passion, and the house is just home.
Mount Stuart's house and gardens were Lady Edith's crowning achievement, and after almost 4 happy decades, she died here in April 1959. She was laid to rest beside her husband Charles in the family burial ground. Tucked away out of sight, it's never been open to the public, but the National Trust's Neil Porteous has agreed to show me this most private of places.
That was a fair climb.
Yeah. Well, this is Tirnanog, the land of the ever young, the family burial ground. So we don't usually let people in, but we'll let you in.
You're very kind. Gosh, it's much bigger than it looks from outside.
Yeah, it's lovely, isn't it?
So why land of the forever young?
Well, in Irish and Scottish mythology, when you die, your soul is taken by the white stag up to Tirnanog, the land of the ever young.
A statue of the mythical white stag stands watch over the cemetery, along with sculptures of the saints of County Down. They give a hint of just how much Lady Edith loved this corner of Ireland.
So these are the sarcophagi. So that's Edith and this is Charles. What's nice is it shows something about their personalities. Look, you've got the garden with the bay trees, their dogs, their books, the macaw Edward, and roses, scented flowers.
Is this the traditional family burial ground?
Yes, Charlie was the first, and then it's just been grandchildren and brothers, sisters. They've all gone in.
They're all in here. Yeah. It's a wonderfully spiritual place. And in that letter, I remember I read in the house, it said, who would want to live anywhere else? And it's rather lovely to think that she never has. Mount Stuart in Northern Ireland is a magical place, brought to life by its otherworldly setting, its microclimate, and by the charismatic Lady Edith, 7th Marchioness of Londonderry.
She turned the house into a stylish mansion and made the gardens world-class. It was the place to see and be seen, and there's no doubt she absolutely loved it.
And now, thanks to the restoration, not only can we enjoy the grand house and garden as it was then, but we can also see it continue to evolve in the true spirit of Edith, Lady Londonderry. From Renaissance-style chateaux, grand country estates, architectural glass masterpieces.
These are the remarkable homes.
Simply breathtaking.
And magnificent landmarks.
One day, my son, all this will be yours.
At the very heart of Britain's spectacular history.
I have never seen one like this.
Join me.
I need to get there. With all speed. Onwards, driver.
Oh! And a host of celebrities.
Oh, crikey.
With a passion for the past.
Kaboom! Wish me luck.
As we travel the length and breadth of the nation.
It is between the walls.
And with unparalleled behind-the-scenes access.
From the highest heights.
Now and through my blind panic.
To the deepest depths.
We'll uncover the secrets.
Oh, my goodness.
Still hidden within these breathtaking buildings.
Oh, these are the places that nobody else gets to see.
And explore the riches.
How spectacular.
And treasures of one of our most loved institutions.
This is an amazing story. Come on, I want to know the end. I want to know the end.
Welcome to the secrets of the National Trust. Today, I'm in County Down, Northern Ireland, where hidden among this rolling countryside is an 18th century house of two halves. One side of the house is all classical grace. The other side, a dark, brooding Gothic fantasy, all reflecting the bitter family rift and tragedy that lies at the heart of this home.
Welcome to Castle Ward.
Home to the first Viscount Bangor, Bernard Ward and his wife Lady Anne, this imposing mansion is an attempt to settle their marital differences with an extravagant grand design.
And while this is a story of split personalities, this house also bears witness to lunacy, attempted murder, groundbreaking microscopic science, and tragedy.
By unearthing dark family secrets.
A lunatic.
Indeed, yes.
They didn't mince words, did they?
No, they did not.
Uncovering murderous plots.
Oh, Sir Robert's the wicked brother.
And discovering tragedy.
I can't believe the luck or the ill luck of this place.
I'll reveal how Castle Ward was almost destroyed by its turbulent past.
He keeps bumping off the wrong people.
Also tonight, Gloria Hunniford steals a peek at more of Castle Ward's mysteries.
Whoa, a secret door.
And discovers some of the family's dark secrets.
She hated her husband so much. I mean, I think he got what he wanted, which was the house, and then she could go hang.
Actor and presenter Nina Wadia gets up close and personal with some endangered wildlife.
I've never seen anything like that in my life.
And winter may have gone, but Castle Ward remains the dramatic setting for Winterfell in the smash hit series Game of Thrones. Historian Susanna Lipscomb is heading to the seat of the North.
You're natural.
The compelling story of Castle Ward and its bitter divisions starts with the house itself. On one side, a facade of elegant classical design, while on the other, it's a Gothic masterpiece.
I'm only just approaching Castle Ward, but already I'm fascinated. I can't understand what motivated Viscount Bangor and Lady Anne to build two contrasting sides to the same house.
To help me get to the bottom of this marital mystery, I'm meeting architectural historian Tracy Fahey.
This is just a classical mansion, isn't it, really, of its time?
This is really neat in the way
Yeah.
it's kind of presented.
With its beautiful Palladian front, including a mini temple facade, intricate pediment and rooftop urns, everything is perfectly calm on the classical side of the house.
Whose side is this, then?
So this is Bernard Ward's side of the house. Now, Bernard was an MP. He'd been created Viscount Bangor. So, to celebrate the achievement, he and his wife, Lady Anne, decided to build this wonderful house. And he was a big fan of the classical style.
So this is his side. We are looking at a classical
this is
18th
all
century
Bernard Ward.
Palladian-fronted house. He'd clearly done well for himself.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this is the great century of big house building in Ireland, and it's all about demonstrating affluence and power.
Shall we go around the back?
Come with me.
Right.
Bernard Ward married Lady Anne McGill in 1747, and she brought a £10,000 dowry with her to the estate. A good job too, as a house with two faces doesn't come cheap, with some estimates suggesting it cost £40,000. That's about 7 million in today's money.
And here we are.
This is a joke. It's not the same building. It's like coming backstage in Hollywood, and this is another set altogether.
Oh, this house just doesn't know what it wants to be, because the other side, pure classical. This is a Gothic fantasy.
Yeah. So this is the wife's side, then, presumably?
This is Lady Anne's side. Now, she would have been a great devotee of the Gothic, which at the time was all the rage in terms of literature and architecture.
It has its own beauty with these pointy windows, pinnacles on the top. It shrieks Gothic, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
So Viscount Bangor is desperate to show the fact that he's arrived with his classical Palladian front. Lady Bangor, on the other hand, she's getting all with the fashion of the time and doing the Gothic. This must have led to great tension between the two.
Absolutely. Architectural disagreement leads to interior design disagreement.
Come on.
Castle Ward's night and day style continues inside, where two very different visions of interior decoration collide. Lady Anne's Gothic style, with its dark wood and arched features, is a dramatic contrast to Bernard's clean classical elegance.
So this is the classical side of the house here.
Absolutely. This is Viscount Bangor's side, so the whole classical element is emphasised by these pillars here, which are Doric, which is the Greek masculine order.
I love the plasterwork and the musical instruments up there either side of the fireplace.
They are remarkable, but one reason why they're really remarkable is if you look at the violins over there, they were actually just dipped in stucco.
So it's a real violin, dipped in blood.
I wouldn't try to play it.
No, but instead of as the Italians would do and actually model the whole thing, the Irish craftsmen, let's get a real one, dip it in the blood, stick it on the
Well, you have
wall.
to remember, of course, there were penalty clauses at that time, so if you didn't finish your scheme on time, you were liable to pay back some money.
So this is very much Bernard Viscount Bangor's side of the house. What about Lady Anne?
Let me take you to the Gothic heart of the house, Lady Anne's boudoir.
How can I refuse a boudoir?
And it's a boudoir like no other, with its detailed plasterwork dripping down the walls.
This is astonishing. It's like being inside a wedding cake.
The poet John Betjeman, when he came here, said that standing in the middle of this room was rather like standing under a cow.
I rather see what he means, but it's a very elegant cow. It's absolutely beautiful and very, very feminine.
So unlike the classical side, which is quite stark, it's a riot of kind of Gothic femininity.
You can't help but think their tastes were so diametrically opposed. How could they possibly get on in life? Did they live happily ever after?
No, they did not. The building of the house commenced in 1761. By the time it was completed, Lady Anne had left her husband. It appears that Viscount Bangor, for all his kind of stern classical taste, was rather profuse in his affections, shall we say.
Oh, it's a very diplomatic way of putting it.
Yeah. So in 1767, she actually leaves this house.
So where does she end up?
She moves to Bath, where she lives out the rest of her days, and it would have been quite the scandal at the time.
So as far as Bernard and Anne were concerned, opposites did not attract.
I'm afraid not. I think Castlewood's really a case in point.
To get the scoop on the family feuding, I'm meeting someone who knows the dramatic story inside out. The National Trust's Andrea Hutton.
Oh, so where are we now?
We're now in the saloon on the Gothic side of the house, the living room of its day.
Right. So this is Bernard?
It is indeed, yes, and he's clutching in his hand the plans of the classical side of the house.
Making his point again.
Absolutely.
So what happens when Anna's up and gone?
She took with her youngest child, leaving the rest of the children here at Castleward with their father. He's got Nicholas, his eldest son, and then they've got Edward and Robert.
So what happens now? He lives here with his sons. How much longer does he live?
Well, he was made Viscount Bangor in 1781. However, he passed away 3 months after he got that title.
So presumably then this all passes to Nicholas, the eldest son?
Well, not quite. It was a bit more complicated than that, and we actually have the will here today to have a look at it.
Oh, right.
With Bernard dead and the inheritance far from straightforward, his 3 sons, Nicholas, Edward and Robert, were left to fight it out for the family silver.
Nothing at Castleward is straightforward.
Oh, absolutely not.
These rarely seen family documents may explain why, as they contain a dark secret which was to cast a long shadow over Castleward for many years to come.
Lord Bangor's will, 1781. In the name of God, amen, I, Bernard, Lord Baron Bangor of Castlewood in the County Down, do make and publish this my last will and testament.
It's exciting, isn't it? This is the first time I've actually got to see it myself.
Oh, this is to Nicholas, the eldest son. The lands, demesnes of Castleward with several other lands limited to the use of my eldest son, Nicholas Ward, for the term of his natural life. So he's leaving him the house and the title.
Yes.
But nothing else?
No, and there is a reason behind it. Bernard was quite a shrewd man, and if you look at this document, you'll find out why it was a bit more complicated.
In the matter of the Right Honourable Nicholas Lord Viscount Bangor, a lunatic.
Indeed, yes, absolutely.
They didn't mince words, did they?
No, they did not.
Lunatic is a big term. What could it have been, do we know?
Well, we don't actually know, because unfortunately lunatic was an umbrella term for any mental illness, so it could have been anything from depression right through to even schizophrenia.
Oh, just a bit eccentric?
Absolutely.
Like most lords. Sorry. Wow. It grabs your heart.
It does. As he is deemed a lunatic, he wasn't allowed to look after the family finances. He wasn't allowed to even get married in case he passed on that lunacy to his children. So he had to rely on his younger brothers to do that for him. Edward was given the task of looking after Nicholas physically, and Robert was given the task of looking after the family finances. Edward was quite a kind gentleman. He looked after Nicholas, making sure he was getting the best doctors, being fed, being clothed. That couldn't really be said for Robert. He really coveted the title and Castleward itself.
Oh, so we now have a severe case of sibling rivalry between Nicholas, Edward and Robert.
Absolutely. Robert didn't really want to give a lot of money to looking after his elder brother.
So Robert's the wicked brother.
Oh, indeed.
This is amazing, isn't it? Bernard, the father, Viscount Bangor, only 3 months, has died. And the mother, she's run off. Nicholas, the eldest son, is certified as a lunatic. Edward, the nice brother, is looking after him and wanting money from Robert, who holds the purse strings, who doesn't want him to have any and wants the house and the title for himself. No wonder we're in here, because it's a Gothic horror story, this, isn't it?
It is indeed.
A horror story sparked by lover of all things Gothic, Lady Anne, who abandoned her sons when she left Northern Ireland for a new life. To find out more about this formidable lady and her influence on this extraordinary house, Gloria Hunniford is meeting family members who have unique insights into Castleward's checkered history and feuding past.
Lord and Lady Bangor are direct descendants of the Ward family, and of course their relatives have lived here for centuries. But what I'm looking forward to is finding out a little bit more about the family, and who knows, maybe some secrets about their ancestors. Lord and Lady Bangor holiday here every summer, and I'm meeting them in their private apartment to get an exclusive insight into Lady Anne's time at Castle Ward.
Oh, how do you do?
Lady Bangor, how are you? I'm Gloria. Very nice to meet you. Lord Bangor, how are you?
How do you do?
Very good. It's so lovely to be here. I used to come here a lot when I was younger.
Did you?
But I've never been in the inner sanctum. But it's a very special house, though, isn't it?
Wonderful. We come every August.
This is our 40th year running. We adore it here.
I feel it ages better than we do, actually.
Yes.
Lord and Lady Bangor have a prized possession to show me. It's Lady Anne's diary from the 18th century, which might hold some clues into the history of the family's infighting.
Here it is in its case.
And does it contain a lot of the history of the house?
No, it contains an awful lot of her gripes.
Most of the diary she wrote after she left Castle Ward.
She hated her husband so much that she went to Dublin and then back to Bath, which is where she came from. And this was found in Bristol, so it's not very far away.
And what does she say then about her husband or the house?
Well, she likes the house, yes, but she doesn't like her husband.
At all?
Not at all. I mean, I'm just quoting from some note I took. I fancy it is better to be some men's dog or horse than the wife of Lord Bangor.
Oh, she didn't like him, did she?
No. She didn't. Lord Bangor made me contemptible in ye eye of my relations. Then they and he enjoined to make me contemptible in ye eyes of the world.
Apart from the fact that she hated her husband, does she say why she hated being here so much?
I think he was very boorish towards her. I don't think he treated her well. I mean, I think he got what he wanted, which was the house, and then she could go hang.
You see, all his relations used to come here and stay for weeks. I think they're all unkind to her, and laughed at her and made her feel bad.
So this must have been quite a revelation then, as to how much she hated the Wards.
Yeah. She hated them all except for her eldest son.
So given how unhappy her marriage was, it's no wonder that Lady Anne only lasted 5 years at Castle Ward. But I'm keen to find out more about the house itself, and I'm heading to the library to see if it hides more family secrets. Whoa. Secret door.
Yes.
I don't think I've ever come into a room through a secret door. That's fabulous. And are there very important books in this room?
Yes, there are. There are one or two. I'll show you. I'll show you something which is particularly nice, which is called Vitruvius Britannicus.
Published in the 18th century, Vitruvius Britannicus contains the architectural work, engravings and drawings of well-known British architects, and was in fact a catalogue from which the landed gentry picked the designs for their grand houses.
Wonderful plates. See all this, you see?
And do you think that possibly Castle Ward was taken from one of these books?
Yes. We think it's taken from this book.
With no known architect for Castle Ward, the family believed the eclectic designs were taken from this 5-volume work, one of the many rare and valuable publications in this library. So, presumably these books are exceptionally valuable.
Yeah, they're quite valuable. I mean, that's probably worth about £20,000.
What, a collection of books there?
There's 5. The
five.
Vitruvius Britannicus.
So who then would have sold this library to the National Trust?
Oh, my father did. And everything else in the house.
And do we know how much the library was sold for?
We think it's about between £800 and £880.
The whole library, all of this?
He wanted some ready money, but, you know, he should have got a bit more.
Now, they may have been hearing stories of infidelity, lunacy, and bitter family feuding, but little do the visitors realise that behind an unassuming door in Castle Ward, the direct descendants of all that chaos might be having afternoon tea. Well, as you know, every Irish woman loves a cup of tea, so Lord Bangor, would you do the honours of pouring? Marvellous.
Thank you. That's lovely, darling. Thank you.
Sitting on the shores of Strangford Lough, Castle Ward might be a haven of peace, But back in the 18th century, it was anything but. With scheming Robert attempting to cheat his lunatic brother Nicholas out of his inheritance. I'm back with Andrea at the front staircase to learn how this bitter battle of the brothers spiralled out of control.
Have you brought me to the foot of the stairs?
Absolutely. Well, this is the scene of quite a heinous crime, a attempted murder.
What? It goes from bad to worse at Castleward.
Absolutely. Robert, remember, he wanted to become Viscount Bangor. He was doing all
He's
the
the youngest brother.
He's the youngest
one in
brother.
charge of the purse string.
Absolutely. But he had two older brothers, and accidents were happening, and this was the scene of an attempt on Nicholas's life.
So Robert made an attempt on Nicholas's life? How?
Well, he loosened the banister, hoping that Nicholas would lean over it and possibly fall to his death.
What, up there?
Absolutely, yes.
Did he succeed?
Unfortunately for Robert, and unfortunately for Nicholas, no. It was a footman that fell to their death instead. It was not,
Shock
not
upon
a
shock in this
happy
place.
family.
So, it failed completely?
Yes, but that wasn't his only attempt at extinguishing his brother's life.
Tell me more.
One of the so-called remedies of insanity was fresh air. So every day, Nicholas was bundled up and taken on a carriage ride around the estate. Robert had the interior of Nicholas's carriage soaked and left outside one particularly cold winter. He was bundled up in a frozen carriage and taken out on his daily trip. Now, the story goes that Nicholas survived that attempt. However, his coachman caught pneumonia and passed away.
He keeps bumping off the wrong people.
Absolutely. And that's not all. Another attempt was on one of Nicholas's favourite walks around the estate. He left manhole covers open, hoping that he'd fall down and maybe break a leg, break a neck, something along those lines.
So, what happens to Nicholas in the end?
Well, actually, he survives all of his brother's attempts on his life, and he died at the ripe old age of 77.
Good for you, Nicholas.
Absolutely.
Poor footman. But in the 19th century, Castleward would become renowned for the pioneering scientific work of the wife of the 5th Viscount Bangor.
The groundbreaking work of Mary Ward would restore the scandalised reputation of the family. So I'm back with the Trust's Andrea Hutton, who's taking me into a hidden storeroom to show me some of Mary's rarely seen treasures.
I love National Trust storerooms. They're treasure troves, aren't they? Old furniture. What have we got here?
Well, this is a collection of items belonging to Mary Ward. She was a scientist during the Victorian period, which was not an occupation that young ladies were encouraged to be.
You know, you look at what she's wearing there. It must have been very difficult to do experiments wearing yards of black bombazine that got in the way.
Absolutely. And she collected her own specimens as well, so you can imagine going out around the fields trying to collect her specimens in that outfit.
So, what's under here?
Well, here we've got her microscope.
That's a good one.
It is
top
indeed.
of the range there.
It was bought for her by her parents, so they encouraged her scientific pursuits.
This wasn't just a dilettante, a dabbler. She was a scientist and applied herself.
Oh, absolutely. She was one of the first 3 ladies to be put onto the mailing list of the Royal Astronomical Society, Queen Victoria being one of the other ladies.
She's in very good company.
Absolutely, indeed she was.
And are these her microscope slides here?
Indeed, yes. She studied entomology, and she would have gone out and collected her own specimens and then created these slides in order to be able to see under the microscope.
She's mounted. There's a little tiny beetle there, mounted beautifully. So what sort of use did she put this knowledge to?
Well, she wrote books of her own. She wrote one on microscopes and one on telescopes, and we actually have the one on the microscope here.
She's a wonderful draftswoman. Look at that.
She is. Her art was very sought after. Her male peers would ask her for the drawings for their publications.
Beautifully intricate drawings
yes,
in here.
Absolutely. She had difficulty finding a publisher to publish her book, so she ended up having to publish it herself.
Why was she never able to get published?
Well, she was a lady, and ladies in the scientific community were very few and far between. She was able eventually to get a book published, a book called The Wonders of the World, and it was such a popular reference book within the Victorian period that people of all walks of life were able to pursue their love of science.
So she published her own book, she was doing her own scientific research, she was doing drawings for male scientists' books. She's a great mover and shaker in her day, isn't she?
She is, absolutely. She's a great inspiration.
What became of her in the end?
Well, unfortunately, Mary met a tragic end. She is recorded as the first fatality in a road traffic accident.
No.
Absolutely.
I can't believe the luck or the ill luck of this place.
Indeed. Well, it's even more remarkable in that it happened in 1869, which is actually officially before cars were invented. Her cousin had a steam-powered horseless carriage, which she had gone down to have a little go on. Unfortunately, they had not invented the seatbelt, and going round a particularly bendy bend, well, she fell out. And that's how poor Mary met her end.
There's something about this place, you know. I think it's lovely, but are you sure you're safe working here?
Oh, who knows?
Be very careful. Dear Mary, what would you achieve if you hadn't gone away in that motor car? Oh, dear.
Mary was passionate about nature and she loved the landscape here. Her exploration of the natural world made her an inspirational woman. And at the nearby Murloch National Nature Reserve, the Trust are continuing that great work. Actor and presenter Nina Wadia is visiting to uncover the area's environmental and historic importance.
Stretching out between the beautiful Dundrum Bay and the imposing Mourne Mountains, these sand dunes are an impressive 6,000 years old. And apart from being visually stunning, they provide an important habitat for hundreds of species of wildflower and birds, mammals and insects. Truly a wildlife lover's paradise. As well as their environmental significance, these dunes are also important for the key role they played in a turning point in 20th century history. Hi, I'm Nina. I'm meeting lead ranger Patrick Lynch to find out more. I understand this land was also used during World War II?
Yes, it was used by the RAF and also by the American forces. General Eisenhower actually visited here. They did use it as training for the Normandy landings because Murloch Beach is very similar to the beaches in Normandy. The Americans would have used their tanks across the dunes. From old photographs, we can see that there was a lot more open dunes, so a lot sandier.
Over the intervening decades, the dunes have become increasingly overrun by vegetation, which is threatening the delicate ecosystems and wildlife habitats.
One of the challenges is managing the encroaching scrub, cutting that and removing that to protect this really important dune heath that we have here.
The rangers and an army of volunteers are constantly working hard to sustain the environment and to protect it from invading species. One such species is gorse, which is encroaching on the dune heath and destroying the habitat for butterflies, ground nesting birds and other creatures. Chloe Brooks is a volunteer ranger here, and she is putting me to work. This, I assume, does take up a lot of time when you do it?
Yeah, so the burning season is from the 1st of September until March. We have to remove 3 hectares of gorse, so it does take up, you know, most of that time.
Chloe, you have to show me how to use this.
Yeah, we'll cut the gorse down to about a 3-inch stump, which is then treated with chemicals so there can't be any regrowth.
Let me get in there. Oh, that was already broken.
Perfect. If you grab the end of that.
Right.
And then drag it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yay!
Perfect. Easy.
The heat is truly tremendous here. Oh, I congratulate you. It is hard work. But it's important work, as the dune heath habitat is home to 740 species of moths and butterflies, including the marsh fritillary, a butterfly which would have been widespread in Britain in Mary Ward's day, but is now an endangered species. Is there any chance that we'll get to see some endangered butterflies today?
Well, they're not actually in flight at the moment, but we might have a chance to find some of their caterpillars.
No. Patrick introduces me to ranger and butterfly expert Ryan Mitchell, so we can hunt for the butterflies' cocoons on the dunes. So Ryan, what exactly am I looking for?
Well, basically, it looks like a big spider web, but much closer to the ground.
Right.
And they'll be on the bottom of this purple flower called
Okay.
Devil's Spit scabious.
Right.
So they feed on the leaves. Oh, I found one.
Ah. Oh, my word.
It's incredible, isn't it?
Oh, they're moving in there. I've never seen anything like that in my life.
They come in large communities like this, up to and over 100. They form these silk webs to protect themselves from predators and the weather.
Yeah.
And it keeps like a warm, nice microclimate for them to huddle in.
Wow, that is quite a find. I've seen some amazing things here today, from the spider-like webs to the cosy cocoons, and I'm sure Mary Ward would have been in her element amongst this spectacular and important landscape. And if I look as though I have been dragged backwards through a hedge, it's probably because I have. But it's been worth it. Hopefully we have managed to maintain the lovely fauna and flora of this beautiful environment for another year.
In the majestic Irish countryside sits the formidable Castle Ward, a double-sided house which aimed to settle a husband and wife's architectural dispute, but which also saw lunacy and a murderous case of sibling rivalry.
I've been hearing about the dysfunctional Ward family who schemed and plotted against each other for years. With such Machiavellian intrigue that's almost stranger than fiction, this story could easily have been lifted from a hit TV drama. So it seems only fitting that Castle Ward doubles as a key location for Game of Thrones. Historian Susanna Lipscomb is also here in County Down to get some insider know-how on a key part of the production.
For as long as wars have been waged, both in real life and on the screen, blacksmiths have been forging swords. I'm heading inside to get a sense of the process and see the traditional skills that have been passed on over the years.
My guide is Stephen Murphy, a local blacksmith and the Game of Thrones armourer.
Look at this display you've got here. Wow.
It's just various different blades I've made.
Do you know what? I would love to see you making one of these. Could we do something like that?
Yes, of course.
Using traditional centuries-old methods, Stephen makes a sword by stacking strips of steel together and heating them.
I want to heat it up to white heat.
By repeatedly layering and hammering the metal, the sword slowly begins to emerge.
The next stage would be to hand work the blade, and that's something we can have a go at now.
Okay, let's give it a go.
The heat is intense, but once the metal is out of the fire, it cools quickly, leaving only a few seconds to work the blade.
So the problem is you need precision and speed. Very satisfying, isn't it? Ooh, look at that.
After days of heating and hammering the sword into shape, the intricate work of adding the finer detail can begin. The blade is carefully ground, etched and polished, transforming it into a work of art. So it's not surprising it takes 12 years for someone to become as skilled as Stephen.
I had no idea that making a sword took so long and involved so many processes. It's a huge labour of love.
It is.
Now that I know how to make a sword, I think it's time to find someone who could teach me how to use one. And what better location for sword fighting than here at Audley's Field, part of the grounds at Castle Ward and another location that Game of Thrones chose for filming.
I'm here for a spot of swordsmanship with weapons specialist Mark Davis. But I don't get to use one of Stephen's swords as I'm a novice, so I have to start my tuition with a wooden one.
So your arm's going to start to go up. Turn till your fingernails come towards you. Sword, sword, straighten body. You're natural.
Okay.
I'm going to block the blade here. Sword, 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 body. There you go. Keep your head up as well. Sword, 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 body. There you go. Excellent. You're a born killer.
Think I could have a go with the steel?
Okay, let's do that.
Now I'm using the real thing. Let's hope I've got what it takes.
It's exactly the same movement. Don't worry, you have steel in your hand. Excellent. Project the weapon. Sword, 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 body. Good.
Okay, I'm starting to get the hang of this now. Think maybe they need another character at Winterfell.
Definitely.
Alan, I hope you're as ready as I am. Because I hear that winter is coming.
Luckily, I'm safe and sound in the gardens, which were redesigned by Bernard Viscount Bangor and Lady Anne when they started building Castle Ward in 1761. And their tastes clashed just as much out on the estate as they did inside the house. To learn more, I'm taking a stroll with Head Ranger Paul Livingston and his dog Toby.
I think Toby's in his element walking here every day.
He has a fantastic time, Alan.
Do you lose him? I mean, let him off.
On numerous occasions, unfortunately.
And I'm discovering more about the Trust's plans to restore the estate to its former 18th century glory.
This is the most beautiful spot. This great canal of water in the bottom and the temple right up the top there.
Yep.
Tell me about Temple Water. What
Temple
is it?
Water, it's a man-made landscape, basically, Alan. The whole theory behind the Temple Water was to power the sawmill, the corn mill, so it's all industrial.
Oh, so it's beautiful to look at, but it has a practical purpose.
It has a practical purpose, and that was something that underlies the whole planting scheme. Everything you see in front of you was all designed.
Beautiful and functional, the magnificent man-made water feature was built by Bernard's parents to power the estate's saw and corn mills. And on the hill above it sits a classical Palladian folly that would have been right up Bernard's street. Today, it's one of the largest ornamental garden features to have survived from the 1700s.
When I look at a landscape like this and think there were no JCBs, there were no diggers in those days, there were men and there were spades and there were wheelbarrows.
Wheelbarrows not in the way we think of them now. Yeah. There
No.
were probably wooden ones, Alan, which
Carts.
a workforce then probably constituted 20, 30 men.
Any Gothic garden features then? What's classic?
We had the grotto, Alan, which sat below the temple. Unfortunately, there's no evidence of it now today, but we do know exactly where it was.
So there was a Gothic grotto?
There was.
The grotto is no more, but one feature that may have met with Lady Anne's approval is still intact. It's Castle Ward's ice house. They were all the rage back then, and no grand estate would have been without one. The ice they stored was used in the kitchens to preserve perishable food.
A lovely domed roof, look at that.
Yes,
That's
indeed.
glorious.
We do have some restoration work to do on it. Quite deep inside, Alan, if you have a look.
Right. Whoa!
Quite deep.
An enormous round pit.
That's
Canyon here, and a hole in the top of the
Hole in the top,
dome.
on the side.
So they drop the ice in.
Exactly.
So they would wait until colder winters than we seem to get now.
Oh, yeah.
Great crust of ice on the top.
Probably talking roughly maybe a foot thick of ice in those days.
So breaking that up then with picks and whatnot.
Probably picks, and say they used to use, there was ice saws as well. So
Yeah.
you drill your hole, put your saw in, and
Oh, a bit like the Eskimos used to do in comic books when you were a boy. A little
but
hole.
you tried not to stand on the bit you were cutting. You didn't want to sort of go down in, you know.
There's a lot of activity going on.
There
over
is
there.
indeed, Alan.
Shall we go and help? See what
Surely,
they're doing?
yeah.
A team of horticultural volunteers is cutting back the undergrowth to help restore the estate to how it would have been in Viscount Bangor and Lady Anne's day.
So, Adrian, you in charge of all this?
Well, I wouldn't say in charge, but
Trying to
I'm
keep
helping
order.
out. Yes, helping out.
Trying to get everything in the
Yes,
right place. It's a bit of a task, isn't it?
It is. A bit of a jungle, but we're getting there slowly but surely. But
Can you see a difference?
You can already. Once you get one or two trees drop, it makes a difference.
Looking up every now and again and saying, yes, we are improving. It is making a difference, although it seems absolutely massive.
Well, slowly, because when you look ahead, how far we'll have to go, but the best thing to do is just one step at a time, one tree at a time.
But
Yeah.
then when you look at some of these enormous standard oaks that you can now see, which you wouldn't be able to see before, that must be quite rewarding.
Yeah, well, it's nice to see. It's nice to see once it's cleared away.
So how long is it going to take you to get this 18th century path restored?
Well, roughly about 3 years. That's what we're estimating.
OK, I'll come back in 4. But thank goodness you've got 21st century tools to do it with.
Yes,
rather
can't
than-
wait. That's more my
Go
thing.
on.
Yes,
You
thanks
get
very
on.
much. All right,
OK.
OK, thanks.
Castle Ward is a powerful mix of beauty and intrigue. Played out across the centuries, the Ward family story is a page-turning suspense thriller which unfolds against the backdrop of this magnificent house and its sweeping estate.
There are two sides to Castle Ward. There's the pioneering science, the impressive landscape, and the kindly middle brother, Edward. But then there's the warring husband and wife, lunacy, murder, attempted murder, and tragedy.
And these remarkable events can be divided neatly between the house's two sides, the beautiful classical and the striking Gothic.
In 1952, the mansion was handed to the National Trust, and with it, the responsibility for its tumultuous past. From Renaissance-style chateaux, grand country estates, architectural glass masterpieces.
These are the remarkable homes.
Simply breathtaking.
And magnificent landmarks.
One day, my son, all this will be yours.
At the very heart of Britain's spectacular history.
I have never seen one like this.
Join me.
I need to get there. With all speed. Onwards, driver.
Oh. And a host of celebrities.
Oh, crikey.
With a passion for the past.
Kaboom! Wish me luck.
As we travel the length and breadth of the nation.
It is between the walls.
And with unparalleled behind-the-scenes access.
From the highest heights.
Now and through my blind panic.
To the deepest depths.
We'll uncover the secrets.
Oh, my goodness.
Still hidden within these breathtaking buildings.
These are the places that nobody else gets to see.
And explore the riches.
How spectacular.
And treasures of one of our most loved institutions.
This is an amazing story. Come on, I want to know the end. I want to know the end.
Welcome to the secrets of the National Trust. Sitting in the heart of the English countryside is a thrilling surprise. A glamorous French chateau, so rich in treasures, it drew kings, queens and princes from around the world through its front doors. Inside, in these sumptuous and luxurious rooms, a multimillionaire would host extravagant soirees for a who's who of 19th century high society. Home to 3 generations of the wealthy Rothschild family, this pleasure palace was created with just one intent: to surprise and delight the visitors who flocked here.
And boy, does it do just that. Welcome to Waddesdon Manor.
By discovering secret staircases...
Oh, my goodness.
Revealing sparkling guest lists.
The Queen,
that's the
Victoria. Queen. Is everybody allowed to leaf through it like this?
Absolutely not.
And hearing from both family...
So he's my great-great-great-uncle.
And the creator himself.
Weeds will spread over the gardens. Oh.
We'll uncover a man whose imagination was fueled by tragedy.
Filling the gap that she'd left.
And who found comfort...
How spectacular.
...only in the happiness of others. Also tonight...
Oh, yeah. It's rather sharp.
Writer and journalist Clive Aslett visits the breathtaking new house on the estate with Lord Rothschild.
So this house is full of things that you've collected?
It really is a very large part of my life.
Wow.
Presenter Alison Hammond parties at Polesden Lacey.
So you actually could get much closer.
And writer Oz Clarke gets a little scare.
We haven't broken it, don't worry. It's only dismantled.
When a Wadsden treasure gets a little TLC.
That screw is very precious.
When you're out for a jaunt in rural Buckinghamshire, the very last thing you expect to be confronted by is the French Renaissance. But as you approach Waddesdon's elegantly turreted chateau, well, it's exactly like stepping into a fairy tale.
Built in the 1870s, its French architect Gabriel Hippolyte Détailleur had worked on some of France's classic 16th century chateaux. And bequeathed to the National Trust in 1957, the manor and its gardens now enchant over 400,000 visitors a year.
But for all its outward glory, Wadsden and its estate is largely the creation of one man who was tragically widowed at the age of 27 and devoted the rest of his life to creating it.
That man was Baron Ferdinand de Rothschild, a member of the super-rich banking dynasty. From humble beginnings, the Rothschilds' financial empire expanded across Europe, both dazzling and offending high society with their new money and extravagant spending, Ferdinand included. I'm meeting the Trust Pippa Shirley at the front lobby.
Lovely to meet you. Here we go.
As she takes me on an exclusive tour showing me the VIP treatment A-list Victorians would receive upon their arrival.
Pippa, tell me about Baron Ferdinand. It was a particularly amazing kind of man to want to build a place like this.
I think he was an extraordinary man in lots of ways. He was a complete kind of perfectionist, and he was fascinated by arts and culture and architecture, and he wanted a place where he could bring people to entertain them. So the extraordinary thing really about Wadsden is that he starts from a completely blank canvas. This was a bare hill when he began, and he created this whole world, both for his entertaining and to act as a setting for the extraordinary collection which he was putting together.
If you were invited here to be a house guest, when would you come? How long would you stay?
You do one of the famous Saturday to Monday parties, which is what the weekend was known as in the 19th century. So you'd arrive on Saturday and then you'd leave on Monday morning. OK,
so I'm going for the weekend. What would I have done? Where would I have started by weekend?
Well, you'd have started in the red drawing room, so should we go and have a look?
Now, I have to tell you, I'm not really a party animal. But then, when I see this house, I think I could become one. Come on.
As soon as you enter the house, you're immediately struck by its opulence, whether it's views of Venice, captured in the largest Francesco Guardi paintings known to exist, or richly decorated mechanical elephants in glass cases. This was an entrance designed to impress.
Oh my goodness! So this is your first glimpse of Waddesdon when you come as a guest.
Exactly. So this is the first room that you'd see. It was the main gathering space of the house as you kind of arrive.
Crimson and gold.
Crimson and gold.
Painted ceiling.
Yeah.
Great craftsmanship.
Yes. Well, you know, every detail thought about.
They knew the moment they came in here, this is going to be a good weekend, didn't it?
Absolutely.
No expense will be spared.
Yes, absolutely.
What sort of people came here?
Well, all sorts of people. I mean, Ferdinand, as you or I would if we were putting a house party together, you know, he started with his friends, his family circle, his political circle, and of course also members of the royal family.
Royalty?
Yes, I've got the visitors' book here, so if you want to come and have a little nosy, you can see.
Oh, we can see exactly who came and when.
You can see exactly.
Gosh. The visitors' books are actually quite valuable, aren't they? They give us a picture of society.
They're astonishing documents. I mean, you learn who was here when, who they were with, what they might have been talking about. Completely fascinating.
Many great houses had a visitors' book, but few rival Wadsden's impressive signatories.
It's rather like a little treasure trove going through here.
It is. So here, for example, that's Edward. So that's the future Edward VII.
Edward VII, yeah.
Prince of Wales, obviously, at this point, who was a great friend, and he came a lot. Sometimes with a lady.
Presumably not necessarily always with Princess Alexandra. There would be other...
There would be other friends.
Unlike his mother, Queen Victoria, who was not amused, Prince Edward, a noted Victorian playboy, was amused with a variety of mistresses.
So what's this one?
This is a Shah of Persia, who rather famously came in 1889. And here, Ferdinand was acting really on behalf of the government. He was asked to host part of a state visit.
So this is diplomatic work?
So this is diplomatic work.
The Shah of Persia was the king of what is now Iran, and as an absolute monarch, he was probably used to getting his own way.
This was a famous occasion when the elephant, the mechanical elephant, the automaton, was pressed into service because the Shah had this great sulk because the Prince of Wales hadn't come. He was supposed to have come on this party, but he hadn't been able to make it.
So by way of a sop and compensation, they turn on the elephant, he shouted.
Exactly.
Often made for rulers in India and China, this gilt bronze mechanical elephant, sometimes known as a sing-song, would have enchanted all of Ferdinand's guests. Built by a French clockmaker around 1770, it would have taken hundreds, if not thousands, of man-hours to complete. But the results are oh so worth it.
The elephant so enchanted the Shah that his good humour was completely restored.
The elephant saved the day?
The elephant saved the day.
Wonderful. And this one?
Yes, now this is another red letter day, so...
The
you know
Queen,
who that is. That's the
Victoria.
Queen. Yes. Yes. So that's 1890, and then members of the other members of the royal family.
So is everybody allowed to leaf through it like this?
Absolutely not.
Oh, I'm being very careful. But this really is a secret of the National Trust.
Yes. Well, it's very fragile, so most of the time we keep it carefully.
I could just sit down with this now for hours.
Absolutely.
It is. Just leave me alone for a bit. I'm quite happy.
After lapping up their envious surroundings, Ferdinand's guests would have made their way to the dining room.
Oh, how spectacular.
And a table fit for a queen.
This is some supper table. So how many would they entertain here?
Well, the table is set at the moment for 18, but it could expand for 40.
What sort of things did they eat?
Very elaborate meals, lots of courses, and the food, of course, here was completely legendary.
A grand Victorian dinner was the host's opportunity to show their affluence and style, with an endless procession of courses and, on grand occasions, sometimes as many as 13 of them. Ferdinand would end the meal with an extravagant and indulgent flourish.
Often you'd finish with a Rothschild soufflé, which would be garnished with gold leaf. And Queen Victoria was immensely impressed. In fact, after she came for the famous lunch, she sent her own household chef back to learn the secrets of the Rothschild kitchen. And we know that she had 2 helpings of the beef, which is why she had to go for a little lie down afterwards.
So what about Ferdinand? Did he love all this grandeur and all this entertaining?
Well, we think he loved it, but on the other hand, I mean, guests commented that quite often their host would be sitting at the head of the table and having water and dry bread, and sometimes a little bottle of pills. He was also a teetotaler, of course, so his guests would be enjoying the finest, but...
All this just for everybody else? But if it's all right with you, I'll just have a glass of water and my complan. No fun being a host, is it?
Filled with fabulous treasures from around the world, the great and the good flocked to Waddesdon Manor, seduced by their host's generosity.
But I want to find out more about who the man was behind all this lavish entertaining. So I'm about to meet Hannah, daughter of the present Lord Rothschild, in the Baron's private room to see if we can shed some light on this secretive character. How lovely to see you.
Hello.
Your relationship then to Ferdinand,
Yes.
what is he to you?
Oy, well, this is where it gets difficult. I'm going to concentrate now. So he's my great-great-great-uncle.
Did you spend much time here as a child?
Yeah, not very much, no, because the house was already open to the public when I was growing up. So we would be brought round in our kind of Sunday best as a member of the public, but I never grew up here or slept here or anything like that.
This room here has a different feel to the rest of the house. Well, the furniture is elaborate, but if anything, it's that little bit more friendly, it's a bit more cosy. This was obviously very special to Ferdinand, this room.
Well, this was his private study, and this is where he used to come to escape. If you look around, for example, you can see lots and lots of family photographs scattered around, and what he particularly liked, rather unusually, was collecting paintings of the most glamorous actresses that he could find.
I don't think that's unusual. I think that's laudable. And these are they.
For example, you had Mrs. Jordan, who was the, if you like, the Nicole Kidman or Jennifer Lawrence of her day. Or you had Emma Hamilton, who was, not an actress, but a famous...
Well, she was Nelson's mistress, wasn't she?
Very much so. Famous, kind of scarlet woman, perhaps.
There's a contrasting character here. A lavish house.
Yes.
Into which he invited masses of guests. And yet, clearly, at some point, he just had to be on his own and be quiet. Was he a man of two halves, in a way?
No, very much so. What Ferdinand liked most of all was being alone with his works of art and members of his family. He invited everybody down because that's what you did. But for him, I think it was agony.
So he didn't really want or need people here. He did it in a way as a kind of duty.
I think it was a duty. It was about expanding the business. It was about assimilating into society. The Rothschilds just wanted to be accepted. They wanted to make their homes here. They loved England.
And they used, presumably, their money
Very
to
much
help
so.
them get into society.
Very much so. For example, Queen Victoria didn't want to come to lunch here. She thought the Rothschilds were rather vulgar, but she couldn't resist seeing what all the fuss was about. So I'm afraid they did use that vulgarity and that ostentatiousness, to get people to come here.
Ferdinand realised hosting lavish parties bought him entry into high society, and he wasn't alone. At the beginning of the 20th century, another social climber, Margaret Greville, overcame the circumstances of her birth to become the party hostess of the day. Presenter Alison Hammond has quick-stepped her way to Polesden Lacey in Surrey to find out more.
Margaret Greville was the illegitimate daughter of a wealthy Scottish brewer who rose to become a sparkling socialite and society's best host. Despite being born out of wedlock, Maggie's father fully supported his daughter and bought Polesden Lacey as a country retreat for her in 1906. To give me an insight into the life of the party hostess of the early 20th century, I'm meeting Conservation Manager Jonathan Marsh. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, welcome.
So Polesden Lacey, this was Maggie's home, her country retreat. Why was it such a great place to throw parties?
Absolutely. Well, I guess the first two things are probably setting and lavish interiors, so amazing views over the Surrey landscape. And then the interiors being remodelled by the same architects as the Ritz Hotel in London. And then it was Maggie herself who really understood her guests.
Was it every weekend?
Pretty much throughout the summer. So right from Ascot in June all the way through, and then Christmas was a highlight as well here.
So what would she greet her guests here?
That's right. So all the guests would assemble here in the evening, say 6 o'clock, wait for their host to arrive downstairs. She paused for effect, like any good hostess, and then came down to then meet the guests.
I love the fact that she added drama. And I can see she's got champagne.
Absolutely. And we know even when Maggie gave the property to the National Trust that there were 144 bottles of Bollinger in the cellar.
Really? Oh, wow, they did party, didn't they?
Absolutely.
And with the pop of a cork, Maggie and her guests would take supper.
So this is the dining room.
This is beautiful. An Edwardian who's who sat round this dinner table, including the King and Queen of Spain and the Duke of York. King George VI also spent part of his honeymoon at Polesden Lacey with the late Queen Mother. So what would they do to entertain the guests all weekend?
Yeah, so there was lots of outdoor pursuits. So actually Maggie had a tennis court, she had golf course, and croquet as well.
For an evening's entertainment, Maggie's party-goers would hit the dance floor. Right, I've got my dancing shoes on so I can learn some moves, so I can really immerse myself in the whole Maggie party experience. Teaching me a few Edwardian quick steps, wow, is historical dance choreographer Stuart Marston. Look at this room! With 18-carat gold panelling and a sparkling 4,000-piece crystal chandelier. The saloon was the perfect place for guests to try the latest fashionable dances.
Why do you love Edwardian dancing so much?
Oh, right, OK. As a dance historian, it's the first time that you can see stuff on film. It's a new era, it's a new century. And then we start getting corsetless dresses. It meant that the women didn't have to have lots of furniture underneath and petticoats, and so it was a lot more freer, so you actually could get much closer.
So when Maggie used to have her parties here, what sort of dancing would they have been doing?
She was an it girl. It was up to date. She would have been doing the one step, the two step, the three step. She would have been doing tango.
So what are you going to teach me today?
The Eva three step, and they're still dancing it today.
OK.
So we hold hands. Start with the outside foot, which is one furthest from me, and we walk 3 steps forward. 1, 2, 3, and then 3 steps back.
After a practice, it's time to put my moves to some typically Edwardian music. By 1913, Maggie's guests would have been dancing the far more scandalous tango.
Yes! If only these gold-gilded walls could talk, they'd have some gossip about the rich and famous who once partied here a century ago. Maggie certainly was a hostess to rival the Rothschilds.
Back at Wadston Manor, Baron Ferdinand could throw an extravagant shindig too. But hidden behind the exuberant parties lay a much simpler man hit by a devastating personal tragedy, the loss of his beloved wife, Evelina. I'm back in the Baron's more intimate study with his descendant, Hannah Rothschild.
Here is the picture of Evelina, his wife, which he always kept very close to him.
And this is his favourite chair?
Yeah, I know, it's posh, isn't it?
All this glamorous furniture, and that was his favourite chair in the entire house. She's a statuesque figure, isn't she?
She apparently had a fantastic sense of humour, and he absolutely adored her, and her letters are full of these very, very good asides.
So how long were they married?
They were only married for a year, but they knew each other since they were children.
And how old was he when she died?
27, so it's very, very young to be widowed and heartbroken.
Evelina died in childbirth, as did their child, and Ferdinand would never marry again.
But it was a really tragic story, so I often think when I walk around this house that it is really a testament of love to one woman and one stillborn baby.
This was his compensation?
I think so, very much so.
Filling the gap that she'd left. And he brought himself in here and just sort of disappeared.
Yes. And then even better than that, so he disappeared in here, and then he had a very, very secret exit, which very few people know about.
No.
Oh, yes. I want you to find the secret door. Still can't see it?
Ah, yes, I think.
Ah, right. So
let's have a look. Oh, my goodness.
Quite cool, isn't it?
Snaking staircase. Go on, I'll follow you up. I tell you what, you'd have been ready for bed by the time you got there. It's a long way up.
Well, we are going further than we should have done, because actually they blocked off the exit to his bedroom, so now we're in the valet's room.
Oh, so his valet's bedroom would have been above?
Yes.
How many staff in the house and the garden?
So in the garden there were 160. I know, amazing. And in the house there were about 26. So he was never alone. So actually to be able to escape up a staircase into your own private space must have been heaven.
Can't imagine the frustration of never being alone. I would just want to be solo, and Ferdinand found a way of doing it.
Indeed.
Your life has been tied up with this place. What does it mean to you now? What do you feel about the place?
When I was young, I didn't like it very much. I found it very formal and constrictive. I was always worrying about knocking something off. But I think over the years I've fallen in love with it. And it's partly because it's one man's obsession, and it's partly because every single thing here is excellent. You know, there is not one thing which isn't perfect. And you just think, gosh, human spirit is so extraordinary to create such beauty.
Waddesdon Manor in Buckinghamshire was home to the most fabulous parties of the 19th century. Getting an invite from Ferdinand de Rothschild was like winning Willy Wonka's golden ticket. But behind its glamorous facade, its magical creator has proven to be a more complicated and at times introverted character.
But despite the many layers of his personality, Ferdinand remained committed to captivating and charming his many guests, and his efforts even extended into the garden.
Designed to complement the manor, the garden was intended to be a pleasure ground. Elegant teas were held on the manicured lawn. Guests could visit an aviary filled with exotic birds, or admire sculptures which drew them further into the garden.
But if Ferdinand built the garden, it was his younger sister and eventual heir, Alice, who saw it blossom.
Nowhere more so than on the grand parterre, a magnificent display of garden tiers filled with boldly coloured Victorian bedding. To find out more about the indomitable Alice, I'm taking a stroll in the parterre with the Trust's Pippa Shirley.
Pippa, tell me about Alice Rothschild. She was obviously very involved in the garden.
She was hugely involved in the garden, and she was absolutely passionate about horticulture. In fact, I think in lots of ways it was the garden that really kind of, set her alight, rather than the house and the collection.
What's wonderful for me is coming here for a fabulous example of what proper Victorian bedding was like. It wasn't subtle. It was so in your face and vibrant, and this is it. What was she like to work for with these 160 gardeners that she had?
She was a dragon, I think, is the long and short of it. She was an absolute martinet. I mean, her standards were legendary. She used to walk around always with a weeding tool in her hand so that she could extract that kind of offending weed wherever she found it. But all of that, I think she was deeply respected because she just knew so much. Even the Queen was impressed by Alice and her standards. In fact, she referred to Alice as the all-powerful, which I think...
Oh, does that mean she was a bit intimidated by her as well?
I think so. And there was certainly an occasion when she was told not to go on the grass. So
Alice told the Queen not to go on the grass?
She pulled no punches.
Braver woman than I'd be.
I think for Alice, because she spent so much time in the garden, that there are a few interesting features, one might say. For example...
It's a tree.
It's a tree, but down at the bottom there...
Yeah?
That's a telephone point.
No.
Yes.
I haven't got one. Well, we've got mobiles now.
Precisely. So what you do if you're a very busy gardener and you want to keep in touch with your family, but you want to be in the garden and you're a Rothschild, what do? You have a telephone point pushed in a tree.
Attached to it.
I've heard of ring-a-ring-a roses, but I've never rung a tree.
Alice was Ferdinand's younger sister. What was their relationship like?
I think it was really close. I mean, she came to be his companion, really, after the death of Evelina.
She clearly also safeguarded his legacy, because it's in no small measure due to her also, as well as Ferdinand, that we have the Waddesdon we know today.
I think that's absolutely right. In lots of ways, she was the house's first curator, because she cared for the collection, she introduced the housekeeping rules, things like protecting the collection against light, first and foremost. She introduced the cleaning methods, things like only cleaning the porcelain in silence, so you couldn't be distracted. So things of that sort.
I'm building up an impression of a woman that you would not argue with, but then Queen Victoria knew that, didn't she?
Future generations of the family have continued Alice's work, preserving the manor and its collections. But the present Lord Rothschild has commissioned a stunning new space-age home with an eye on the future. Clive Aslett has ventured further into the estate to discover the breathtaking Flint House.
As you approach the Flint House, you realise what an incredibly stark contrast it makes with Waddesdon Manor. It's on the same estate, but it could be on a different planet.
I'm meeting the architect, Charlotte Skeen Cackling.
Hello, Charlotte. It's lovely to meet you.
To find out how she worked with the landscape to make this contemporary design a reality.
When you first came here, Charlotte, what was it like?
It's at the lowest point of the whole estate, and so all the water drains naturally to this point.
and very, very beautiful, very quiet, very calm, but it felt like a slightly enchanted place, very, very different to the rest of the estate.
And here we have flint.
Yes, yes, it's so beautiful, isn't it? I mean, it is sort of jewel-like and
it's amazing. Each one,
yeah,
it's rather sharp.
Yeah, it's very
Each
sharp.
one different.
No, one of the flint workers said, you must never get drunk close to this building.
Historically, flint was fashioned into tools or weapons, but where it was abundant, it could be used to construct whole buildings. It's incredibly durable and resists weathering better than almost any other stone.
I sense it's a building which is changing. Here, when the trees have grown up,
Yeah.
it's going to be hidden away.
Exactly.
At a secret place.
Yes, absolutely. As the site was when we first found it, you know, covered in lichen and moss. And I hope that landscape to sort of reclaim it.
Charlotte might have been the architect, but the driving force behind the project was the current Lord Rothschild, Jacob, who, now in his 80s, commissioned this extraordinary house.
How did you come to decide to build it?
Quite a long story. I had been chairman of the Pritzker Prize for Architecture, so I developed some knowledge of architecture and thought it would be interesting, in England particularly, to try and do some interesting buildings.
And what do you think Baron Ferdinand would have made of the flint house?
He had an imagination and he was prepared to do eccentric things. I think he would have loved it. Let's go and have a look inside.
Yes,
yeah.
please.
Yeah.
As well as building striking homes, Lord Rothschild shares another passion with Ferdinand, collecting.
So this house is full of things that you've collected.
Yes, I'm afraid that by genes it's almost impossible for me not to collect, because on the Rothschild side, my father collected quite a lot, and then in the 19th century they collected intensively, and I've collected from the age of 9. So it really is a very large part of my life.
Well, you've got this wonderful house. How's it going to be used?
That was the problem. We hoped that the director of Waddesdon might live here, but she prefers to go to our old home. Then I thought, well, maybe my children would like to live here. But none of them wanted to. I rang out the Getty Museum in Los Angeles and said, look, why don't we do a joint scholarship scheme?
Flint House is now a home and place of study for a scholarship programme in the fields of conservation and history of art.
We hope that one would be inspired to write a great article.
By nature, how lovely.
And it is very beautiful, I think, isn't it?
By building this astonishing house, Lord Rothschild is following in the footsteps of his ancestor Baron Ferdinand, who I'm sure would have approved.
Ferdinand's beloved Waddesdon was eventually bequeathed to the National Trust in the 1950s by Alice's nephew, James de Rothschild. He and Alice had both continued to entertain at Waddesdon, and one treasured thank you letter from the family's vaults is particularly precious and never on display.
We've got a letter here from Churchill, so this is in 1925.
So this is James Rothschild.
So this is James, so James, his great friend, and here he's thanking him.
So it's Churchill writing from Chartwell saying, my dear Jimmy, how very kind of you to send me a token of your friendship in such an agreeable form. I shall smoke them with the greatest pleasure. We know what they were then, don't we? And see many visions in their wreaths of smoke. May the new year bring you health. It is the only thing you lack. Let 1926 fill the gap. Such is the wish of your sincere friend, Winston S. Churchill. That's a very nice thing.
It's a very nice letter, and they were genuinely close friends. And of course, at this point, in 1925, he's a big cheese politically.
He's a big cheese, but he still remembers his thank you letters. Note to self, when I've gone away at the end, send you the little thank you note.
Absolutely, and within the week, furthermore, the very next day, actually.
It's pushing it a bit.
It took Ferdinand many years to realise Waddesdon Manor, and he wanted to ensure it lasted. With that in mind, I'm being given rare access to one of the manor's greatest but rarely displayed artefacts.
This is an impressive red book. What's in it?
Well, it is the Red Book of Waddesdon Manor, and it's a photographic album which Ferdinand put together in 1897.
So this is the history of the house.
It's the most wonderful record for us because it records the house at a moment in time at the end of the 19th century. There's the
gardens out
exactly,
there.
Yes, exactly. And then it moves inside. So there, for example, is Ferdinand in the room that you were in.
In his favourite chair. There
in
he
his
sits
favourite
in
chair,
it.
exactly.
Oh, that's exciting to see.
Exactly.
So I
Yes.
stood here.
Yes.
I always find that a wonderful moment where you think, I've just leapt back
Yes.
100 years.
Yes, yes. One of the things which I find really interesting about this volume is that it was put together in 1897, and of course a year later, very unexpectedly, he died. So, you know, the Red Book has this very kind of iconic status, probably more so than he ever intended.
This is, in effect, his last will and testament.
Sort
This is
of.
what he bequeathed to his heirs and
Yes,
subsequently
yes,
indirected
yes.
the nation.
It's, exactly. And the essay at the beginning, in it he talks about, you know, the efforts he went to create Waddesdon and what he thought might happen to it at the end. It's an astonishing comment.
A future generation may reap the chief benefit of a work which to me has been a labour of love, though I fear that Waddesdon will share the fate of most properties whose owners have no descendants and fall into decay. May the day be yet distant when weeds will spread over the gardens. Oh. The terraces crumble into dust, the pictures and cabinets cross the Channel or the Atlantic, and the melancholy cry of the nightjar sound from the deserted towers. And thanks to the National Trust, to all of us who support it, that's never happened.
I mean, he couldn't have been more wrong, could he?
No.
400,000 plus visitors a year.
Ferdy, don't worry. It's fine.
With Ferdinand's Red Book to hand, the Rothschild family and the National Trust continue to preserve Ferdinand's great collection. But missing from the morning room, where guests would have kept up with their correspondence, is an extravagant black lacquer desk in need of a little attention. Presenter Oz Clarke is on its restoration trail in Kent, where it's under the care of esteemed conservator Yannick Chasteau.
Ah, I didn't see you. Are you Yannick?
I'm working. I'm Yannick. Good morning.
I'm
Nice to
Oz.
meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Welcome.
Yannick is a specialist conservator in antique furniture and has worked on some of the finest pieces ever made.
When you deal with a cabinet that is so historically important, we don't want to make it look new.
Yeah.
The point is not to turn it into a new object. If you want to buy a new cabinet, you make a new one. We are preserving history, we are preserving the object for the next generation.
The desk was already over 100 years old when Baron Ferdinand bought it in 1890 for a rumoured £40,000. That's £5 million in today's money. Although it might not look it right at this minute.
We haven't broken it, don't worry. It's only dismantled. You've taken all of the drawers and all of the door and the gilt bronze, you remove them for conservation, obviously.
What is that there?
That's the clock face, which at the moment we're storing here because it's a very fragile glass. But that's going right at the top.
Yeah.
But what's interesting is when you're sitting at your desk writing your letter, then you want to check the time, but you can't because you bend your neck and you still can't see the clock at the top. So they have another clock just here. There is a clock face right at the front of you when you're writing. And the movement, there is not one movement for this clock, but it's communicating with the clock movement at the top. So it makes sure that it keeps exactly the same time, top and bottom.
It's quite awe-inspiring, actually, to just see the guts of it. And it's been built, obviously, for projecting status. And it's as though it's the emperor without any of his clothes on. Fascinating.
A lot of the desk's bronze and wood trimmings have been removed to give them a bit of love and attention, including some Japanese lacquer doors, which Yannick is currently working on.
You want to start?
But in order to get to all of the lacquer, the bronze will have to come off.
Grip, if you just go down, you hold it there. So always hold your screwdriver with two hands.
Oh, I see.
Yes, just in case you just whoop.
That's out.
That screw is very precious.
Yeah.
So we put the screw in the right place where it came from on the map. You just pierce there and it goes here.
I see.
So if So in 10 months' time, we can put the screw back in the right place. So the bronze is coming off. But what's interesting is to see the condition of the lacquer. But also, as you can see, you've got a lot of white residues in the craquelure, and that is from previous cleaning.
Craquelure, what does that mean?
That's the shrinking of the lacquer, but because the lacquer shrinks too much, eventually it's going to start cracking everywhere. So that's a natural effect of 200 years.
To see what Yannick is aiming for, he has another door he's just finished.
The lacquer, as you can see, has been dramatically improved just by removing the white residue.
Was that like that?
It was like that.
That's fantastic.
But still seeing the craquelure and still seeing that it is an old 250 years old.
I think that works very well.
And it's only at the beginning of the project, and we'll see in 10 months' time. Hopefully we'll get it all looking glamorous again.
There's an awful lot of work still to do to conserve this stunning piece of furniture, but on its return, it will once again stand proud in Waddesdon's morning room.
You come to Waddesdon for its elegant house, for its unrivaled collection and its beautiful gardens. You come for the dazzling allure, the glamour attached to walking the same halls and pathways as the great and the good from the 19th century.
But when you get to know it, you discover a man who not only had the vision to build it, but who hosted his famous parties so that others could share it.
It's clear that Baron Ferdinand was a complex man who never got over the profound sadness of losing his wife Evelina at such an early age. But he devoted the remainder of his life to giving joy to others who visited Waddesdon. And that joy continues to this day. From Renaissance-style chateaux, grand country estates, architectural glass masterpieces.
These are the remarkable homes.
Simply breathtaking.
And magnificent landmarks.
One day, my son, all this will be yours.
At the very heart of Britain's spectacular history.
I have never seen one like this.
Join me.
I need to get there. With all speed. Onwards, driver.
Oh! And a host of celebrities.
Oh, crikey.
With a passion for the past.
Kaboom! Wish me luck.
As we travel the length and breadth of the nation.
It is between the walls.
And with unparalleled behind-the-scenes access.
From the highest heights.
Now I'm through my blind panic.
To the deepest depths.
We'll uncover the secrets.
Oh, my goodness.
Still hidden within these breathtaking buildings.
Oh! These are the places that nobody else gets to see.
And explore the riches.
How spectacular.
And treasures of one of our most loved institutions.
This is an amazing story. Come on, I want to know the end. I want to know the end.
Welcome to the secrets of the National Trust. Deep in picturesque Dorset lies one seriously elegant and eye-catching property. A glorious country mansion that's seen more than its fair share of excess, scandal and adventure. This is Kingston Lacey. It was home to the royalist Banks family, who built it after their nearby home Corfe Castle was besieged and brutally destroyed in the English Civil War.
The family lived here for over 300 years after Sir John Banks acquired the estate in the 17th century. But it was only when his great-great-great-grandson, William John Banks, inherited the house in 1834 that things really started to get interesting.
William led the life of a well-to-do dandy. He adored travel and he loved to shop. But the house was always his greatest passion. No expense was spared as he decorated it in his own flamboyant style and filled it with weird and wonderful artifacts that he found on his adventures.
His extravagance was abruptly brought to a halt when a scandal engulfed him and he had to flee Britain to escape the death penalty. But rumour has it he used to sneak back to visit his beloved Kingston Lacy.
By exploring his grand house...
This is elaborate in the extreme.
Laying bare the fascinating story of his adventures...
He went into Egypt and then into the Holy Land, up into Greece, back into Egypt.
He was all over the place.
Yes, absolutely.
Discovering ancient secrets hidden in plain sight.
We're looking at something that's approximately 2,000 years old.
Goodness me.
Shedding light on the scandal that led to his banishment.
He was caught in Green Park in flagranti.
And uncovering clues in letters written on the run.
Nothing can be more unfortunate than the manner in which the saloon dado doors have been painted. Don't you love it?
I'll discover an incredible character who left an astounding imprint on the house he loved.
He was irrepressible, wasn't he?
Also tonight, Oz Clarke's at Corfe Castle on the trail of William Banks' battle-hardened ancestors.
How did she know how to defend her castle?
Alison Hammond gets hands-on with Kingston Lacy's oldest residents.
Is he enjoying it? He wouldn't still be standing there if he wasn't.
And in an artistic scoop, Joan Bakewell follows a Kingston Lacy painting that could just be a masterpiece.
It all begins to point towards Titian and his studio.
Closer and closer we get it.
William John Banks inherited Kingston Lacy in 1834. An eccentric and creative man, he spent much of his life travelling, collecting art and mixing in high society. But he adored his grand house and was determined to make his mark by transforming it to reflect his own extravagant tastes. The National Trust's Bernie King is letting me in on the secret inspiration behind his grand design.
Bernie, the first thing that strikes you when you come in is this glorious fireplace. He clearly wanted to make an impression on the visitor.
Absolutely. He moved the entrance hall from the side. He dug down 8 feet and created this magnificent entrance out of what were the cellars. He had visited Italy in the footsteps of his university friend Byron.
What a boast. I was at university with Byron, you know.
Exactly. And he fell in love with the place and he wanted to transform his family home into an Italianate palazzo.
I'm looking at these with holly on the top, absolutely intricately carved and moulded.
He had a fine eye for detail and he knew what he wanted.
And above the fireplace, a massive great coat of arms. So it was about family too.
Absolutely. The first thing that you see when you came through the front door would be the Banks family coat of arms. But if we go up here, I can show you something even better.
William's relatives built Kingston Lacy in the 1660s. Their original Dorset bolt hole was Corfe Castle, but when royalists and parliamentarians went head-to-head during the English Civil War, the Bankses' loyalty to the king left their old home in ruins. William devoted one quiet corner of the house to a celebration of this heroic chapter of his family's history.
Oh, my goodness, look at that. So this is William's welcome to my house and my family.
Yeah,
What's he trying to say here?
Well, he was very proud of his ancestry. So his ancestor, Sir John Banks, was the son of a Keswick merchant.
Is that him?
That's him there. He was the Lord Chief Justice of the Common Pleas and the Attorney General. Not bad for a lad from Keswick.
In any other clan, John Banks's incredible rise would be the family's proudest achievement, but he's always been overshadowed by the fearless defender of their home, Corfe Castle.
They were clearly royalists, this family, hence Charles I on his throne above Corfe Castle.
That's correct, yes.
So we've got a bit of history going on here. This is presumably the storming of Corfe Castle.
It is. It's the siege of Corfe Castle, and this is Sir John's wife, brave Dame Mary.
Why brave?
Because while Sir John was serving with the King in Oxford during the English Civil War, she was bravely defending the family home at Corfe Castle.
Is that her?
That's her over there.
Why has she got a key in her hand?
A very significant fact was that after the castle was taken, they looted it, but they allowed her to leave alive because she'd been so brave, carrying the keys of Corfe Castle.
But nothing in it?
Nothing in it, no. She's got the keys, but not the doors.
The keys survive to this day and are kept in the library here at Kingston Lacey. And the ruins of the old home, Corfe Castle, have remained as a monument to the heroism of Dame Mary. Oz Clarke has travelled south of Kingston Lacey to what's left of the castle to unlock the little-known story of its demise.
So you're Pam, are you?
I'm Pam, yes.
I'm Oz.
Please come in, have a look, it's fabulous.
From the moment you arrive at Corfe, you immediately sense the mystery in these ruins. Historian Pam White is taking me back to the 17th century when what we see today was the fortified country home of Sir John and Lady Mary Banks.
How did they come to acquire a castle like this?
Lady Banks inherited some huge amounts of money, and one of the places they'd obviously had their eye on for quite a while was Corfe Castle as a country home.
But Mary's inheritance hadn't bought them any old house. This was a full bells and whistles medieval castle with all the fortifications a 17th century aristocrat could wish for.
So if you weren't invited for dinner, don't think you'd get in?
No, absolutely not, no.
Now, what's in here?
This is the guard room, quite luxurious. There's a fireplace. And down here, you've got a cruciform loop for the crossbows. But also, if you have a look, you've got a fantastic view of the Outer Bailey. It's a medieval CCTV camera.
You can see 180 degrees out there.
Yeah. They bought it as a home. It was the most beautiful home. It just happened to be a castle.
But the defences were going to come in handy.
Very handy.
7 years after the Banks family bought Corfe Castle, the English Civil War broke out. For 9 years, the King's followers battled it out with the supporters of parliamentary rule. Commonly known as Roundheads, the parliamentarian forces were quick to target the royalist Banks, and in 1643, they arrived at the gates of Corfe.
So Castle's now under attack. How do Sir John and Lady Mary go about defending themselves?
Well, Sir John is travelling with the King. So Lady Banks comes here on her own with 2 or 3 of her children, some maids, gets into the castle, and parliamentarian soldiers surround the castle.
So how did they go from such a lavish lifestyle to the fundamentals of defending their castle?
You just pull up the drawbridge, close the gate, and that's it. No one can get in. 600 men outside the castle, and over 100 were either killed or injured. Lady Banks inside the castle had just had 2 men killed. It's an incredible castle. It's absolutely impregnable.
The siege went on for 13 long weeks before royalist forces rode to the rescue. But the parliamentarians hadn't given up. 2 years later, Corfe was attacked again. By then, Mary's husband had died. Undeterred, she held her own for 48 days.
How was this great castle finally breached?
It was done by treachery. The second siege, 1646, Lady Banks had a traitor in the camp. Colonel Pitman, one of the garrison here, told the garrison that he was going off to collect some reinforcements, but he went to Weymouth, a parliamentarian stronghold, brought 120 Roundhead soldiers just outside the castle. They turned their coats inside out. They got red coats with blue linings. The royalists in the castle have got blue coats. So they creep up to a back door. Somebody says, oh, it's Colonel Pitman with all the reinforcements. And, of course, looking as if they're royalist soldiers, they all pile into the castle. And that's how it was taken.
Brave Dame Mary, left with her head held high, the keys to the castle returned to her as she departed. But after their hard-won victory, the Roundheads weren't about to take any chances, and they blew up what remained of Corfe. And here it stands, almost 400 years later, as a reminder of an unlikely Civil War heroine.
She was a phenomenal woman. She was absolutely loyal to her royalist beliefs, to her Catholic Church, and to her family.
I'm in Dorset, home to the private palace of the fabulously wealthy Banks family.
Oh, my goodness, look at that.
The family moved here after their former seat, Corfe Castle, was destroyed by the parliamentarians in the English Civil War, despite being stoutly defended by brave Dame Mary Banks.
Because she'd been so brave, she was allowed to leave alive, carrying only the keys to the castle.
Wow.
But heroic Mary wasn't the only famous family member. Her globe-trotting descendant, William John Banks, brought his sense of adventure to the house by transforming it into an Italianate palazzo.
Oh, my goodness. This is elaborate in the extreme.
The Trust's Alison Sharp has offered to show me the tantalising clues to his personality that lie beneath all this opulence. And nowhere is his love of art and adventure more obvious than in the extravagant room he created to house his Spanish paintings.
What an amazing thing to do.
Yes, it certainly is. William John Banks made this room, which he called the Golden Room.
Well, you can see why. I mean, absolutely everything that isn't a painting is gilded.
It is, yes.
And reflects the light beautifully.
No decorative detail escaped the attention of sharp-eyed William Banks, but few realised just how far he would go to get everything looking just right.
The ceiling, he bought that actually on Bond Street, but it came from Venice.
Imagine going down Bond Street and buying this. Most people buy shoes.
That's right.
The walls are intriguing. They appear to be leather.
That's right. That was an idea he took from Venice. In Venice, they used it instead of cloth covering or wallpaper because of the damp.
Was he regarded as an eccentric?
I think that people were very shocked by him. He was a very charismatic, flamboyant person. He'd got this wonderful taste and wonderful eye and was passionate about art.
For William, decorating Kingston Lacy was more than an excuse to go on a shopping spree. It was also an outlet for his own creativity, and signs of his artistic influence are sprinkled throughout the house, if you know where to look.
Are there any examples in here of his art?
Yes, in fact, there are. The 12 door panels here, which follow the months of the year.
Amazing. Aren't they a wonderful entrance to a room? Absolutely beautiful.
And he had them made in Venice.
So he made up the designs
Yes.
completely,
Yes.
and then had craftsmen there create the panels.
That's right, yes. He kept visiting the workshop again and again to make sure they did it right.
All that attention to detail paid off. The 12 panels, 6 golden for summer and 6 silver for winter, now decorate the 3 doors in the room.
This is a man who was passionate about art.
Absolutely. He was very much in love with Spanish painting, which was unusual at the time. Few other people actually thought much of Spanish painting.
Not very fashionable?
No, not at all, no.
Where did he get his inspiration from?
From his travels, really. He spent a long time from 1813 to 1820 overseas, starting off in Spain, where he was part of the Duke of Wellington's camp. That's where he acquired a lot of the art that's in this room. And then he went on into Egypt, and then back into the Holy Land, up into Greece, back into Egypt.
He was all over the place.
Yes, absolutely. He had a real appetite for it, and he became almost a professional traveller.
Are there particular treasures in here, particular paintings that are especially valuable and important?
Well, yes, I think the Velázquez has to be the most wonderful picture in the room.
So that's a Velázquez?
It is.
Velázquez was a 17th century Spanish painter. His most celebrated work is Las Meninas. Incredibly, Banks thought he'd bought an early version of the painting. Experts now believe it was a copy made by Velázquez's son-in-law. But this canvas is the genuine article.
It's a portrait of Cardinal Camillo Massimi.
Who looks as though he enjoyed a few good meals and a few good glasses of wine.
Yes, I think he did.
Velázquez's portrait isn't the only hedge-turner in the Banks collection. One painting currently absent from the house is the Omnia Vanitas. Many believe it's by the Italian master Titian, but there have always been doubts about its origins. To unravel the mystery, the canvas has been sent to the Hamilton Kerr Institute in Cambridgeshire. Joan Bakewell's followed it there in the hope of finding a masterpiece.
Titian, or to give him his family name, Tiziano Vicelli, is one of the great masters of Venetian painting. And today, his work is worth millions of pounds. But is the Kingston Lacy painting the real deal? To get a picture of the painstaking work that goes into finding out, I'm meeting art expert Rupert Featherstone. It's very nice to meet
Nice
you.
to see you.
Very nice to be
Good.
here. And you're going to tell me all about this painting, which looks, at first glance, like a Titian. Do you have that reaction?
Yes, definitely. And the point being about this, that it does relate to so many other paintings that Titian is known to have done, in the form of the woman and the way she's looking up, and all sorts of things about the landscape sort of suggest Titian, but there were so many imitators. And then
Even in his own day?
Even in his own day, there were definitely people working in his style.
What can you discover that I can't see with my rather poor eyesight, need of glasses?
Well, just having a strong light, you begin to see there's a lot of little damages, these little speckles, little losses of paint. There's a very big sort of funny patch here that looks like an old retouching. Do you see? It's sort of milky looking.
Yes, I
it doesn't
can.
really
Yes,
match.
I can see that.
Until we've cleaned it, we don't know if that's because of damage, or whether it's because of repaint, or whether it's exactly what it is.
So what's going to happen to this now?
What we would normally do is analyse the paint, trying to see what's in it, what's its layer structure, what's under the surface, are there any alterations? This is where we start doing the technical analysis. And the first thing we did was to take an infrared image, and what infrared shows, it shows there is a faint face.
Now,
right
this
next
is
to
the
woman.
blotch that we...
The blotch covers this area, so that's interesting. That was enough to whet our
But could
appetite.
Titian have been using an old canvas?
He did that a lot. This seems to me that he's changing an existing picture. He was a great reuser and a great reworker, and he often created things as he went along and recreated, and he didn't mind going over what he'd already done.
No, because he knew how good he was.
Well, I think so.
So that's what the infrared showed.
Yes, and the X-ray penetrates right through and hits any lead-rich paint, lead white, that you get in flesh or something like that.
Right.
And lo and behold, we have a face in much more detail. It looks like he developed the face quite heavily and then covered it up.
Extraordinary. Now, there's another... This painting...
This is, yeah.
I'm
this is
not
the
at all
detail.
sure about this.
Well, this is where
Closer and closer we're getting.
Yeah. What we're interested in is this shape here.
This is a ghost in the machine.
It is, and we're tantalised by that. But it proves to us that it's an original work of art. It's not a copy. There are ideas changing, change of subject matter. It all begins to point towards Titian and his studio rather than a follower in the 16th or 17th century even.
It's a wonderful narrative, isn't it?
It is.
Modern technology can throw up many intriguing clues to the painting's origins. But before more tests can be done, thick layers of varnish and dirt have to be removed from the Omnia Vanitas. You know, as I watch you do that, through these lenses, it does just look like lumps of dirt. Conservator Alice Tavares da Silva has the delicate job of restoring the canvas to its former glory.
You can see the
I can see the dirt
coming
coming off.
a little bit.
So if I take this off, it's come blue. It's come
You
blue.
can see the sky passages now emerging from
Yeah.
under that very thick varnish, which is now on the swab.
And are you going to give her a good clean?
Absolutely. She's going to be very pale and beautiful, and the whole of the sheet will be very white, white as that little area is already showing us.
It's very painstaking. How long is this going to take you?
6 months.
6
Just because
months?
we have to assess different methods for different areas, we're also going to investigate the technique of the painting, take samples, do some research.
No stone is left unturned in this process. As well as X-raying and cleaning the picture, samples of paint are analysed under the microscope. Rupert and Alice are showing me how it works. We've focused on that little bit of blue sky that you have already cleaned. The best place to take samples from is the brown areas where paint has been lost. So you would take away an infinitesimal small piece of that paint. And what does it show you?
The idea is that if we can compare the layer structure, the components of the ground, with another painting which we know is by Titian, That may give us some confirmation or otherwise as to whether it came from his studio or not. There's not one absolutely magic ingredient which you say, oh, must be a Titian. But if we found a more modern pigment in there, for example, Prussian blue, that would be a very bad sign.
So you take a sample, what do you do with it?
Well, you get the tiny little piece of paint, and I've got one here just to show you. They are absolutely minute.
It's so tiny, tiny. It's like a germ.
It is, and that tiny speck, when it's blown up, you get this sort of image where you can identify sometimes the actual pigments, and that sort of information is very useful.
Do not lose this.
Exactly, exactly. Or sneeze.
So is the painting a masterpiece or not? Well, we'll just have to wait and see. But if, after months of analysis, it turns out to be a Titian, Kingston Lacy's best-kept secret will finally be revealed.
Kingston Lacy in Dorset is one of Britain's most lavish houses.
This is elaborate in the extreme.
Decorated by the flamboyantly creative William John Banks in the 19th century, the house is packed with art and inspiration picked up on his travels.
The walls appear to be leather.
That's right, that was an idea he took from Venice.
Riotously adventurous by 19th century standards, nothing was too exotic for Banks. He roamed the Middle East and North Africa, sometimes in secret, disguised as a Bedouin tribesman, gathering treasures as he went. On one trip, he brought back the mother of all souvenirs, a 22-foot relic of ancient Egypt. Nothing like it had ever been seen in Britain before. The Trust's Bernie King has taken me into the grounds to tell me the little-known story of this unmissable garden feature.
Bernie, what is it?
Well, it's an Egyptian obelisk from the island of Philae. When William John saw it for the first time, it was just lying on its side where it had fallen over.
Why did he want it?
He was an obsessive-compulsive collector, and he really loved his Egyptology. And why wouldn't you want an obelisk in your back garden?
Wonderful. So, how on earth did he get it back?
Well, it was a very tortuous journey. It took 7 years. He hired an explorer called the Great Belzoni to bring it back. When they got it to the jetty collapsed, and it sank to the bottom of the Nile. William apparently turned away and walked away in disgust, so they had to retrieve it from the Nile. And of course, in those days, it was sailing ships, so it wasn't just a matter of loading it onto a cargo ship.
Why is it so important? Because it's got hieroglyphics up it. What do they say?
There's a mixture of ancient Greek and hieroglyph on there. Because of William's classical education, he was able to decipher Cleopatra and Ptolemy.
So, if it says Cleopatra and it says Ptolemy, what sort of age are we talking about for this obelisk?
We're looking at something that's approximately 2,000 years old.
Goodness me.
16 years before William Banks found his obelisk, the Rosetta Stone had been discovered in Egypt. The stone was special because it allowed experts to work out how the ancient Egyptian writing system worked. It's famous as the key that unlocked the hieroglyphics code, but the important part Banks and his obelisk played has never been common knowledge.
How important was William in terms of understanding hieroglyphics?
Oh, absolutely vital. There was a gentleman called Champollion who was working on the Rosetta Stone, and he knew of William's work and wanted to incorporate it into his own. If it hadn't been for William, they probably wouldn't have cracked the code as quickly as they did.
He obviously knew how precious the obelisk was and was determined to have it. When it finally got here, William wanted to make a grand statement, so he called in a favour from his friend, the Duke of Wellington.
It must have caused quite a stir when it arrived.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's not every day you get an Egyptian obelisk coming to Dorset and the Duke of Wellington coming to lay the foundation stone. He actually lent them a gun carriage that was used in the Battle of Waterloo to transport it from the docks, and it took 19 horses to bring it here.
What a sight that must have been. And here it sits in Dorset as the most wonderful garden ornament.
You don't get any better than that.
You don't, do you?
Scholar, adventurer, artist, collector, even for a 19th century aristocrat, William Banks was unusual. But after years of exploration and discovery, scandal struck. With his life hanging in the balance and the future of his beloved house under threat, William was forced to make a heartbreaking decision. Banks' biographer, Anne Sebber, is at Kingston Lacy to tell me more.
So what was the scandal?
Well, he was caught in compromising circumstances in Green Park, in flagranti, with a soldier, and he was charged with indecent assault. Now, indecent assault carried the death penalty. Don't forget, homosexuality in Victorian England was illegal. He could have been hanged.
Had this been William's first brush with the law, he may have got away with it. But a few years earlier, he'd been caught with another soldier. This time, his chances weren't good, and he knew it.
So what did he do?
Well, he was not young enough to run away by the time the police caught him. And in his desperate haste, he gave a false name. He said he was only Mr. Harris, a gardener. But they found...
Well, impugning the profession, I have to say. I mean...
I shouldn't have said that to you, I realised. He thought that would help him.
I must remember it, actually. I'm only a gardener. Get me off all kinds of things. So what did he do?
Well,
I've been given a false name.
And he was charged, he was given bail, and he did a runner.
Persecuted for his sexuality, Banks fled abroad to Italy, leaving his beloved Kingston Lacy behind and spending the last 14 years of his life in exile. But it was far from being the end of his love affair with this house.
What did he do when he was in exile?
Well, I wish I knew precisely, because there was no address. He was terrified of giving an address because he didn't want to incriminate his family. But what is clear is that this period made him. Going into exile forced him to collect for this house that he loved. He sent ideas back and little bits of gilding, and he hoped they'd fit here and there, and all those details actually mattered to him.
During his long banishment, Banks left Kingston Lacy in the care of his siblings. But it seems probable that love for his house eventually overrode fear for his own life. And ever the adventurer, he returned to Kingston Lacy in disguise. At least, that's the rumour.
How do you know, then, that he came back later on in his life?
I think there are a few letters which really make it clear that he couldn't bear any longer, that everything he'd been so determined to have precisely so just wasn't quite happening. So he thought, I'm going to come back.
In those days, arrest warrants couldn't be issued on Sundays. Rumour has it that Banks took advantage of this loophole, travelling across the Channel on an early morning ferry and returning to France by midnight on Sunday. But it's his hidden letters that give the most intriguing hints of those secret trips.
Tiny, tiny writing.
Oh, takes forever
to translate it, yeah.
Decipher this spidery brown handwriting, but you can actually see from the letter he had so much to say. So if you can follow me here. Nothing can be more unfortunate than the manner in which the saloon dado doors have been painted. White in a cold aspect, such as a north room, has the worst effect possible. I had particularly directed that only a wash in distemper should have been given to the woodwork in that room.
This is a man who clearly had been here. There's no way you could get that from somebody describing something.
No.
This is intricate criticism.
I absolutely agree with you. And, you know, he's so cross with his brother George. So here's the critical phrase. But what is worse than that? It appeared to my eye that the plaster cornice round the saloon, which was, of course, never intended to be painted, but to remain pure white and gold, had been picked out with the same abominable colour. Don't you love it?
He saw it.
Of course.
He definitely saw it.
His brothers must have dreaded the arrival of those demanding letters, but they're not the only clue to his undercover visits.
I just love looking at these two niches. Just have a look. There's a cherub, a mermaid, candelabra at the top. Probably Banks found these separate pieces, sent them all back, told his steward to put them together somehow and paint them all gold.
But it's not the statues that give the game away, it's the marble wall behind them. In exile, Banks picked up odds and ends of marble, but never enough of one colour to finish the job.
Because there wasn't enough. He wrote a letter to his steward saying, well, just cut it more finely. And in this letter, he says, do it how I showed you from the box that I showed you. And that, to me, is real proof that he came back.
Marble cutting's not the kind of thing you can learn from a letter. so it does seem likely that Banks returned to teach his steward how to do it, risking his own life in the process.
He was irrepressible, wasn't he? He couldn't stop thinking about this house. He couldn't stop accruing this legacy. And it's a shame, really, that he seems just to be associated with sex and shopping.
By the late Victorian era, Kingston Lacy was owned by his grandnephew, Walter Banks. Packing a house with art and putting an ancient monument in the garden is a hard act to follow, but Walter still managed to make his mark. Presenter Alison Hammond is roaming the estate in search of the secrets of his four-legged legacy.
Now, normally I like to interview celebrity humans, but today I'm on the grounds of Kingston Lacy to meet some very famous cows. Walter, or Squire Banks as he was known, introduced a herd of red North Devon cows to Kingston Lacy in the 1890s. And their descendants are still chewing the cud today, under the eye of the Trust's Nigel Chalk. They've got the most beautiful colour, haven't they?
Yeah, I think that was what was special to the Banks family, Squire Banks especially. He really got into the colour, and as you wander around the estate, there's 100-odd cottages, and they've all got what we call Banks's red doors.
Walter was so crazy about the cows that he even ordered that the servants' livery should be changed to match them. And that was just the start of his obsession. I can't believe they've all got their own individual names, and those names have been passed down. That's unbelievable.
Yeah, it is, and it's really special. You know, it keeps that link going. Like the one that's led right down there looking towards us, that is one called Vixen the 12th. and you can trace the family of Vixen right back to the 1920s.
So they're all related?
Yeah, they are.
Walter's son, Ralph, left Kingston Lacy to the National Trust in the 1980s. There was just one cow-sized catch.
Mr Banks was really firm in his will that the herd was to stay, and something the National Trust was more than happy to do. They're as important as some of the pictures hanging on the wall.
From day one, the Kingston Lacy cattle were scooping up prizes at livestock shows, a winning streak that continues to this day. But in this game, the stakes are high, and good grooming is everything. Stockman Mark Yendor knows the beauty secrets that make this lot stand out. Hi, Mark. How you doing?
Hello. Good, thank you.
Who's this, then?
This is Prometheus. He's a 2-year-old bull, and in a minute we'll be giving him a bit of a pressure wash, power wash, and then we'll blow dry him afterwards.
You are joking.
No.
Cows and bulls are treated to a full hour-long makeover before each competition. Is he enjoying it?
He wouldn't still be standing there if he wasn't.
As well as being washed and blow-dried to their fluffy best. I'm getting into this. They have their hooves clipped before the final spruce up with hair gel. Ooh, look at that. That looks great. I wouldn't say no to this kind of pampering myself. Prometheus, you are ready for the show.
Kingston Lacy's cows aren't the only reminder of Walter's time as master of the estate. He and his wife Henrietta made a massive impact on the gardens here. She'd proudly show off the grounds to famous visitors like Edward VII and Thomas Hardy, and one of her finest creations, the Japanese garden, survives to this day.
But it was in the kitchen garden where the Banks family spent the equivalent of £100,000 growing fresh flowers, fruit and vegetables to decorate the tables of their Italianate palace.
Walter established the garden in the 1870s in the hope of keeping Kingston Lacy's larders well stocked. I'm meeting senior gardener Steve Candy to see if Walter's plan worked.
So how self-sufficient were the Banks family when it came to growing fruit and veg?
Incredibly self-sufficient. When they were working this area, the total site was 6 acres in total. So they would supply the house here. They had a house at Studland and also the house in London.
So it's supplying 3 households?
Absolutely, and not just that, it would also go to markets.
How much sort of cutting-edge technology did they use?
They wanted to utilise the latest technology, you know, whether that was the latest glass houses or heating.
Stately homes with state-of-the-art greenhouses weren't that unusual in the 19th century, but the kitchen garden here was in a different league.
Did people come and take hints from Kingston Lacy?
Queen Victoria would send her gardeners down here to,
that's
to
impressive.
train. Absolutely. Here and Kew were the 2 places regarded as the sort of horticultural paradise where people could learn and train.
Walter's wife, Henrietta, was determined that the kitchen garden should also be a secret oasis for the family, and so she added lawns, a pond, and even a summer house.
How much of what was here then is here now? I noticed you've got greenhouses back there which look pretty much like turn-of-the-century greenhouses to me.
An awful lot remains. Some has been lost, but we do have, obviously, the orchid house, which is probably the crown of our glass house range at the moment.
I started my life looking after Victorian glass houses. These I have to see, come on.
Absolutely.
Well-off Victorians and Edwardians had a thing for growing exotic fruit in greenhouses, but orchids were Henrietta Banks's real passion, and although her purpose-built orchid house has been restored, it's off-limits to visitors for a large part of the year.
Oh, what a show.
Yeah, they're really looking wonderful this year.
I'm very, very envious of this. Lovely, old-fashioned, slatted lath shading outside.
Yep.
Plenty of ventilation with these dirty, great iron bars that open up the vents at the back.
Yep.
And this wouldn't have been the only greenhouse by any means, would it?
Not at all, and we're very lucky here in the fact that we've got some fantastic plans, you know, pictures and designs that were originally drawn up for the family.
Greenhouses were built here in the 1870s and again in 1907. At its peak, the garden had 8 glass houses. Amazingly, they managed to grow grapes, figs, peaches, pineapples, and of course, Henrietta's beloved orchids.
They were a great status symbol,
Absolutely.
weren't they? The houses of the gentry and the nobility. But
They
they'd
were.
have gardeners who would take a pot like that. Are we going to do this?
I think so.
I haven't done this for a long time. Are you trusting me with this?
I'm trusting you with it, Alan, yeah.
That's a bit worrying, actually. I don't...
Just be
Just
careful,
tearing.
it's part of the original collection, so...
Now he tells me.
I'm dividing up and repotting these orchids, a vital job if the plants are to thrive. Because these orchids are tropical, they're tricky to grow here, but Henrietta's gardeners had obviously hit upon the secret because they produce dozens of varieties.
It's amazing how many you can get.
It is.
And today the Trust has reintroduced about 40 different types based on what was grown here in Henrietta's time.
Will that do you, sir?
Perfect.
How good were Henrietta's gardeners? I mean, did she have a reputation?
Exquisite, I think, is the word. You know, they would show, obviously, at the local events, and it got to a point, actually, where Henrietta had to withdraw from displaying her various vegetables and cut flowers, just purely because she was winning so much.
From merchant son to Civil War heroine to well-heeled Edwardians, the story of the Banks family has never been short on drama. But the one name that will always be associated with their great house at Kingston Lacy is the irrepressible William John Banks.
William was certainly an eccentric, and his lack of discretion very nearly cost him his life. But he was also an adventurer, a classical scholar, and an accomplished artist. And his life's work here at Kingston Lacy remains his masterpiece for us all to enjoy. From Renaissance-style chateaux, grand country estates, architectural glass masterpieces.
These are the remarkable homes.
Simply breathtaking.
And magnificent landmarks.
One day, my son, all this will be yours.
At the very heart of Britain's spectacular history.
I have never seen one like this.
Join me.
I need to get there. With all speed. Onwards, driver.
Oh. And a host of celebrities.
Oh, crikey.
With a passion for the past.
Kaboom! Wish me luck.
As we travel the length and breadth of the nation.
It is between the walls.
and with unparalleled behind-the-scenes access.
From the highest heights
Now I'm through my blind panic.
to the deepest depths.
We'll uncover the secrets.
Oh, my goodness.
Still hidden within these breathtaking buildings.
These are the places that nobody else gets to see.
And explore the riches.
How spectacular.
And treasures of one of our most loved institutions.
This is an amazing story. Come on, I want to know the end. I want to know the end.
Welcome to the secrets of the National Trust. Standing proud in North Somerset is one of the finest Victorian homes in all the land, the Gothic masterpiece that is Tinsfield. Remodelled in the mid-1800s by a man who would become the richest commoner in England,
it's a story of enormous wealth, fervent faith, and dried bird droppings.
Set in 540 acres of glorious English countryside, it was the vision of businessman William Gibbs, the son of a merchant who hit the jackpot selling bird poo as fertiliser. He poured his unimaginable wealth into a mansion that banished Victorian gloom forever, filling it with light and a magnificent collection that's still intact from its 19th century heyday.
But at the heart of Tintersfield is William's profound spirituality, which guided how he and future generations used the place, giving it a special character, but also making it a loving family home.
And that home has one godly addition few others would attempt, a towering private chapel declaring not only the family's ardent faith, but also their immense spending power.
Gosh.
By investigating mysterious cupboards.
This is the secret door.
It's a secret door.
Unlocking family tombs.
Proper crypt key.
And taking a step back in time.
Oh, I like this.
I'll discover this great house and the tycoon who came to call it home.
If I open it very gently.
Well, I never.
Also tonight,
Oh, wow. So this is it.
presenter Miriam O'Reilly hopes to find paradise in Tinsfield's Arboretum.
We think it's well over 160 years old.
Chef Tony Singh picks a dessert fit for a queen.
Cherries it's going to be.
In the walled garden.
I think you need a bigger net because you're going to need to protect them from me.
And actor Lewis Emmerich
My dad used to have one of these.
has to give a 1920s house a little bit of elbow grease.
So if you'd like to do the rest of the floor.
See you in about a week then.
Back in the 1850s, there was a well-known rhyming ditty, and it went like this. William Gibbs made his dibs selling the turds of foreign birds. It's not very polite, is it? But it did enable William to build all this.
I've always been told that bird muck brings good luck, but never really believed it before.
Welcome to Tinsfield.
I'm meeting the Trust's Rachel Kavanagh, who can tell me more about the house, the family, and their bird-dropping past.
When you come in, Rachel, it's a bit like entering either an Oxford college or a sort of church, really. It was terribly fashionable at the time, this Gothic architecture, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. You can see lots of beautiful carvings in all of the furniture and fixtures and fittings, and carvings in the stonework and the metalwork as well.
Gothic architecture originated in the medieval period, when new building techniques such as flying buttresses and pointed supporting arches allowed increasingly larger structures, especially churches. The style was then revived in the Victorian period.
How can you make this much money out of selling bird poo?
Simply by having the monopoly on importing the bird poo back to the UK from Peru and South America.
Guano, or bird droppings, was the mid-Victorians' fertiliser of choice, and by securing the only licence to import it to this country, William Gibbs' profits bloomed as much as Britain's gardens, averaging between £80,000 and £100,000 a year, an astonishing fortune for the time.
They just chanced upon it, I think, and then...
It's a funny thing to chance upon, isn't it, really? There's an awful lot of bird poo out there. Let's shovel it up, put it in a boat, bring it back, flog it as fertiliser. We couldn't make a fortune. And they did. But they were the richest non-noble family. Nobody was better off than they were who hadn't got a title. That's an astonishing claim.
But they didn't become wealthy until quite later in their lives, until about the 1850s. Before that, they were just your average merchants. William's father was actually in quite a lot of debt.
Before hitting the bird-dropping big time, William's father, Anthony, had made a mess of the family business and become insolvent. But armed with the family motto, tenacious of purpose, William, his father and brother ambitiously rebuilt the company.
These were very much common people. They just happened to make a lot of money.
I think growing up as a child in here, it must have been like being brought up in a cathedral, mustn't it? You know, it's not cosy, is it?
But I bet it has lots of good hiding spots for hide and seek.
I bet.
With business booming, William went on a spending spree, remodelling the house and hiring master craftsmen in stone to embellish its magnificent Gothic exterior. Inside, it's just as impressive, with grand staircases, tall ceilings and intricate wood carving throughout. But to really show off his wealth, a proper Victorian gentleman needed a proper gentleman's library. So William splashed out. And there's over 2,000 books on these shelves, ranging from politics to literature.
It's like all the rooms in this house. It's incredibly lofty.
It is,
and there's wood absolutely everywhere, isn't there? So would this have been used strictly as a library cum study for William?
No, we think that it was very much a family space for each generation of the Gibbs family. And you can see lots of evidence of games and toys about the room as well.
Yeah.
Industrious William didn't marry his 21-year-old wife, Blanche, till he was 49. But despite a late start, 7 children were soon running round this vast home.
Have all the books been catalogued? Have you been through them all?
We have. We still have a team of volunteers who are going through them, cataloguing them, cleaning them and looking after them. And they've found some very interesting things inside them as well.
Like what?
Well, there's something on the table that I can show you.
Well, that's just hymns, ancient and modern.
But there's something within its pages, if I open it very gently. This was found by some of our volunteers a couple of years ago within the pages of the book. This is an olive branch from the Garden of Gethsemane, which was brought back by William's nephew, the Reverend John Lomax Gibbs, who also brought back some seeds for a cedar of Lebanon.
The Garden of Gethsemane is believed to have lain on the Mount of Olives in the holy city of Jerusalem.
So he brought back a lovely little snippet for his hymn book and seeds of cedar and Lebanon that he could sow and plant out in the garden. They're still there.
They're still there, and they're in the part of the garden that the family called the Paradise Garden.
Well, I never. You see, it's probably still got a few secrets to tell yet, hasn't it?
But what exactly happened to those seeds from a century ago? Presenter and garden enthusiast Miriam O'Reilly is on their trail in Tintsfield's Arboretum.
During the 19th century, it was fashionable for wealthy landowners to create an arboretum. It was a classy hobby for wealthy Victorians. But the arboretum here is much more than just a statement of wealth. It carries a significant spirituality.
So much so, the Gibbs named their arboretum Paradise. To find out more, I'm meeting garden manager Lisa Topham.
What is Paradise?
Paradise was something that I think is very significant to the family. It's a tree collection that we think has a deep spiritual meaning for them. It's really close to the house, so I think it's somewhere where they went for a peaceful walk, to escape, to think, to contemplate.
So how do you read the landscape in a spiritual way?
If you look at the way the garden was designed, there are 3 main avenues, and all of those avenues, in a sense, lead you to paradise. Those 3 avenues are lined with things like holly and yew and laurel.
Being evergreen, holly, laurel and ivy have signified eternity and everlasting life since pagan times. But what about those all-important cedar seeds from the Lebanon? Lisa and her team have recently unearthed over 800 original plant labels commissioned by the Gibbs family, including this one, mentioning them directly.
Within Paradise was an area called Lebanon, and there was a collection of cedars there, and we believe that they were all grown from seed collected by John Lomax Gibbs.
So he actually went to the Lebanon to get the seeds?
He did, and we think it was part of almost a pilgrimage because he went to the Holy Land and he brought seeds back. And we have photographs that were maybe part of the tourist trail that he picked up at the time.
So the Gibbs family would have known what they were going to look like, fully grown?
Exactly. Imagine that vision, to just come back with seeds and to envisage this place that is going to be paradise for them.
And from those tiny seeds grew this magnificent towering tree.
Oh, wow. So this is it. This is the cedar.
Stunning, isn't it?
Your impulse is to look right up.
Exactly, and there's a lot of symbolism with cedars. Connection with the Victorian Gothic as well is it's about drawing your eye to heaven. And in a tree like this, you naturally do that. You're naturally looking up and following the tree line to the top.
When was this cedar planted?
We know it was 1858, so we think it's well over 160 years old. And we also think it was part of a group planting in here, but that the other trees have died, which is why we're now starting to replant from trees that we've propagated from this original tree.
Oh, tremendous.
The Arboretum might be called paradise, but it still needs a little bit of help to stop it going wild. Further in the woodland, the Trust's Victoria Stanfield and her team are doing just that.
What's the team doing today?
So today the team are doing what we call halo releasing. They're removing trees from around this oak tree to stop them from creating shade to the oak tree.
How old is this oak?
We can estimate this tree is around 450 years old.
Wow.
Yeah.
So it's really worth looking after.
Yeah.
But what about wildlife if you're cutting away so many plants here? Aren't you going to impact the wildlife that exists here already?
This tree is amazing habitat for hundreds of species.
Like what?
Lichen, mosses, various insects. We found earlier that there's evidence that rabbits are actually living under the tree. There's a burrow under this tree. So that's the priority, is keeping this tree alive.
And so the whole habitat can thrive?
Yes. Yeah.
Perhaps for another 450 years.
Yeah, hopefully, that's our aim.
The team here are really getting stuck in. I'm not sure I'm up to wielding a chainsaw today, but Victoria's promised to show me the delicate art of ivy pruning.
Got it on properly?
So we're just going to cut a gap in it and then let it die back slowly and fall off.
OK. Underneath is really thick.
Yes, it's the stems that are the important thing. It's a job I quite enjoy.
It is.
You can see the difference quite quickly, really.
You can.
Cutting back like this only happens every 2 or 3 years. Doing it more often would expose the tree to too much cold and light and send it into a state of shock.
Isn't that lovely, though? Because you really feel that you become in harmony with the tree itself by getting so close to it.
Yeah.
You can almost feel this tree breathing a sigh of relief as we're cutting the ivy off.
Yes. Yeah.
On the surface, the Arboretum is an historical window into the trends of wealthy Victorians. But look a little deeper, and there's far more to this place than that.
It may have been inspired by religious fervour, but you don't have to search among the Arboretum's trees for proof of William's devotion to the church. Like many wealthy men of his day, he spent a good chunk of his cash on displaying his faith for all to see. And for him, that meant building his very own jaw-dropping chapel. Designed by Arthur Blomfield, himself the son of the Bishop of London, Tinsfield Chapel was inspired by Sainte-Chapelle in Paris, and it's survived virtually unchanged since it was completed in 1875.
Rachel, I've been in a few private chapels in my life. I have never seen one like this. It even has a rose window at one end. How important was their faith to them? Obviously very important.
Very important. I think their faith very much defined who they were as people and what they did in their lives as well. William had this built at the latter stages of his life because religion and faith meant so much to them.
So they used this on a regular basis?
They did, absolutely, most days. And it would have been adorned with beautiful embroideries and textiles and vestments and things like that, and it would have been full of music and hymns because the family were very much part of that as well.
They seemed very keen on not just erecting this chapel, but in helping other churches as well.
They were very philanthropic in their faith.
There was a great appetite for regenerating churches in the Victorian era. Between 1851 and 1875, almost 2,500 were built or restored. And for William and his family, this was the perfect opportunity to pursue their faith while also flexing their financial muscles. On top of this chapel, they paid for the building or restoration of at least 19 others, including Oxford's famous Keble College Chapel.
So although they made a lot of money, they were determined to use it well?
Absolutely. They were part of the Tractarian movement, or the Oxford movement, as it's sometimes called, which was very high Church of England.
The Oxford movement wanted to reform the Church of England by reviving some of the ancient rituals of the early Christian church.
Very close to Catholicism, which is why you see such detail and such garnish in the design of the chapel.
But it is glorious. You look up and you see the light. The stained glass is superb.
It's beautiful, and it's got lots of unusual features in it, so having the religious figures as well as classical figures in the stained glass is quite unusual.
Before the Victorian era, many of England's churches were in a poor state of repair. The country had seen a huge population explosion due to the Industrial Revolution, and the Church of England and the influential Oxford movement saw an opportunity to increase their congregations. And making church interiors less austere may well have helped their cause. As well as the bright and ornate stained glass windows, the floor was equally colourful, with mosaic inlays and marble tiles set with honey-coloured onyx and rare Derbyshire blue john. It's just as well William Gibbs was one of the super-rich. Building chapels like Tinsfield didn't come cheap.
And down the side here of the nave, we've got memorials. Now, is there one of these crosses for each member of the family?
Yeah, that's correct. And that one here, that beautiful gold one, is William's.
It's rather appropriate that his should be the most elaborate and imposing of them all, isn't it?
I think so.
William Gibbs died in 1875, the same year his beloved chapel was completed. But sadly, his burial didn't go quite according to plan.
So where are you taking me now?
Taking you to the crypt, which is what William wanted to be his last resting place.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, a big door. It's imposing.
Do you want to open it?
Oh, with a... I love that. Proper crypt key. Oh, right.
Never seen by the public.
Gosh.
It's sadly the crypt that never was.
I can't believe many people come in here. When was the last time anybody was in?
We don't know exactly, but we know it was built by William as a crypt for the chapel because he did want to be buried in here along with other members of his family.
So why is he not? There's no sign of
not here,
anybody, if you pardon the pun.
The chapel wasn't consecrated. The Bishop of Bath and Wells thought that it would take the parish away from the local parish church in Wraxall, which is the village at the bottom of the estate. And he's buried in the local parish church instead, along with all other members of his family as well.
So it was a justifiable worry by the local vicar then, because all his congregation would have been workers from the estate.
Yeah, it was a very real worry and very understandable as well.
Really devout family, worshipped in their chapel the whole time. Last wish was that he should be buried at home, but he can't be, as the local parish church. All rather sad, really, for such a good man.
Yeah, it is sad, but the church is only at the bottom of the estate, so he's still very close to Tinsfield.
And in here, an old fireplace and a load of pots and pans. What a shame.
Upon his death, William's eldest son Anthony continued with his father's good works, but he didn't inherit his dad's head for business, and the family firm was passed on to a cousin. But Anthony was left Tinsfield, and it, along with other estates, allowed him more than enough income to indulge the other passions in his life. He remodelled the billiard room in the late 19th century, and today it holds a clue to a very curious pastime of Anthony's. Like many other Victorian gentlemen, he was hooked on ornamental turning, the art of carving materials including wood and ivory. Today, the courtyard buzzes with the hum of its more rustic cousin, the old-fashioned craft of bodging. In the spirit of Anthony, I'm off to meet head bodger Dick Berry to try this 19th century craft for myself.
Hello, Dick.
Hello, Alan. Pleased to meet you.
I am intrigued by this Somerset bodgers. I mean, what is a bodger? Because to me, a bodger means somebody who doesn't do a very good job.
A bodger is someone who makes chair parts from green wood.
All right, so spokes and spindles
yeah.
The term bodger historically only referred to the wood turners around the furniture-making town of High Wycombe in Buckinghamshire, who would turn soft green wood into chair spindles and legs.
It's a wonderful hive of industry here.
We'll have a go, shall we?
Yeah, I'm up for it. Practical man, me, you know.
The more gentlemanly art of ornamental turning became quite a fad for upper-class Victorians, but was soon dropped for tinkering with the first automated cars introduced to Britain in the 1880s.
Shall I hold it and you hit it?
Oh. If you want to take that risk. So...
As hard as you like. That's good.
Gosh.
Yeah, that's a nice piece. This is called a shave horse. Essentially, it's a vice.
Yeah.
And this is called a draw knife.
Yeah.
So essentially, this is the way we do it. Both hands on the handles.
Whoa.
Just pull it towards us.
Very sharp.
It looks dangerous.
Yeah, it does.
But in fact, it's impossible to cut yourself in half.
Watch me.
Well, if you did, you'd be the first. There we go.
Oh, I like this. Dick, it's such primitive equipment in relative terms, but really effective,
Yeah,
isn't it?
absolutely, yeah.
And the wood's quite green, it's quite rare.
The wood, it's quite soft. It's lovely wood to work with.
It smells divine, too. OK, so when I've got this a bit round then, where do we go next?
We go on to the lathe next.
Take me to your lathe. I'm enjoying this.
Once fixed in the lathe and spun...
And then we just wind that
Wind
one.
it in.
The wood is further shaved and shaped.
We're just catching the edge.
So is this the kind of thing that Anthony would have done in the house, Anthony Gibbs?
I mean, the difference between Anthony, who was a gentleman of great wealth, and the bodgers of old, was that they had to turn out 144 of these a day.
That's a huge amount. How many can you do a day?
About 4.
You're 140 shy.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Anthony had the money and time to become very skilled on the lathe, producing work like these intricately turned ivory candlesticks displayed back at the house.
Am I holding that the right way up?
Yeah, that's right.
This is really tricky. It's much more difficult than you would think. I'm getting there. Why was it such a Victorian fad?
I think it was just something which sort of came in. It was the upper echelons of society that sort of got into it.
It feels wonderful.
It's fresh air.
Yeah.
It's exercise. Everything the doctor ordered, really.
And eventually you turn out what? Because I'm going to be days on this yet, Dick, doing this. So that, you can turn that out of... I recognise that. That's a gardener's dibber, isn't it? With the measuring marks on it.
We thought it was quite appropriate.
Bless your heart, it is, isn't it? Wonderful.
We hope you'll be using it in the future.
Oh, I will. Thank you very much, Dick. Brilliant.
Even though he was busy with his unusual hobby, Anthony still had the time and the money to further enhance Tintsfield. He spared no expense on remodelling and refurbishment. And part of his money was spent on building an orangery in the gardens to celebrate a very special anniversary. TV chef Tony Singh has stepped out of his kitchen to take a closer look and cook up a storm.
The kitchen garden here at Tintsfield is an absolute treasure, but I'm keen to check out the orangery, a fashion-forward building curator Sue Hayward can tell me more about. You've brought me to the orangery. Such a flamboyant building.
It was Anthony's statement piece, and it was a big statement of him as an artistic, cultured man. Whereas the house is Gothic revival, this is neoclassical or English Renaissance in style. And it was part of Anthony's celebration of Queen Victoria's Diamond Jubilee.
The 22nd of June 1897 marked 60 years since Queen Victoria's ascension to the throne. Fountains, clock towers and statues of Queen Victoria were created across the empire. The warmth, the light, is it heated?
No, not at all. All the work's been done by the sun.
It's got such a Mediterranean feel to it. It's very light, and you've got oranges there, and you've got limes there. So this would have been very exotic. It must have been a treat to come for dinner. What else would have been grown for the Gibbs family?
We've got peach houses, so they're growing stone fruits and melons.
How common it would have been for that time to have access to this amazing produce for the dinner tables.
It was only really the wealthy that were eating exotic fruit.
Status symbol as well.
Absolutely.
Oranges, which grew citrus fruit and overwintered tender plants, became a symbol of status and wealth during the 17th and 19th centuries. However, the introduction of cheaper greenhouses in the 1840s soon saw the demise of these show-off buildings. The walled kitchen garden, however, is as productive now as it was in Anthony Gibbs' day. But is head gardener Paul Evans sticking with the Gibbs family's fertiliser of choice? So, William Gibbs made his dibs selling turds of foreign birds. And is that why you've got such lush gardens? Have you got a secret stash of guano somewhere?
No, we haven't at the moment. We use a lot of homemade compost, horse manure, cow manure, and then things like bone meal.
Paul, how would the garden have operated back in William Gibbs's day?
In the 19th century, the head gardener and the butler were two of the most important members of staff on the estate. So they'd have had a really good working relationship. They'd have been in contact daily about what their menus were, what was coming up, what was ready.
Can I rummage around to get something to cook for you guys?
Yeah, of course. We've got lots of Morello cherries. They're ready.
Morello cherries were one of Queen Victoria's favourites.
This is Marianne. Marianne's just been harvesting some cherries.
Hello, Tony, nice to meet you. They look wonderful. And I've been tasked to make something nice for you to eat. So, cherries it's going to be. Can I pick some cherries?
Yes, please come in and help.
Thank you.
You just mind yourself, we've had to protect it from birds, so you just have to crawl under.
Oh, well, I think you need a bigger net because you're going to need to protect them from me. I'll have to try. Look at that. Is there a trick I should know about?
Try and pick it so that the whole stem comes out.
Ah, OK.
Otherwise, the whole cherry is just going to kind of squash in your fingers. That's
no
it,
problem.
Lovely.
Perfect. I'm cooking my own take on Cherry's Jubilee. Hear that sizzle. A dish created especially for Queen Victoria's Diamond Jubilee celebrations. It starts with a syrup made from sugar, butter, and the juice and zest from oranges and lemons picked from the orangery itself. And to that we're going to add these amazing cherries. Amazing colour there of the cherries. The big thing about Cherry's Jubilee was the flambe, so it was done at the table, was that bit of theatre. So we're just going to add some brandy in now. And I'm going to ignite this. There you go, light it. And that will burn off the alcohol and you'll be left with a lovely brandy taste. Originally served over ice cream, I'm serving mine with a crepe. And to that, creme fraiche and lemon verbena. Tuck in. A dessert fit for a queen and everyone else. Bon appetit.
Preserving the house and its contents gives a fantastic snapshot of the posher side of Victorian Britain, but getting a flavour of life for everyday working folk in the olden days is just as fascinating. Actor Lewis Emmerich has travelled to Nottinghamshire to visit a 1920s house where the past is also very much alive.
On a suburban street in Worksop, there appears to be some normal family houses. But there is one that is not as normal as first appears.
Number 7 Blythe Grove was the home of grocer William Straw, his wife Florence, and their 2 sons, William Jr. and Walter.
Oh, sorry?
Hi, nice to meet you.
I'm Lewis. I'm meeting the trust Tory Crapper to help me unlock its
its secrets.
This looks amazing. Sorry, tell me about this place. All this is original?
All of it is original.
When Florence and William passed away in the 1930s, William Jr. and Walter took over the family home and preserved the house and its contents exactly as their parents left it. This means number 7 has barely changed in nearly a century.
How does everything stay so perfectly preserved?
Well, the two brothers were really great at helping us with that. They never married, so they lived here together. And I always think of William as a bit of a curator of his family's possessions, that he understood their worth and their value and the social history that goes with it.
So how many items are here in this house?
There's about 30,000 objects that we care for today. So many are still in drawers, they're in cupboards. Every cupboard, every drawer, every unit, under every bed is still full of family collections. Nothing has been added, nothing's been removed. It's exactly what the family left us.
Is it right that they didn't have radio, TV?
No, we have the Nottingham Evening Post in 1939, and it tells of the outbreak of the war. But William put a little note next to it that says, we never had a radio. I didn't want to have that intrusion from outside all the time with people twittering on or playing on the flute. And it's the reason he never found out about the war in the morning. He only found out from the evening papers.
So tell me, can I have a look around?
Yeah, of course you can. Do you want to head in here?
Love to.
After you.
Wow. You could just get lost in this place.
That's what I love about it, is it doesn't matter whether the object is tiny or large.
Yeah.
Everything tells a story.
Yeah.
From the heights of the dining table, which you might notice is quite low.
What was that then?
The family were really short.
Oh, OK. I hadn't occurred to me until, but now you've told me. I'm on it now, yeah.
The dining room may be open to the public, but I'm getting a behind-the-scenes sneaky peek at some of Florence's belongings, kept and treasured by her sons.
One of the things we wanted to show you is this little box. Florence went to private school, and one of the things that she had to take when she went to school was some cutlery. Oh. And it's all labelled with her initials, so F.A. Winks, which was her maiden name.
Her maiden name, of course.
So Florence Ann Winks, probably late 1870s, 1880s.
Great, isn't it, given the time?
These everyday objects could so easily be lost in time. Wow. But this house has treasure stuffed all over the place.
My dad used to have one of these.
Yeah.
And Tori is giving me an exclusive peek in one of her favourite hidey holes.
So this is William's wardrobe. It's not normally on display. Inside he kept, and we still keep, all of his clothing. One of the things I love about it, the labels that tell us what he put on each shelf. It's that everyday person's collection of stuff, as we would have in our own homes today. It's not that it's particularly unique, each object, it's that as a whole, that sense of time is something that's lost now.
Yeah.
It's not, very rarely would you find a house like this. So you can't leave without seeing our kitchen, which is all the way downstairs.
Well, I have the master chef.
But it's not my culinary skills I'll be needing, as I meet house steward Danielle Lander Brown.
Hi there. Oh, before you come in, could I ask you to take your shoes off, please?
Danielle is in charge of conserving every last detail of the Straw family home.
This floor looks like it needs a bit of TLC. Tell me about it.
Well, it's one of the reasons I asked you to take your shoes off. It's early form of lino, and it's made by mixing wood fibres with oil and then laid out on a Hessian back. It's been inlaid in strips to make it look like a parquet flooring, so it would have looked expensive.
Because these were quite, fairly affluent people, weren't they, here, the Straws?
Yeah.
And that was like a statement of like some of the success, wasn't it, really?
It was. It would have been quite a new modern material for them at the time.
It does need a all bringing back to life a bit, doesn't it, this?
And Danielle is going to show me how, with some lint-free cloth and natural beeswax.
Circular movement, that's it. And as you can see, you can really see the wood grain colour start to come out. The idea is that we're putting a protective layer. We're not trying to restore the lino. We're just trying to stop it deteriorating any further. So if you'd like to do the rest of the floor.
See you in about a week, then.
It looks as though I'm going to be here for a while. Hey! I thought I was just stepping back into the 1920s. I didn't realise I was staying here.
If there's one thing the Gibbs of Tintsfield shared with the Straws of Worksop, it was their habit of throwing little or nothing away. So today, their grand house is still jam-packed with secrets that the public has never seen. The Trust's Rachel Kavanagh can tell me more.
Gosh, all wood. Oh, it's oak panelling. How beautiful. So this, presumably, is the study, then?
Yeah.
Glorious. And all the carving, all the way around it. The frieze, the little pillars there, beautifully
It's
carved.
lovely. We think it was used by every generation of the family, every owner of Tinsfield, to run the estate, to do their business.
Yeah. I love the cupboards at the side. They're classic Gothic arches on the top. Beautiful.
Do you want to have a look in that one in the corner?
Inside the cupboard?
Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
You'll have to push it rather than pull it.
Push the cupboard open?
Push the cupboard open.
Ooh. Oh, hang on. This isn't a cupboard.
No.
This is their secret door.
It's a secret door.
Can I go in?
You can, yeah.
Oh, goodness. Well, it's like our attic.
It's a very big cupboard.
It's astonishing. What was it before it was a store?
This is the morning room, and it was used by the ladies of the family as their sitting room.
It is packed with stuff. There's a Van Dyke on the wall here.
There's only a copy.
Oh, that's all right. It's not like my attic then
No.
at all. Clocks and chairs and tables. Anything I can have a rummage in?
We've got this beautiful box here, which I can show you.
What's that? Oh, it's a lacquer box.
It's beautiful.
So what is it?
It's a 19th century sewing box, so it's got lots of Chinese figurines and designs around it. And then inside, if you wanted to hold one of these, Alan,
what's that?
that's an ivory thimble.
This is so intricate. Now, of course, not encouraged, but all the ancient ivory like this is so incredibly intricately worked. Oh, look, the threads on these little
Threads on there as
tiny
well.
weeny bobbins.
And if I open this for you, there's a key inside,
Yeah.
which has...
I haven't got my specs on.
says Countess of Grey, Lady Mary
Lady
Grey.
Mary Grey, Countess Grey. So that's her calling card.
I think it was a wedding gift to a member of the family.
With best love, Mabel
And Charlie Grey.
Grey. How glorious, isn't it beautiful? The thing that surprises me, Rachel, about this place is it is absolutely stuffed to the gunnels. How many objects in this collection?
We've got about 60,000 items, which is the biggest collection in the National Trust, and it's a wholly indigenous collection as well, which means that everything here belonged to Tinsfield and belonged to the Gibbs family.
Why did they collect so much?
The house is lived in by 4 successive generations of the same family, and they just bought stuff. They furnished their house as anybody does, and it's all just been kept here. A lot of the rooms that we have that aren't open to our visitors are used in this way because we have to look after the collection that we're responsible for.
Thank you for the reminder that my wife said to me last week, we have to clear out the attic. Suddenly, it doesn't seem half such a big problem as you would have. Amazing collection.
This house gives a unique glimpse into 19th century life, if you happen to be fabulously rich, but it didn't go down well with all of its distinguished guests.
You know, Queen Mary came to Tintersfield in 1939 in recognition of the family's charitable contributions. She said, ugly house, with some nice pictures and things, a fine view from the terrace. Clearly, Her Majesty was not a Goth.
It may not be to everyone's taste, but for me, Tinsfield is a truly divine experience, and one that provides a fitting legacy to the remarkable William Gibbs.
It may all have been funded by fertiliser, but it was created by a man, William Gibbs, who was nurtured by his faith into building not only a Gothic masterpiece, but also a glorious family home.